ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, they defend to get inside of the boundary.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
He's called the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown and contact.
From the right forward, off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
See, cause it don't get better than this.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
We are on the runway to September where you want to be winning and winning well in terms of both style and substance. And more than anything, in a round in which the top 9 are playing the bottom 9, you do not want to be the team that has a banana peel game. Welcome to this great gallery of the game, the Adelaide Oval. It's the Crows and the Demons on Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron in position on this Sunday afternoon, and there is a late change. Lockie Murphy is in as the sub and Wayne Miller is a laid out. No information as yet as to what that injury is, but we will find out as we move through the afternoon, or perhaps it's illness, but we will find out and bring that to you. Melbourne, there are no late changes. Personal reasons, right on time, as the reason that Wayne Miller is out of this game. So hopefully everything is A-OK there. Always a treat to come to Adelaide and see this man, Tom Wilson. Good to see you, Tommy.
Good to see you, Benny. When it's on the roster and it comes through, and if Aaron's on some wonderful leave, it looks like he's having a great time over there in the States. If it's you coming across, it's always a win. And what a game. We've got Sunday afternoon footy, a fantastic time slot, I think. And Adelaide and Port Adelaide have played in it a lot in recent weeks. And one of those games was against Melbourne, who we saw go down by 4 goals or so to Port Adelaide. They did a lot right, but they really lacked that forward entry. And I think that's certainly going to play into Adelaide's hands, who've become such a wonderful defensive team. The Wayne Miller laid out is a blow. Certainly means they'll have to readjust their structure a little bit. But it's just a great opportunity for the Crows, again at home, to establish themselves in that top 4. They couldn't quite get Port to beat Brisbane over the line last night up there in the Gabba, which I'm sure we'll discuss a few things out of that game. But it means that they can, stay in third with a good win today.
Josh Franco is one of the best analysts in the game. I think I also failed to mention that Lockie Murphy is the sub, Harry Sharp for Melbourne. Sorry to interrupt your introduction as well,
That's
Josh.
all right, then.
The All-Australian, twice top 3 in the Brownlow medal. That's good going. Welcome, Josh. What are you expecting today?
Well, it's interesting. We called the Port Adelaide-Melbourne game a couple of weeks ago, Tom, and Melbourne were quite uninspiring. And I must admit, when I look at the makeup of Melbourne's list, their midfield, probably the envy of a lot of other clubs. Down back, they look really stable. But I think that they've underperformed this year, and I reckon they'd be really disappointed, the way that they've been playing throughout the course of this season. But it's a big opportunity for Adelaide. The jury's out for me just a little bit. I think they're the real deal, and I want them to be the real deal, but I'm not 100% sure. They've had a bit of a soft draw, I reckon, in the grand scheme of things. But today's, it's a must-win game, and it's another chance to tick off a win that they should win.
Certainly. Great to welcome in Ebony Marinoff, who's in with us today. 7-time, 3-time, 1-time, however many ways you wish to break it down.
It's 20-time. Yeah. I think every single award under the sun.
Every single award. Ebony Marinoff, good to see you.
Oh, thanks. I don't think we've ever called today, so I'm excited for it. But no, stunning day for footy. Super excited to see how this plans out. Like you spoke about, Melbourne have been uninspiring, and with the list and the calibre that you have, it's been a very underwhelming season. You weren't sure what you were going to get through the off-season with the chatter around Oliver. Was he going to go? Was he going to stay? Petrarca seemed as committed as ever to the club, but they just haven't been able to fire.
I think it's actually the first time that I have seen you since the 2017 Brownlow Medal after party. Oh. Which you were dancing on the dance floor in your hotel slippers rather than your dress shoes from the night. So it was a big night. Mitch Cleary and I managed to get in the backdraft to the after party, and we stayed there as long as we could before anyone noticed.
It's remarkable that you remember that from 8 years ago, an after party.
That was fun. That was the first time I ever drank in my life. Yeah. So I was probably well and truly dancing in my slippers.
It was a big night. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Lots of broad issues for us to sink our teeth into before we really hone in on this game. Both teams out there warming up at the moment. One of the big ones is the rising star and Daniel Curtin. I mean, we heard about him for so long. Now we know about him. Where does he sit in terms of the rising star calculations alongside the likes of Levi Ashcroft, Murphy Reid at Fremantle? Where do you have him, Ebbs?
Oh, yeah. I try not to be biased because you have to be so impressed with Ashcroft in terms of being able to play in a premiership team. He's walked up into the premiership side and he's playing week in, week out. So I think that can't be underestimated in terms of the talent that Brisbane still have playing in their seconds and things like that. But you'd have to argue Dan Curtin's last month is putting absolute pressure on that rising star. And Murphy Reid over in Perth, you're not quite sure. Everyone keeps telling me Dan Curtin won't win it because he's not Victorian. Well, Murphy Reid might be out of touch with Western Australia. But no, it's super exciting. I think that's just a genuine player and a kid playing with confidence over the past month.
What are you seeing from him, Josh, as a coach, and his, pliability to play just about anywhere on the ground?
Well, the thing that stands out for Curtin is his height. Yep. And he's so flexible and versatile where you can play him. I know that he's played wing, he's played midfield. He's someone that potentially goes forward and can mark and really stretch an opposition's defence. I think he's such a versatile player. I reckon his form early in the season wasn't at the standard that he would have liked, and full credit to Matthew Nixon, the coaching staff. They've stuck with him, and now they're starting to see the fruits of that now in terms of his last month of footage. You said, Ebony, last week he was outstanding. So, look, he's right up there. I reckon another player that we haven't even mentioned is Nate Caddy.
Yeah.
Like, he's a genuine star of the competition as well. Levi Ashcroft, as you said. But I think Dan Curtin, he probably needs to do a little bit more on the back half of this season to actually get the chocolates.
And he's benefited from the fact, I think, that you're right, Josh, I think he struggled a bit at the start of this year, and he certainly struggled last year. He's got the prototype body, and it took him a while to build into his own body, and he admitted that. But because the Crows weren't in finals contention, they were able to stick with him, and I think he's really benefited from that. And you look at Sid Draper, number 4 pick, who's shown flashes. He can't get into the team.
Yep.
Now, if he had been perhaps 1 year older and got drafted last year, he might have just been given that full run at it, but they've recruited, Peatling and coming into that midfield mix, even Alex Neil-Bullen, and it makes it hard where Dan Curtin's been able to find his spot. They tried him down back, a bit up forward, but that role on the wing, his one-on-one marking around the ground has been so impressive, and it really opens up that forward line.
Do they see him as a midfielder potentially, or down the track long term? So, and how tall is he? 195, 196?
197.
197,
Interesting. I don't want to take up too much time, but I remember coaching at Sydney. We played Carlton as Patrick Cripps was basically just coming on the scene. And
he's 194.
As a midfield coach, doing homework on the midfield. I remember walking out pre-game thinking, I've missed a ruckman here. Longmire was going to kill me, and it was Patrick Cripps. I had to come back and double check, and he was 194, 195 centimetres. So you talk about the prototype midfielder. Back when I played, they were 183 centimetres, 83, 84, 85 kilos. Now they're 190 plus and 90 kilos. They're beasts.
Well, even you look at the key position players. I mean, Sam Darcy, I think he is 207. So who plays on him? You probably need someone like a Rory Lobb who's on his team, so he can't play on him. Maybe a Mac Andrew is the best possible matchup from the opposition teams with his athleticism. So the key position players keep getting bigger. The midfielders keep getting bigger.
Where does it stop, though?
I don't know.
Evolution.
That's
You've got someone like Ethan Reid as well, who's over 2 metres tall and runs a
sub-6
2K time trial, which I always say, if you give me a kilometre head start, it'll be a ding-dong battle.
That's like blitz subs, though, isn't it?
Correct. So is that what Dan Curtin can be, maybe not necessarily with the ruck work around the ground, but is that what he becomes? Does he become that utility who can sort of swing forward, swing back, play on a wing?
I mean, Mark Blissards is probably a good. What is triathlon or steeplechase? It was interesting when Paddy Dangerfield had his 350 games. He said he's played with a lot of superstars over his years, and he was genuinely the most underrated player in the game that he'd ever played. So you always wonder how much they are actually valued internally. But Dan Curtin, he's showed so much promise on that wing, and he's actually taken Lockie Scholl out. I mean, Scholl's played minimal games this year and probably found himself at home on the wing last year with Cumming as well coming in. But I think what's been most impressive with Curtin is he's been able to hit the scoreboard on the wing, but how many times he's gone back with a fly in defensive 50. You talk about the likes of Josh Worrell, Mark Keane doing their thing and being able to take their intercept marks and come across and spoil and get those 1%ers. You don't really get that without someone like Dan Curtin coming back and filling that void in the defensive 50.
I think the other thing as well, from a Dan Curtin's point of view, and if you're looking in the coach's box game day when you've got momentum, you haven't. There's periods of time and patches in games where momentum's heavily against you, and you're looking for players to plug holes. I reckon he's that perfect player. You talk about being versatile. He could go forward and take a mark. You can play him wing. Could you give him a burst inside to change momentum? Can he even play down back? He's just he's going to be an absolute diamond for Adelaide for a long time.
He's going to be very, very handy. For those of you Adelaide fans listening as well, in the SANFL earlier today, we had the curtain raiser against Woodville West Torrens. 100-point victory going the way of the Adelaide Crows there. So mentioned Lockie Scholl. I saw him running around on a wing in that match. We can go inside the Adelaide Crows camp. Now, we had a chat to Murray Davis a short time ago, before even Wayne Miller was out of this game, so he was unaware of that late change, but Liz Walsh did catch up with Murray Davis.
Thank you, Ben. I am down here with Adelaide coaching director Murray Davis. Murray, an absolute quirk of the fixturing this year means that you haven't actually played at Adelaide Oval in a month. The team must be really excited to be back here today.
Yeah, we love playing at Adelaide Oval. It has been a little while. It was nice to train here yesterday and do our captain's run, and certainly looking forward to getting out there today.
Yeah. You're coming off a good win against Richmond. What are sort of some of the key metrics that you want to see today carried in from last week?
We really liked our pressure on the opposition, and we'll need to bring that today against Melbourne. They're a team that can move the ball really quickly. They've got a lot of talent within each of their lines, so really pressure first and foremost, and probably our ability to move the ball. We felt prior to the Melbourne game we played in a few wet games, so today's another good day like it was last week at the MCG, so hopefully some really slick ball movement.
You haven't actually beaten the Demons since 2021. However, Melbourne come in today on a 4-game losing streak. Is this sort of that dreaded kind of, game that you don't want to drop, or is this a real opportunity to have a good win, cement your place in that top 4?
Yeah, they're all important games, and today's no different. And you're right, I wasn't aware of the recent record against Melbourne. I've been informed of that. And you mentioned that they haven't won a few games yet. A couple of weeks ago, they beat Brisbane at Brisbane, and they went within a kick of Collingwood. So their form's quite good, and we'll have to be at our best today.
So what have you identified as sort of, the main areas you're going to have to target for Melbourne today?
Well, I mentioned some individual players within their team. Max Gawn's just a terrific leader and ruckman, and Cozzy Pickett's that's really dangerous around goals as well, and their midfield group have great depth as well. So individually they've got some really talented players, but they probably just haven't put it together in front of the scoreboard. They've missed a few opportunities, but they're creating plenty of chances on goals. So it's really a game against Melbourne where you have to win the forward half battle, so that's what we'll be looking to do.
You actually lost clearance against the Tigers last week. Has that been an area of focus at all for the coaches?
Oh, it's always something that we review strongly. You're right, there were areas of our clearance game we weren't able to get on top of Richmond, and what we did like was that we did bring good pressure and we were able to win the ball back and then score off those turnovers, if you like. So again, clearance game against Melbourne's really important, so that's been a heavy emphasis this week.
So then how important is that ruck battle, Max Gawn versus Riley O'Brien?
Yeah, very important, and Riley's having a terrific season, and look, I think one thing that Riley O'Brien's done really well this year has, if you like, nullified some really dominant ruckmen, and Riley will have to do that again today, and then our midfield group will have to get to work at ground level.
Alex Neil-Bullen facing his old side for the first time. What have you observed of him this week? How's he been? Is it all nerves, or he's calm, cool and collected?
Oh, he's a pretty calm kind of guy, Alex, so he's been pretty important for our group just to know some of the insights around Melbourne. It'd be nice to get him a win against his old team. I was very grateful that they were able to do that for me against Brisbane, and earlier on in the year we managed to win a game against GWS for James and Isaac, so there's one team and that's Alex's team to get that done today.
Dan Curtin, he's really transforming himself into quite a remarkable player, isn't he? A stat came out this week that he's the first ever player to have 25 plus disposals, 4 plus intercept marks, 4 plus score assists and 2 plus goals in a game, and yet he's just so young, isn't he?
It's a good game, isn't it? They're good by the numbers, and what we've really admired about Dan is just his development from the start of the season, where he was still finding what his best position was, and as a coaching group we were working with him on that. Yet he's an outstanding young man who just continually wants to just do what's best for the team, and he had a day out individually against Richmond, but again we've been really impressed with his development, and he's just showing how much talent he's really got. So yeah, we're all very excited for what he can continually bring.
Josh Rochelle subbed out of last week's game. Was there much messaging to him post that Richmond game?
More about the recovery. He had a slight knock during the game, so it was really just about making sure we gave him, by subbing him out, we gave him the best opportunity to be right for this game. So that was the messaging, that's the reason behind it. He was fine with that and has recovered really well, trained well through the week and is ready to go today.
Excellent. Now, just before I let you go, obviously a big talking point in the AFL this week is umpire contact. Have you had much of a chat to the players about that this week?
Yeah, we always keep our players up to date on what's being discussed, whether it be umpiring or changes in or adjudication of rules and that type of stuff. So, yeah, our players are well aware of that and what's coming and what the rules are around it. So it has been taken up a huge sort of conversation, if you like, but our players, they watch enough footy and there's enough conversations around the club to know that what's right and what's wrong in that area.
Murray Davis, thank you for joining us. All the best today.
Thanks, Liz.
So that's Liz Walsh earlier on with Murray Davis. Just repeating the news out of the Adelaide Crows, a late change. Lockie Murphy comes in to the selected side, replacing Wayne Millerer, who is a late out with personal reasons. And it's a nice lead-in. The last question there from Liz Walsh asking Murray about umpire contact. So the AFL introducing a new rule effective immediately, which was spoken about by Clint Wilden and the team on the Sunday Footy Forum, that a player facing a fourth or more incident of careless contact with an umpire within a 2-year period will likely be referred directly to the tribunal. How do we feel about it? Ebony Marinoff, you are the active player amongst us. What is your reaction to this?
Oh, it's crazy. I watch a lot of footy, but I don't really see it happening, that much, that kind of stern messaging came out over the last couple of weeks. I think we have to give credit to the umpires, and naturally as a player you can get frustrated, but it'd be a bloody hard job. But I think that's probably taken a little bit too far. Like, how many incidents and incidents that have happened where a player has gone and hit an umpire not on purpose? So I think they're obviously sending a message. I don't know whether it's the umpires are fed up with it or AFL have seen something over the last fortnight that is kind of a worry for them, but it's hard to understand why that message has been so strong.
So the numbers have jumped up, so it's gone from in the 20s to the 50s to the 60s over the last 3 years, so there's been a little bit of a spike. Do you see it as an issue, Josh?
Did you say 4 times in 2 years?
Yeah. Kind of like the merit points almost.
Personally, I actually don't mind it, to be honest with you. I think a lot of the contact with the umpire would happen in the stoppage scenario when the umpire's backing out and opposition mids are wrestling and jockeying for that prime position at the stoppage. So players know exactly where the umpire's going to back out. The umpire actually says and points where he's going to back out, so don't get in his way.
And players using it as a screen. That's the general consensus.
That can happen.
And that's probably more to the point. If that's happening, that's valid. But it's like sometimes when you get... You see the MRO come out and it's a real quite accidental. I think if it's a actual strategy of the players that are using and there's a consistent, you've seen that. I saw the vision of Matt Rowell. To me, that seems like it's a strategy. I mean, I don't know.
He does it every time.
Yeah. So that's something that's probably pushing the AFL over the edge.
He's the one who's right on the precipice with 3. So he's in real danger of potentially going to the tribunal for umpire contact once again. The bizarre thing is, and the AFL has a way of being like this, they're talking primarily, I believe, like we've all said, about stoppages, and particularly centre bounce stoppages. The umpires coming out, don't use them as a screen, and around the ground. Then we have a very unique instance yesterday in which Josh Caddy is sprinting inside 50. There's an umpire in the corridor. He collides with him, and this is what Brad Scott had to say about it post-game.
I've lost count the number of times I've approached the AFL about moving the umpires out of the corridor. They sprint into the corridor and they stay there. And that's clearly where we want to get the ball. And even when I was at the AFL, I tried to move them out of the corridor and they still wouldn't move out of the corridor. So, we've been at them to move out of the corridor. And the last response I had from Steve McBurney was just pretend they're invisible. Well, he wasn't invisible. And unfortunately, it took the wind out of Nate Caddy. It took 15 minutes to get him going again. So, whose fault is it? Certainly not Nate Caddy's. And particularly given that we've put this on the agenda to move the umpires out of the corridor and they just refuse to do it. Who's responsible for this? I mean, is it Nate Caddy? Because we lost a player for 15 minutes. And then not only that, the ARC tells our doctor to go and check on the umpire and assess the umpire. It's like, and it's Nate Caddy's fault. It's like, I don't expect him to have anything to answer for that. Part of the reason for the 4 umpires was so they didn't get blindsided. So you could have an umpire on either side of the contest. And it would make sense if an umpire was in 4 quadrants on the outside of the contest, looking at the contest, but they insist on running into the corridor. And they're coached that way. And then we have a player and an umpire collide, and it's the player's fault. If Nate Caddy's held responsible for that, then, we just throw our hands up. So we've made our opinion clear on this, and it keeps happening.
But that's the Essendon coach, Brad Scott, yesterday speaking about that. What do you hear, Josh Franco?
What about the sides that like to play not through the corridor? Like, in all seriousness,
Nick Malthouse's 2011 team and even this Melbourne team tend to go around the flanks.
Where's the perfect place for them to stand? So, look, I think I saw the Nate Caddy one, and those sorts of incidents, I reckon,
they're innocuous.
Innocuous, let it go.
Yeah,
that's not one strike. No way.
Don't conflate the issues, I think, is the issue here. Don't misconstrue that is the same as when we're around a stoppage.
That's exactly right.
That's my personal opinion.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at earlier. But it's a fine line because that is the line. You're going to have players potentially get a strike from a Nate Caddy incident that is innocuous as ever, or you're going to get a Matt Rowell that's strategically trying to screen his opposition. So I think that needs to be a clear message if that 4 strike is going to come in as heavy as it is, because otherwise there's going to be some real grey areas.
Well, the thing about it too, even with the Matt Rowell scenario, if I'm a midfielder and I'm getting tagged heavily, I'd try to exploit that. Yeah. Absolutely, I would. But then the AFL have to come up with strategies to nullify, mitigate those scenarios in a game where the umpires put at risk, and that's probably one of them. So in terms of 4 strikes with the Matt Rowell scenario, no issue. But the Nate Caddy, play on.
Corbin said it yesterday. I don't think they want to suspend anyone for it. They're basically just saying, look, we need to look after the umpires who are often 65, 70 kilos wringing wet from getting bulldozed from behind by an 85-kilo Matt Rowell, having whiplash issues, And as Razor Ray told us yesterday on the boundary, he had 4 teeth in the back of his head. So it's not ideal for the umpires when they get cluttered into. The top 9 versus the bottom 9 this weekend. 7-0 the top 9 so far. Fremantle, I mentioned the banana peel. Might be them, albeit against the Sydney side that has got some warm bodies back. They lead by 20 points midway through the third quarter, the Sydney Swans. So that could be bad news for Fremantle there. This is Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The experts, Josh Franco, Ebony Marinoff, Tom Wilson and Ben Cameron to call the action. Liz Walsh between the benches. A late change for the Crowies with Wayne Miller going out for personal reasons. Lockie Murphy comes in, starts as the sub. Harry Sharp is the sub for Melbourne. We'll turn our attention strongly to this game as we can head back downstairs. Liz Walsh has a special guest.
Thank you, Ben. That's right. I'm down here with Melbourne's forwards coach, Troy Chaplin. Troy, welcome to Adelaide Oval. Obviously taking on an in-form Adelaide side today. How have you been preparing throughout the week?
Oh, look, we know we're coming up against a team who's playing some really good football and are really entrenched in the 8 at the moment. So our preparations, we've had to adjust a couple of things that we weren't happy with since the mid-season bye. So we'll try and put them into practice today. But we enjoy coming to Adelaide Oval. We play some really good football here. We've got a really good record against the Crows. So we'll be up for the fight and we're looking forward to it.
Can you give us any insight into what the tweaks are since the bye?
No, I can't.
Excellent. A brilliant assistant coach. How much of a focus, though, has the start been today? Obviously, that was a bit of a downfall against the Suns last week.
Yeah, look, it was disappointing last week. It's one of those things where, as a coach, we almost talk about, they didn't come to play, but what is that exactly? And for us, it was our stoppage work and our contest work was really poor. So we know here against a formidable opponent in front of their home crowd, the start's going to be really important. So whether that's the scoreboard or not, it's the process and the things, the little actions before that. The score will take care of itself. So we know how important stoppage is going to be. We know they're a good contest team and they like to play fast as well. So defensively, we're going to have to be on too.
You've got a couple of changes today. Van Rooyen and Lever, obviously, they're in for your 2 concussions. Can you just talk us through, what they're going to bring to the side today? Obviously, the changes were a bit forced, but there's some decent footy experience coming in.
Yeah, there is. Rui's been working really hard on his game, especially his ability to finish plays inside 50, and that's more marking and his ability to get some separation on his opponent. So he's going to have a challenge today, obviously, with Butts and Keane down there. They've been playing some really good football, and you saw the way they defended last week, pretty physical, especially against Tom Lynch. And then, obviously, Jake comes back into the side, and he brings some real leadership and experience to our back line. So he's probably had a little bit of an interrupted season, injuries here and there, and he's probably been a little bit behind the 8 ball. But given the concussion last week to Howes, Jake was the next best option to bring in, and we expect him to come in and perform for us.
Clayton Oliver, obviously that looked like a bit of, shocking footage last week of him bloodied and bandaged and everything. How has he pulled up during the week? Is there any special kind of treatment he's needed for the injuries?
No, there is, and obviously last week it did look pretty bad, but when we'd lost a couple of boys with concussion, it was a real quick patch-up job so we could get him back out there. It didn't look too great for him. His head was all bandaged up, but he's had about 7 or 8 stitches, and we looked after him early in the week from a contact point of view, but he's ready to go. Got through the main training on Friday, so we expect Clary to go out there and be at his best today.
So with regards to the game today, what have you sort of identified as the Crows' main threats?
Oh, look, I think ahead of the ball, they're very, very, very good. Phil Thorpe, Walker, Fogarty, they've got some really good talented players there. And then you look at their smalls in Rankin, Rochelle, they've got some really talented players down there. So we understand that the stoppage and getting the ball in our front half is going to be important, but also how we defend as well. It's probably been an area where we haven't been at our best this year, and that's not the back 6 or back 7, that's us as a team. So we've all got a responsibility to help those guys out, and if we want to make sure we're competitive and give ourselves every opportunity, that contest and our ability to defend is going to be really important, and then we'll get our opportunities back the other way.
The ruck battle looks like one that will be really entertaining.
Yeah, it does. Obviously, Gorney and Riley, they've played a lot of football against each other, so we expect those two to obviously play a pretty significant part in today's game. It'll be a challenge at times because both are obviously very talented players, and they'll get their ascendancy at different times of the game. So we expect Riley to go to Max and follow him around the ground. Obviously, Gorney's threat aerially is obviously pretty handy for us. So it's going to be a tough one for Max, but he's looking forward to the battle as well.
Now, here's an interesting stat for you. I don't know whether you know this, but over the past 4 games, the Crows have actually had the worst disposal efficiency in the league. Is that an area that you'll be looking to exploit?
Oh, it's not so much exploit, but we know that our pressure in today's game is really important. So if you can bring the heat and sustain it for 4 quarters, then you'll get your opportunities to win the ball back quickly and go back them the other way. Obviously, disposal efficiency can be a positive or a negative. It doesn't really matter too much, but we understand that if we can put their guys under pressure, we'll create enough turnover opportunities to go back at them. So it's certainly one thing that we've spoken about, our ability to get after the opposition. And it's not just Adelaide today, it's from a week-to-week proposition as well.
You're coming into the game on a 4-game losing streak. Simon Goodwin talked this week about grit and resilience and spirit that's needed throughout any AFL season, but obviously coming into this game too. How do you coach grit and resilience?
Oh, look, we just spoke to our boys more about the disappointment that you can have when things aren't going your way, the hard work that you need to bring, whether it's contest after contest, your work rate inside, your ability to run back, support, then spread when you win the footy back. That's what he's referring to. We've probably shown glimpses, but not really put a 4-quarter effort together. So like last week against Gold Coast, the first quarter was really disappointing. After quarter time, the game looked really good. We gave ourselves an opportunity against the Magpies, just didn't finish our work in front of goal. So that's what we're referring to, our ability to just keep playing the game. Don't get disappointed from mistakes or errors. Just move on, fix it up and stay focused and in the moment. So it's going to be a challenge for our guys today. Obviously, Adelaide are in really good form. As I said, they're fully entrenched in the 8 and probably got one eye on what the future holds for them. So if we can come in here today and take one away from them and upset them a little bit, that's a great reward for us.
Yeah. Just quickly before I let you go, obviously umpire contact has been quite a talking point across the AFL this week. Have you spent much time talking to the players about that?
Yeah, we have. We've obviously the memo come out from the AFL. Obviously this week they've changed the rule around it and what that entails for the individuals. If we don't have anyone that's really around that 4 contact mark at the moment to be suspended. So we've spoken to our players. I think obviously the AFL will look at that throughout the rest of the course of the season, but obviously moving into next year around how we can actually protect the umpires. And my view on it is just don't allow people to set up behind the umpire. Just play a free kick. Players will set up, especially if they're getting tagged or if they're a midfielder, they'll try and push their opponent into them. So just don't let them sit up there in the first place. A lot of it happens at centre bounces and ball ups. So if we can clear that area to keep our umpires safe, then I think that could be an easy fix for the umpiring department and the AFL going forward. But our players are well aware of what the consequences are. We've got a lot of tight asses in our team, so they're not too happy with the fines, but that's a part of the game now.
Oh, that's great. Troy, thank you for joining ABC Sport. Go well today.
No worries, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
There is Troy Chaplin downstairs with Liz Walsh, a former teammate of Josh Franco's as well, and the Demons have made their way out onto the ground while that was going on. So they are out there warming up, wearing their royal blue with the solid red V at the top of their jumper, the white shorts for this away game at the Adelaide Oval. The Adelaide Crows not too far away from making their way out. It is a still half-full Adelaide Oval. I'm not going to say half-empty. We like to be stadium half-full rather than half-empty on ABC Sport, but the Adelaide Crows just making their way up the race, and you'll hear the mighty roar as they make their way out onto the ground in just a moment. It does allow us to really hone in on this game as the pyrotechnics go up, something that Ebony Marinoff has experienced as she runs out for AFLW games. But this match here, Melbourne have won their last 4 against the Adelaide Crows. The Adelaide Crows obviously in a very different position as it stands at the moment, hoping for a top 4 finish and a genuine run at finals. Broadly, what can we expect here today, Josh?
Well, it's interesting when you look at Melbourne, the things that I think that are an absolute given are contested ball, clearances, the ground ball. So that's been a common theme over Melbourne's journey over the last 3 or 4 years. They are very, very good at winning the ball at the source. The big issues that they have had is their scoring efficiency, and we watched them play a couple of weeks ago here against Port Adelaide, and their ball movement was almost non-existent. So every time they either cleared the ball out of their back 50 or through the middle of the ground, they'd either dump kick it inside their forward 50 and basically leave it to a bit of luck, and there was no real method in how they wanted to move the ball. So if you're looking at the contrasting styles of play, Melbourne today, they've got to get an uncontested game going. And an interesting stat that I read this morning was that when they take more than 100 marks, they're 9-zip. In other words, they've won 9, they've lost 0. When they play, or they take less than 100 marks, their record isn't anywhere near as good. So in terms of that, that tells me if they can get a bit more method in their ball movement, knowing they're going to win the ball at the source, then that will potentially set them up for some more scoring opportunities. But that's an area where they've been really lacking in probably the last couple of years.
What are you looking out for with the Adelaide Crows today, Ebbs?
I can't go past Max Michelini. I think he's going to go to Pickett today. So we talk about Adelaide Crows and how well their offensive game's been going, but to see Max go into the forward line essentially to free Brodie Smith up to play a full game last week and hit the scoreboard and nullify, Richmond's backline a little bit. I think Pickett's in form of his life. He's signed that big contract. He's committed to the football club. I think he's averaging 3 goals and 15 touches over the past, month
3
or
games.
so. Yeah, 3 games. But you'd have to say his season has been consistent as he's seen. He's been around the ball a lot more, and it's given, I guess, Melbourne's midfield a different look. The one for me is Trent Rivers. Last year he was in career best form and has found himself outside the team this year. So they're obviously trying new things, but I'm intrigued for that matchup, and I'm interested to see where Langdon goes. Will he do a little bit of a tagging role today, or will he just be going up and down that wing?
Well, the other thing about Adelaide is when we heard Troy Chaplin, the assistant coach at Melbourne, talk about how Adelaide like to move the ball quickly, we saw the contrast, and again I refer back to a few weeks ago when Port Adelaide played Melbourne here. They had 130-odd uncontested marks. They were very patient with the ball. I don't think we'll see that from Adelaide, particularly early in the game. They'll try to go quick, but if they go quick, then potentially that gives your Levers and your Mays an opportunity to help out in their back six in terms of Melbourne and rebound off the back of that. So it'll be really interesting to see how, Adelaide approach this game, but also Melbourne in terms of how they want to move the ball as well, particularly from their back half and into their forward 50.
The thoughts of Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff here on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. We're about 8 minutes away from the bounce of the ball between the Adelaide Crows and the Melbourne Demons. There is a late change for Adelaide. Wayne Miller is out with personal reasons. Lockie Murphy comes into the side and starts as the sub. Harry Sharp, the boy from Ballarat, for the D's. Sorry, Josh.
I was going to say that almost poses a question. We spoke about it off air, Tom, just a minute ago, that Michael Annie, he played forward against Richmond last week with Miller out. Does he now go back? How does that look in terms of what they do with Michael Annie?
It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
I think he has to take Pickett. I think he's probably one of the more premium lockdown defenders. We've seen Hugh Bond not play any footy in the senior side last year after playing about 8 to 7 of the last home and away season with the Crows last year. I think Brodie Smith, every time he's come in, he's impacted. It's been hard when he's gone out because he's not played a bad game. He's found himself as a sub a couple of times. He had 20-odd touches on the G last week. So I think he'll just slide into that replacement of Malera. But Malera's last month pre-bye and post-bye has been exceptional. I think there's always been raps about what his footy can do, but he's just been able to get continuity injury-free this season and misses with personal reasons today.
Well, the other dynamic that Pickett adds to Melbourne is he'll spend some time in the midfield, just watching him do some centre bounce work there with the other Melbourne midfielders, and he gives them probably something that they don't have, and that's speed at ground level. We saw it a couple of weeks ago when they did play Port Adelaide, his ability, particularly in the first half, to get on that loose ball around the scramble and the stoppage scenario was absolutely outstanding.
There are 4 teams in the premiership window at the moment in terms of being top 6 for offence and top 6 for defence, or defence if people get upset with that. Depending on, historically it tells us, or history tells us, that you need to be top 6 for both to win a flag. So Hawthorn, Collingwood, Geelong and Adelaide are those 4 teams. Mick Malthouse, who I work with a lot, is a little bit concerned, and he passed on his concerns free of charge to Scotty Burns, the Adelaide Crows assistant coach, that they're maybe not defensive enough. And with the amount of tools they have in their forward line, the ball can bounce out of there a little too quickly. Is that a concern that you, Ebony and Josh, share at the moment with the Adelaide Crows?
I think it's statistically, and we've probably seen, I guess teams are able to rebound quite quick on them. And it's probably the forward pressure. I mean, Lockie Murphy has been renowned as that pressure play, but what does he do other than that? I mean, he's been in and out of... But you've seen Jake Saligo play a little bit more of that pressure forward, but it's probably something they've lacked. I mean, they're playing 3 tools. Dan Curtin spent a bit of time up in the forward line in the first half of the season, but you could probably argue, the likes of Isaac Rankin and Joshua Shelley like offensively running, but you're going to have to tighten that up when the ball's flinging outside the defensive 50.
Well, interestingly enough, another stat. So I'm pulling stats out from everywhere. So another stat that Adelaide are ranked first at forward half pressure. So you go through some of the names, Rankin, Keys, Rochelle Saligo, Berry, Neil Bullen. Even though they've got the three tools in Thilthorpe, Walker and Fogarty, their forward half pressure is good. Yeah, well, it's the best in the competition. So, look, potentially what Mick's saying in terms of their ability to defend the whole ground, but those numbers, I guess, don't lie, and their forward half pressure's been really good.
That is a really positive stat. I must admit, Mick told us that he had that chat with Scotty Burns, and then a couple of weeks after, about 4 weeks after, I heard Matty Nick's pre-game saying, look, we've really focused on tightening up our defence and really trying to sort that out with the amount of tools they have in the forward line. I was like Leonardo DiCaprio with the meme. I thought, look, the message has got back.
It could be the forward third, though. Like, if we're talking about the forward and in terms of the statistics and the pressure acts, I think the pressure acts is everything rather than corralling, tackling, like everything else. So it's probably that third half where they get the offensive runners and defensively get hurt. But, I mean, statistically, if they're the best in the competition, stats don't lie.
That's
but
right.
You do see Isaac Rankin go for a run.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as you see him, going and pressuring oppos, I'm sure there are times when those high half forwards don't necessarily run as hard defensively up the ground than when they do. You see the likes
when they get hold of the footy.
Josh Dunkley, they're
fair.
running as hard as ever defensively, but that's what makes those players so special.
Yeah.
They're able to turn it over still, though, the Crows. Like, they're the best turnover team scoring off that. So, sometimes those stats measure up, but I think to Mick's point, Crows got the best percentage. You can only beat who you're playing.
Yeah.
Maybe they haven't had the tougher draw as the others, but they can only keep putting out what they're doing. I think they are the best defensive team since round 8.
And here's my man, Matty Samet, atop the, I think it's the cameraman gantry at the scoreboard end of the ground. So might take in a little bit of our favourite saxophonist lighting up the Adelaide Oval pre-game. That is Matty Samet, the newest addition to the game day experience here at the Adelaide Oval.
I reckon they've got to somehow incorporate the crowd in that.
Yeah.
Port Adelaide, they've got the flags going. They've got to somehow, because that's outstanding.
Yeah, Bleeding's gum, Murphy, the Adelaide version.
He is. He's a good man too. Just quickly on Melbourne. So Jake Lever comes back into the team along with Jacob Van Rooyen. So they stiffen up at both ends of the ground, albeit both are coming back in terms of from the VFL. So I must admit, I was very surprised to see Jake Lever omitted for last week, but he comes straight back in.
Well, particularly for one game.
Yeah,
I find that a little bit strange. Clearly, he was not doing something that the coach or the coaches wanted, so they sent him back, whether it was discipline, whatever it was, to find some form. But it's a little bit strange. You're flicking for 1 week and then bring him straight back in. But he should be playing AFL.
Well, I think
that's right, not to be.
I think they've found Daniel Turner, so trying to work out how that works and how that looks for the Melbourne Footy Club is maybe an issue as well.
And potentially matchups with the three tools for Adelaide is probably a must-play. Jake Lever.
Great point as always. Tom Wilson alongside myself, Ben Cameron, Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff, and Liz Walsh is between the benches. Liz.
Thank you, Ben, and hello from the picket fence where we have simply perfect winter footy conditions down here. Sun's poking through some white clouds. There's very little wind. We're expecting a top of 16. Currently, it's 14 degrees. As you mentioned, the crowd is definitely looking a little bit light on today, but it is continuing to build. A funny little thing I have to tell you about that did happen. Dee's assistant coach, Nathan Bassett, kind of forgot which team he's on today and headed straight to the Crows coach's box. He was turned around around with a smile on everyone's faces and has made his way to the right box, which is great. Meanwhile, the Demons have won the toss. They're going to be kicking to the southern Riverbank stand end of Adelaide Oval. I'll quickly look to the benches for you. And for Adelaide, Berry, Rochelle, Taylor and Neil Bullen are all starting on the bench, while late in Lockie Murphy goes in as the Crows' tactical sub. While for Melbourne, Salem, Tholstrup, Lindsay and Jefferson will all start on the bench. Harry Sharp, the Demons' tactical sub.
Thanks, Liz. Liz, great work down there. It's just a little bit overcast at the moment as well. Hopefully we don't get any rain throughout the afternoon. Anybody willing to take the D's today, or is everyone taking the Crows? No, I think we're all on the
box. I'd love to make a case for them. They can start well. They've got a great midfield, as Josh and Ebony touched on throughout. If they could somehow enter the 50 in the right manner.
Yeah, good call.
That little mix-up here, I reckon. So Alex Neil-Bullen's coming to the bench, Brody Smith starting the forward line. So maybe a little mishap with the interchange. Always love to see that on TV, but it looks even funnier in real life.
Yeah. And from Melbourne's perspective, Cozzy Pickett starting on ball and Max Michaelani for the Crows down back.
Interesting.
They have been a bogey side for the Adelaide Crows. They've won their last 4 against them. It's the Crows and the Demons, and you're with Tom Wilson on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Another big job for Rob against Max Gawn. Knocks it down. Saligo there with Oliver. Pickett gets it cleanly. Petrarca to Oliver to Pickett. A good start for Melbourne, looking for the target. Just too much on it. And intercepted there by Hinge over the top of the head of Fritsch. That with the challenge for them today, Melbourne. Great centre clearance work there. Couldn't quite find the target. Kicking out towards Smith on the wing. Potentially, he's playing a little bit up the ground for Adelaide. He's got it on the wing now, Smith, after a handball from Peatling. Kicks long down the line, looking for Taylor Walker against his old teammate Lever. Manages to gather, chucks it on the left boot, but just wasn't quite in sync with Thilthorpe, and Stephen May takes the intercept mark. The umpire said play on, so he turned it over quickly, got it to Dawson, who went back inside the 50 for Adelaide. Chandler's under pressure to Viney, who rides the tackle. Handballs out towards Van Rooyen, under pressure at centre-half forward for Adelaide. Turnover, Neil Bullen, the former D, goes inside the forward 50 for Fogarty.
Well, we saw it's a pretty hot start, as you can imagine, in a game like this, but just a couple of ground ball fumbles there for Melbourne. Cozzy Pickett here. I think Stephen May must have dropped the mark.
I think it was touched.
Oh, it was touched off the boot, was it? And another fumble on centre wing there for Melbourne, which allowed the turnover and the connect inside forward 50 to Fogarty. Good play, Adelaide.
So it's going to take a kick from about 50 on a 45-degree angle. Most accurate man in the competition is Darcy Fogarty. Unloads. The goal umpire works his way to his right, so just pushed it across the face of goal to the left. Minor score, Adelaide, they get the first. A minute and a half into this game here at Adelaide Oval.
He was never kicking it after you said that, Tom. And
commentator's curse.
Yeah, only 1 goal in his last 3 games as well. As May goes to Langford, kicks the D's up to the wing. Van Rooyen hands to it, and he'll get a free kick as well. Van Rooyen just backward of halfway, and he'll get a 50-metre penalty.
Yeah, I think that was against, by the looks of it, Neil Bullen running in that protected zone. Is it coming?
Coming, I think.
Coming it was, yes. My bad.
So Van Rooyen marched to about 70 out. Waits a kick to the pocket, looking for Petrarca. Got him. Marks 40 metres out, 45-degree angle, left half forward.
Just poor defence there from Adelaide. It was a slow play. It was a 50-metre penalty, and Petrarca able to take a lead-up mark. Should have had the mids and some of the wingers working back to help defensively and stand in that leading lane of Petrarca.
Of the 3 Brownlow votes the last time these two teams met. 29 disposals and a goal on that occasion. Brotts past the digits of 50. Puts his laces through it from 45 for the first of the afternoon. He tugs it left. That is maybe an Achilles heel in his game. 1 behind apiece. We'll play 3 minutes. Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Coming out of defence for Adelaide is Keane. He goes long, straight in the middle of the centre square, and Dawson, he does that so well. Climbs over the top and takes a contested mark, moves quickly on the left, but your man Turner takes a nice intercept mark for Melbourne, just in front of Taylor Walker, and chips it back to Stephen May at full back. Going out wide to left half back and finds Langdon. He's going to switch it back again. So the D's are trying to control the footy.
Yeah, looks that way, doesn't it, Tom?
which you talked about in the pre-game.
What was your stat, Josh, about the marks they take in a game and going on to win? Kick up to the wing here, loose footy. Onto it quickly, Pickett, handball knocked down. Cumming gets it for the Crows, dribbles a kick forward, chopped off by Viney. Back flank for the D's, gives it off to Langdon, who moves it on to Sparrow. Back home in South Australia, his kick to the wing. Can't find a target, close to the line. And eventually out of play, throw in right beneath the Max Bashir stand.
That stat was when they take 100 or more uncontested marks, they're 9-zip. 9 wins, 0 losses since 2024, so telling stat. But you can clearly see that their method is to maintain possession by foot.
O'Brien gets it down to Saligo. Clean clearance here to Dawson. Going inside the forward 50. One-on-one contest. Thilthorpe flies. Fists it away. Waiting for it at the bottom of the pack is the D's. The handball off to Lindsay. Kicks over the top. Looking for Fritsch on the wing. He's got Michael Annie as company, who gets a fist in there. Ball in dispute. Chandler gets the hands away to Bowie. Over the top again to Lindsay, and he's taken out over the boundary line. And we'll have a throw in 75 metres from Adelaide's goal. Let's go to Liz Walsh on the boundary.
I'm not quite sure what went wrong with the Crows benches down here. Neil Bullen was absolutely named to start on the bench, but as soon as the game started, the trainer held up the number 33, and Neil Bullen came on for Brodie Smith in the first 30 seconds of the game.
That is interesting. Clearance for Clayton Oliver. High kick up towards half forward here for the D's. Punched away there for the Crows, back into the middle of the ground by Worrell. Bouncing ball, it bobbles around. Going in Saligo on all fours. He's unable to extract it. And we'll get a ball up in the sunshine in the middle of the Adelaide Oval.
You'd have to say pretty messy start. A few skill execution errors. I mean, you see Taylor Walker and Riley Philthorpe, Darcy Fogarty missed that inside 50. Need some smalls at the ground.
O'Brien taps it down, trying to come through. Peatling leaves the ball behind and they pile on him. Ball comes out. Crows in possession. Saligo gets it from Dawson. Kicks to the wing. Rankin drops the mark. Recovers on the logo. Time to stop. Prop. He'll kick up to half forward. His kick is a good one. Fogarty marks on his chest. Has it attacking edge of the square. Bullets a pass into the pocket. Chopped off by May. Good intercept mark. D's back in possession.
In sync, the D's at the moment in defence. Over the top to Langdon. Handball from Sparrow to Langdon again. So he went the 1-2. Out of sight of the ground. Looking inboard, but his pass is too short there for Piggott. Intercepted by Saligo. He quicks quickly to right half forward. Philthorpe takes a bounce. Runs inside the forward 50. Centering ball looking for Keys, but intercepted again. Play on, says the umpire. Drop mark. Keys' soccer. Away to the left-hand side. Almost capitalised. Another minor score. Adelaide go to 2 behinds. Melbourne 1 behind. We're 6.5 minutes into this first quarter.
Bowie with the kick in, moves it to Disco Turner in the back pocket. He kicks up to the wing, and Riley O'Brien virtually unopposed. Marks just forward of the logo, which is a wide logo here at the Adelaide Oval. It's virtually on the boundary line. As O'Brien kicks up for Taylor Walker, it skids out right at the elbow of the 50 in the boundary line.
We can't execute any kicks here, but one matchup is interesting. Riley Philthorpe's in career best form, and Stephen May is one of the more experienced defenders of the competition. That's going to be a great matchup today.
Umpire hurls it back into play. Half forward for the Crows. O'Brien tapping it down, trying to get onto it quickly as Langford gets it out towards Oliver. Dribbles a kick forward. Fritsch. Clean hands away to Pickett. He's off and running through the logo.
Berry was chasing hard. He kicks towards the forward 50. 2-on-1 contest.
Poor kick from Pickett there. He put the afterburners on, but just kicked to no one.
Keane was able to intercept. Dangerous ball from Keane. Rivers over the top. He soccers for goal, but goes away to the right-hand side. So both teams have had opportunities from turnovers inside their forward 50. And we're locked away at 2 behinds apiece, 7 minutes gone.
One other thing I've been watching, I reckon Oliver's actually got the job on Dawson. Looks like he's actually got a tagging role. He's manning him up at stoppages and around the ground in general play. Oliver is definitely going to Dawson, so we'll keep an eye on that matchup.
Has done a little bit of that as Michael Laney moves it out wide to Thilthorpe, who turns it over half forward for the D's. Sparrow onto Langdon, kicks inside 50. Petrarca picks it up on the half volley, dispossessed, shovels it out at full forward for the D's. Chandler gets rid of it to Lindsay, to Fritsch. All handballs. Petrarca, the bull, fends off one, feeds the handball back to Rivers, off a step, eyes the sticks, finishes for the first of the afternoon. It goes to the visitors. 1-2-8 the Demons, the Crows 2 behinds. We've played 8.5 in the opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, just Melbourne's ability to keep flicking the hands around and find an exit in Trent Rivers coming off the half back was super impressive. But you'd have to say poor defence from the Adelaide Crows, not being able to lock that in. Christian Petrarca's strength really just to expose that fend off and find Trent Rivers. A pretty handy finish, I what you'd say 48 metres out. A little bit of a scrappy game to start from both teams.
Well, it was interesting as well. The entry inside forward 50 for the Demons initially, I think it was Petrarca was the target, but it actually hit the ground. And those little things when you're going inside forward 50, you've got to hit that target. Anyway, Melbourne were good enough to be able to keep possession of the footy. Adelaide unable to keep enough pressure on the ball, and a terrific finish there.
We talked about that strange moment early in the game. So Neil Bullen started on the bench and Smith ended up having to go up forward, and they made the quick substitution. So back in the middle of the ground, a fumble as we alluded to there, but the ball is heading in the direction of Adelaide. Dawson went that way, but intercepted there briefly by Melbourne, and the kick goes towards centre wing, and we'll have a boundary throw in front of the Melbourne bench.
Well, the other thing as well, looking at the numbers, Adelaide are giving Melbourne a chance to turn the footy over. At the moment, they're kicking at 38%, which is not good enough. Turn a couple over when they try to hit that short 45, so they will give you opportunities, the Crows.
Perhaps haven't shown up as they normally have so far. A great first half team, Adelaide. Riley O'Brien knocks it forward, gathered cleanly by Peatling. His handball over the top, gathered by Lindsay. It went straight back to Peatling, and it was a clever dribbling ball to Keys. He goes to full forward, but just not enough on it. That disposal efficiency intercepted again by Stephen May.
Goes with the outlet kick out towards the wing. Bouncing ball for Tolstrup. He's able to gather for the D's. Back feeds a handball. Back to Langdon, who retreats. A kick to Salem.
That's about 3-4 kicks in that inside 30 that Adelaide haven't been able to hit, and been a turnover from either Lever or May.
Salem kicks for Tolstrup, who juggles the mark just in play, right on the centre line, wide out, just inside the boundary line. Veers out to his right, plays on quickly, kicks up to half forward. Michaelani sliding in, ricochets off his knees, or Worrell it was rather. Spills out to Keane, who moves it on short to Cumming, pokes it over the top, and the mark taken by Saligo. Right on that centre line again, Max Bashir stand wing.
Kick short to Rochelle. Got the green teal boots on. Kicks towards the 50. Melbourne do have an extra number there. The mark dropped there, gathered quickly, turned around the corner. And again, as you alluded to there, Eb, a poor kick inside 50. So this one's taken by Lever, left forward, or left back pocket, I should say. He kicks out of defence. Flying high was Van Rooyen, roved at the front by McVie. Back to Viney, goes on that left foot, fisted down by Keane. Smith there, looks like he rode a high tackle, and he was taken high. He'll get a free kick. Right half forward for Adelaide, about 80 from goal.
Brodie Smith unleashes on one of his bullet-like kicks inside 50, turns it over.
Yeah, that's not the kick there, Ben.
What don't you like about it?
Well, the long high ball in is just set up for Lever and May to intercept, as they did on that occasion.
Those intercept markers of the D's defence doing their job early. Bowie fighting for it on the wing, scrapping for it. Langford gets it out to Gawn. Kick smothered. Ricochets to Neil Bullen. Rushes a kick inside 50. And Turner marks at fullback for the D's. They've taken a number of intercept marks early on. And now May can release. The Demons lead it by 6 points after 12 minutes.
McVie, dangerous ball to Viney, but he did well under a lot of pressure. Takes the mark at left half back.
You can definitely see Melbourne are trying to maintain possession.
So he kicks shorter down the line to Petrarca. Too much on it for him. Keane did well. Gets the handball over the top. The Crows with the 45 kick finds Rochelle. Saligo in the middle of the ground now for Adelaide. Quickly plays on. The kick's not perfect. It's a wobbling ball towards Fogarty, and the fist is in there. And running again is Rivers. Almost a 1-2 to himself. They've got the numbers here, Melbourne, if they keep moving. Rivers handballs to Salem to his advantage. Takes it on the bounce. Quick handball to Van Rooyen. 50 metres out. Sees Cozzy. Pickett in the pocket. Marks 25 metres out in a 45-degree angle.
Well, just looking at some of the numbers. So inside 50s.
Oh, and he's played on quickly and kicked it across the face on goal. I was looking up how many goals he's kicked this year, and a rash decision out of bounds on the full. Goodwin would be spewing with that.
You were snoozing on the mark, and he ran around.
I was going to say, too quick for you, Tom. That was excellent transition from Melbourne. Their ability to get the 1%er in the defensive 50 and get it inside 50.
Worrell with the clearing kick, punched down by Lever. Viney gets a handball that goes inside 50, but they fight after it, the Crows. Lindsay coughs it up, and now the Crows come away with it, but turn it over.
They look on, Melbourne.
Rivers gathers the footy, gives it off to Petrarca. Wide out, Melksham, centering ball, great kick. Langdon, it was like a heat-guided missile right onto the chest of Langdon. 35 out directly in front.
Well, what I was going to say before Cozzy played on and kicked it out on the full, the inside 50s, Adelaide have gone in 11 times for just the 2 points, and you can see that they're trying to go quick, and the temptation is when you go quick, you've got Phil Thorpe, Fogarty and Walker, the big fellas, to bring the ball to the ground. But at the moment, Melbourne are set up really well defensively, and May's having a real impact as well with 6 disposals to this point in the game.
Directly in front. He's not a big goal kicker. Ed Langdon. His drop punt is poor.
That's a poor miss.
Out to the left, and a real let-off for the Adelaide Crows, who are late arriving. 1-3-9 plays 2 behinds. The D's lead. We've played nearly a quarter hour in the opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Just an interesting stat as well. We talked about uncontested possessions from Melbourne. At the moment, they're plus 30 in uncontested ball, Melbourne, so definitely a different mode of playing.
Long kick out towards the wing. Oliver's on hands and knees for Melbourne. Handballs. Dispossessed. Keys grabs it. Got some support incoming. Kicks it out to space towards Fogarty at right half forward. He unloads with that beefing ball. Looking for Rankin. Takes a great contested mark on the chest in the right forward pocket.
That's a much better kick going inside 50. I mean, Darcy Fogarty's probably on the end of some low flat balls. He just put enough height on that for Isaac Rankin to be able to jump and launch at it.
The other thing as well, Emily, when you get so much speed on the ball, Melbourne's defence couldn't get back to air assist. So you get a one-on-one with Rankin v his direct opponent, and as you said, he was good enough to take a terrific contested mark in the end.
They're playing a lot more midfield this season, but 17 goals from 15 games. Is going to take a kick 20 metres out, 45-degree angle right in front of the scoreboard. Isaac Rankin puts the Crows on the board. They get there first, certainly against the flow. 1-2-8. Melbourne are 1-3-9, leading by a point. The D's, the visitors, we're halfway through this first quarter for ABC Sport.
Well, it's interesting as well, just looking at some of the other numbers. If we're looking at kicks and handball ratios, so Melbourne at the moment have had 41 kicks, 36 handballs. So instead of dump kicking, they're looking to use their hands, definitely, and more so out of the scramble situations, whereas Adelaide at the moment are 38 kicks and 12 handballs. So looking to kick the ball more, but also I reckon that's a bit indicative of the pressure that Melbourne have been applying. But really good, as you said, transition there from Adelaide from their D50 into their 450 to be able to create that one-on-one with Rankin, and he was good enough to finish, to kick Adelaide first.
11-point swing as well from the Langdon miss.
They're the coach killers, aren't they? Miss from 20 out directly in front, they kill you. Absolutely kill you in terms of scoreboard plus flow of the game.
You're the former coach who's lived it, as Riley O'Brien wins the tap back in the middle. Cozzy Pickett swoops onto it, gives it to Oliver, rushes a kick to half forward for the D's. Swatted away by Worrell, bouncing ball. Berry gathers, gives it to Michaelani, kicks out wide, trying to get it to Rochelle. Right there with him, Judd McVie, and it sits up for him. He goes and picks it up. D's ball, handball to Langdon, out wide. Tolstrup tripped up, taken down in the tackle, taken high. Free kick to the Demons, wide out, half forward, as they attack the Malcolm Blight statue end of the ground in the opening term, the Riverbank stand end.
Tell you what, the contest from McVie on Rochelle was outstanding, wasn't it? Kept his feet and got a second bite at it.
Tolstrup's going to kick this to the top of the goal square. Mark this, Max Gawn. It was fisted down. Gathering at the front of the pack. Overrunning was Rankin. Puts his teammates under pressure. Melksham went in there, was tackled. So too Worrell, who's just outside of that pack. But it was Neil Bullen, the former D, who was tackled to the ground.
Ball up here, 20 out in front of their goal. Watch out for Cozzy Pickett.
So Gawn knocks it down. It was Cozzy Pickett. Just worried out of it in the end. Keane handballs back to Neil Bullen. Got the experience there and feigned a handball and just ran it over for a rush behind minus score. Melbourne 1-4-10, Adelaide 1-2-8. Almost 18 minutes gone first term.
Close finish between Sydney and Fremantle. Swans lead by 7 points. Midway through the fourth there. Worrell, thumping kick right into the middle of the ground, looking for Dawson, who has it. Just bodies Rivers, protects the drop, takes the mark. Now he wants to go, the Crows skipper. Waits a kick. It's a good one too. Keys brave. Riders Turner closed. Attacking point of the square. Just in the shadows of the western side of the ground. Kicks for Walker in the pocket. Too strong for Salem. Well,
What happened there, Ben, was Turner came forward to try to impact. Walker bolted forward and ended up with a one-on-one mismatch, v Salem. And I'm not sure who kicked the footy inside. Keys. That was an outstanding. Identified the mismatch, kicked it to his advantage, and Walker was able to outbody Salem and take almost an uncontested mark in the end.
Very tight in the left forward pocket. Can his old legs curl it through? You bet they can. It's Walker, and the Crows are up and running. 2-2-14 plays 1-4-10, 19 minutes into the opening term. Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff.
Well, that's 2 kick-ins that Adelaide Crows have done to Jordan Dawson on this closer wing to us. His aerial this year, as much as in career best form, and they're talking about he might be up there with the Brownlow, I think his aerial this season has gone to another level, and that's a clear play from Adelaide. You've got Mark Keane and Josh Worrell who can kick the ball 60, 70 metres on the flight. That's 2 times they've earned get inside 50 from a kick-in.
First lead of the day for the Adelaide Crows. Melbourne kicked the first, Adelaide with the next 2. Shannon from Adelaide on the SMS. Hoping Adelaide has a bit more of a challenge this week. That last week's game, that was so boring. Go the Crows. Sick of success.
They're getting a contest today, that's for sure. I think Melbourne would be ruining that they're not in front, actually. The last 2 goals to the Crows. In the middle of the ground, Max Gawn gathers and takes his own footy, kicks inside onto the lead. Perfectly placed, and the umpire has paid the mark to Melksham. Held it long enough, he says. He'll have a shot 35 metres out, a slight angle to the right.
Well, that's the advantage of having a Max Gawn in the ruck. He competes for the actual ruck contest and then his ground level work to follow up. And he actually had full face of goal. He could have kept running, almost had a bounce and had a ping himself, but a terrific mark there. All sorts of heat on. Took a really terrific contested mark there.
Coming off an unbelievable game last week, Jake Melksham.
Yeah, he was outstanding.
So, can he capitalise? And you can hear the roars of the crowd. He can't. Away to the right. That's 2 seriously easier opportunities there for the Melbourne Demons, and the Crows play on quickly out of defence. They lead by 3 points.
Oh, this is really going to hurt them. Viney wins it back on the wing, gives it to Oliver. It's been the same old story for a long time as Langford sends a driving ball to full forward for the D's. Punched away by Brodie Smith towards the last line. We're all pretty content. He stops on the line and then walks it through. Insufficient intent or deliberate. He was on the last line. He did have a chance to get rid of the ball, and then he elected not to. Waited for the pressure in Jefferson and then walked it over. Now, we have heard Ray Chamberlain speak about this on our broadcast, and if you have had prior opportunity, they will adjudicate it as such.
That's just silly from Worrell. You've got to get rid of it there. How many times have we seen this year they've given free kicks away?
Jefferson on the snap. He misses the lot.
Why wouldn't that be pointing directly in front of goal? The kick, obviously where it crosses the line.
Where it crosses the line.
Well, they got away with one there, Adelaide.
The players do need to be aware of that, because they just assume that if the pressure comes, they can rush it over, but not if you've had prior opportunity.
100%, yeah. I've seen it. You've said, a couple of times that you kind of go, what are you doing?
So Brodie Smith in the back pocket. Kicks it out looking for Dawson. Went over the top of his head. Pump back inside the forward 50 from Melbourne. Smith's there to spoil. They work it back to Keane. His short kick to Peatland's probably not the distance, but he's got time. Flat ball towards centre wing. Doesn't quite carry to Rankin. He's got Gawn for company. Dan Curtin overruns it, giving Turner time to get it to Langdon. Snaps around the body towards left half forward. Sitting under it nicely there was Rory Laird. Takes intercept mark at right half back.
3-time club champion. Rory Laird kicks up to the wing, looking for a contest. Fogarty offers one, doesn't come down with the footy, chopping of the arms. He'll get the free kick. Right beneath the Max Bashir stand on the eastern side of the ground. Pokes his kick infield for Dawson.
This is the play where they've got to think their way through it rather than just bombing it long.
Gives it back to Fogarty, who doesn't heed that advice. Kicks long inside 50. Punched away by McVie. Into the pocket. They're out after it. Trying coming right forward pocket. Eddie Betts' pocket at the Adelaide Oval. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Crows by 3 points, 23 into the first.
Probably there the ball movement was quick enough that they couldn't get back for aerial support there on that occasion, Melbourne. But again, just some method going inside 50 to take out the advantage of a Lever and a May from Adelaide's perspective.
Boundary throw in. Dawn tried to knock it down. It was gathered by Fogarty, who went the don't argue, a sweeping handball to full forward.
Give us a spell.
Now the crowd calling for deliberate there, but May was next to Walker as he knocked it through in the end. He spoiled it through, exactly.
What are they doing?
I love the crowd.
That's good.
Short kick in from May.
Still going.
Yeah, to Chandler. He kicks laterally to the pocket. Rivers crosses the defensive arc for the D's. Shorts it to Clayton Oliver.
I actually quite like this play from Melbourne.
Early.
Resist the temptation to go down the line and keep shifting the defence by changing the angle of the kick. Good play, Melbourne.
Oliver goes back to May and they try and complete the switch onto Salem, who moves it onto Gawn. Less density now on this western side of the ground if they can move their way through it. Gawn doesn't immediately, and the Crows just slide across. So he loops a handball. Salem takes a defensive point of the square. Forward handball to Lindsay. He'll go back to Salem. Now he goes back out the eastern side of the ground. Mark taken by Turner. Goes for a little gallop. Backward of the logo. Steps inside his man. Shanks a kick towards 50. And Smith will mop it up there for the Crows back in possession.
So Butts handballs back to Berry, looking for a target out wide. Oh, that was a strong grab from Curtin. We haven't called him much, but he's making it his trademark. Those one-on-one contests, good contested mark there from the young gun. Pumps it up towards left half forward. Coming across the front of the pack, though, is Max Gawn. The defence of the D's has been reading the play of the Crows a lot going forward. Plenty intercept marks, so he's going to wind all the way back, almost the fullback to Trent Rivers. And he's directing traffic as he runs. Goes short to Sparrow. He had Hinch for company who made him earn it, but he marks it right half back.
Sparrow just chips it over the top, gets it on to Langford. He pokes it on to Lindsay. They're two young stars, the Lark medalist and the Morrish medalist. Best player in the carnival and in the underage comp in Victoria. The kick up to half forward. Petrarca can't mark. Crows everywhere. Laird gives it to Worrell, who flicks a handball over the top. And now Dawson. Handballs through the corridor to Hinge. Back to Dawson. They bring it towards the wing. Dawson will kick around the wing. Close to the boundary line for a Shelley. Hands to it. Now to play off his hands. Throw in between wing and half forward for the Crows. Crows by 4 points, 25 minutes into the first.
Dawson having an influence in this game, already up to 9 disposals.
I was going to say, I think his kicking efficiency hasn't been up, and it's at 32%.
Yeah.
Sometimes he has a tendency just to get it forward, and he's got a little pressure on him. He just needs to find a target.
O'Brien knocked that down towards Peatling. Berry's there. He's got Pickett as company, who just did enough as he kicked it to force him to kick it out of bounds on the full.
You'd have to be a nervous player when you got Cozzy Pickett on the back of you.
He'd do very well in the grand final sprint, no doubt. Cozzy Pickett at right half back for the D's. Kicks it down the wing. Gawn in the front spot. It's fisted down, though. Gathered by Peatling, who is reading the taps and the spoils very well. Hinge's kick was partially smothered by Lindsay, but he got a knock on towards Chandler. Over the top. Langdon in the middle of the ground. There's time. Petrarca marks. 45 metres out at centre half forward, directly in front.
Red time goal would be a killer.
Well, you talk about in the context of the game and this quarter, this is a massive kick. They missed, 2 easy set shots. Langdon missed one, I think. Petrarca another one. Even Pickett kicked one out in the full. So just to settle the nerves, because sometimes when you keep missing, it just sets a really bad tone and adds layers of pressure to the next kick. So it's really important Petrarca goes back and nails this with a major.
It's been a short quarter. We're not even in the 27-minute mark. But only 3 goals. Can this be a fourth and a real momentum builder for Melbourne? Christian Petrarca, the superstar, touches the paint of 50. Sets sail for home. No good. Away to the left-hand side, and he's cursing himself, Christian.
Well, he's missed 2. He's got 2 points, yep. So an easy one and to Petrarca and Langford. So missed opportunity. You'd have to say, as a Melbourne coach and Simon Good would have to be pretty happy with that first quarter.
It's their inaccuracy in front of goal, which is, it's like the definition of insanity. The same thing over and over and expecting a different result. They struggle going inside 50. They struggle converting when they get their chances.
Well, I'll tell you what, Simon Goodwin, he would be really happy with the way that Melbourne performed that quarter, but I reckon deep down he'd be seething that they missed those easy shots. They kill you.
Your old mentor in Mark Choco Williams, he's the kick doctor. He'll be down there trying to hand out some doctorates. There wouldn't be too many in the Melbourne team the way they're kicking at the moment.
No.
Unfortunately, so Adelaide lead by 3 points. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
They have been a bogey side for the Adelaide Crows. They've won their last 4 against them. It's the Crows and the Demons. The Bull fends off one, feeds the handball back to Rivers, off a step, eyes the sticks, finishes for the first of the afternoon. It goes to the visitors.
Kicks it out to space towards Fogarty at right half forward. He unloads with that beefing ball, looking for Rankin. Takes a great contested mark on the chest in the right forward pocket. 20 metres out, 45-degree angle right in front of the scoreboard. Isaac Rankin puts the Crows on the board. They get there first, certainly against the flow.
Now he wants to go, the Crows skipper. Waits a kick. It's a good one too. Keys brave. Just in the shadows of the western side of the ground. Kicks for Walker in the pocket. Too strong for Salem. Very tight in the left forward pocket. Can his old legs curl it through? You bet they can. It's Walker, and the Crows are up and running.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
You heard all of the goal kickers there. Trent Rivers for Melbourne, Rankin and Walker for the Adelaide Crows. The home side leading by 3 points here at the Adelaide Oval. Sunday Footy on ABC Sport, round 17. Fremantle and Sydney. It is a 5-point game the way of the Swans with under 2 minutes to go. So a grandstand finish in that match. We'll keep you updated with the final result as we move through. But our experts, Josh Franco, twice top 3 in the Brownlow medal. It's a good record. And Ebony Marinoff, the 7-time, 3-time, 3-time, 1-time to break it all down for you.
I do have to say, we're going to have to get into Aaron because he's never told me that statistics of a top 3 in a Brownlow. So there you go, Josh.
Did you start preparing a speech, Josh? You did, didn't you?
Come on.
You had one in the pocket.
No way. No,
I like that stat.
I was ineligible that year anyway, so no.
But no, in all seriousness, I think it was a hot start. You'd have to say the first 10 minutes of the game, poor execution from both teams. It was almost a little bit of table toss, slingshot football. No one could hit a target. Melbourne's pressure has been good. They've been in more control. You'd have to say, Josh, they're probably going to hit your 100 mark. So we all went Crows, but that's an interesting one. But Adelaide Crows going forward, I mean, when you've got the likes of May and Lever really controlling that back line as well as Gawn coming back and protecting in that, middle up corridor, you're going to have to find more ways to goal rather than just a quick kick because they're just going to chop it off.
Absolutely. And the contrast that we've seen in Melbourne this week compared to a couple of weeks ago is the uncontested game. And looking at some of the numbers, contested ball, the ground ball gets, the clearances are all pretty even. As you would probably expect, Adelaide a good contested ball-winning side as well, but the uncontested possession, which is made up generally of marks, it's 78 to 43 in favour of the Demons. So they've had 34 marks at quarter time. So they're on track for 136, which is unlike the way that we've seen them play in recent weeks. So they've definitely come into this game with a different mode of wanting to move the footy a little bit slower, maintain possession rather than just blast and hack the ball forward and dump kick the ball forward. And they've actually been quite effective. They've just missed some opportunities as they've gone inside forward 50 and some really poor opportunities in front of goal, which they'd like to have their time back and obviously convert them into 6 points rather than just the minor score. But from Adelaide's perspective, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Ebony, is that their method going inside forward 50, they've got to get their balance right between going quick. We saw one opportunity where they transitioned it from their D50 to their forward 50. They got a one-on-one, Rankin v his direct opponent, took the mark, kicked the goal. Other times they've gone quick. Melbourne have been able to get numbers back, particularly May, who's been quite influential and aerially helped their defence out. So it's getting more bang for buck as Adelaide enter their forward 50 is probably on the agenda at quarter time for Matthew Nicks.
Yeah, it seems to be something that they'll need to sort out. I mean, people get very upset when we speak about lowering your eyes, but changing from looking very deep inside 50 and high and long to what's right in front of you, short, to avoid those intercept markers.
Yeah. Even the method with Dawson we spoke about a couple of times, but you know, if you're a good coach or a good team, good system, you pinch that off. I mean, Dawson's been tagged numerous of times this year. If you're seeing that's kind of a play that they've been doing, that's going to be cut off by the second quarter.
Absolutely.
Who gets upset?
Some people on the SMS line. So the second quarter about to get underway. Adelaide leading by 3 points. So Brian and Gawn. Brian reaches over him, taps it down to Saligo, dispossessed there by Oliver, then turns tackler Clayton. And a secondary ball up outside of the bullseye. No, a high free kick picked out. So Jake Saligo with the free kick. He'll set it up inside 50. A high ball going in. Thilthorpe trying to contest it. Knocks it away towards centre-half forward. Berry coming through. Pinched there by Oliver. Handball knocked down. Back into the mark. Pickett. Handball for Petrarca. These extract the footy out into the open. Sparrow running laterally. Kicking further laterally and finding a target in Jefferson up on the wing. These ball on the eastern side of the ground.
Had enough on it to find Salem, so they work their way back to centre-half back. May.
Can I just say that play from stoppage was outstanding from Melbourne. They used hands instead of dump kicking it forward. Now they retain possession and are looking to move the ball forward.
I just noticed as well in that kick that went high again inside 50, Thilthorpe contesting. That might be another point.
Yep.
Make sure you contest if it goes in long and high. Get it to ground.
Absolutely.
At least halve it.
So Lever to Langdon. Almost back where we started, defensive side of centre wing on the outer side of the ground.
Yeah, there comes a point where you've got to penetrate the game and go forward. At the moment, they're just racking up the numbers there. Fantasy points going lateral.
Lever takes your advice, Josh. Kicks towards right half forward, and Sparrow takes a nice mark. Quick kick to Petrarca, looking for Pickett. He wasn't sure if he was having a shot or going for Pickett, and it did neither.
That's the cream on the cake.
Kick.
That's the cherry on top they just can't get right.
Oh, dangerous kick in, broken up there by Langford. Spills to Pickett this time. He snaps it through the major opening. It puts the cream on the cake.
He did.
Finally for the D's. And we have a second lead change in this game. The Melbourne Demons by 4 points. 2-7-19 plays 2-3-15. 2 minutes into the second. Ebony Marinoff and Josh Franco.
As good as Mark Keane is and how good he is aerially and how many times he protects, there's so many times where you just hit that 20 to 30 metre kick, trying to come out your defensive 50-30, and you've got to be able to hit it. Cosy Pickett, too good there.
Yeah.
But if you're going to hit those kicks, you have to hit them. Like, it can't just be a 80-20, like it has to be 100% on, because you've got these small forwards that are going to counteract, and they're going to hunt that ball and try and close it down.
I think icing is more common on the top of the cake is what I was trying to get to as well, but
Sorry, mate.
You got there.
Same thing.
Maybe the cat got the cream this time. It was a 7-point play for Melbourne in the end. Back in the middle of the ground on his hands and knees is Saligo. Does that well. Kicks towards centre-half forward. Lever with the double fist got himself in front of the contest, but Rankin gathered that spoil, kicking up towards Thilthorpe. May, clever.
He's played well.
He really has.
10th disposal.
So he forced Thilthorpe under the footy. He's a hard man to move, but May read it best, taking the intercept mark. He goes on his left foot, kicking towards centre wing. Members side over the top is Keane, gathered by Hinch, who's immediately wrapped up by Max Gawn. I think you said earlier, Josh, they've come to play their on, aren't they?
Absolutely. Yeah, the pressure around the ball, as we would expect from Melbourne, is always pretty good, but they're definitely on at the moment because they're winning first possession all over the ground.
Gone down to Viney, to Oliver.
Good hands.
Quick hands to Rivers. Now Salem's got time on his left foot, and he finds Van Rooyen.
Van Rooyen,
Forward
of halfway, 50-metre penalty.
That was there. He knows it too. He's arguing his case, Rankin, with the umpire, but it was Michael Annie. He was originally on the mark. He stepped off. Rankin came in from the side through the protected zone, and that's a bad blue, Isaac.
He cannot do that.
No.
Just on the intercept marks from Melbourne, so between May, Turner and Lever, they have 7 between them. Adelaide only have 5 for the game.
Yeah, there you go.
So
yep.
They are just racking them up at the moment.
Well, the temptation as well from Adelaide, because you got those big tall timber forward, is to kick long, but it's not working.
They've been wasteful, the D's. 20 out, slight angle. Van Rooyen isn't. And the D's lead by 10 points. 3-7-25 plays 2-3-15. They are on the Demons. Before Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff, Liz Walsh.
I'm keeping a really close eye on Melbourne's Jake Bowie down here. He spent a bit of time on the physio mat at the start of this quarter, having like a lot of his lower back and into his hip really worked on by the trainer. So I'll keep a close eye on that one.
Well, it's interesting as well, just looking at some of the numbers again. You talked about Stephen May. He's had 7 marks already, and probably in fairness, a couple of those are probably where they've chipped back and forth in their defensive half of the ground, but he's playing it superbly at the moment. And Adelaide look a little bit at sea in terms of whether they go quick and kick it long, do they go short and try to maintain a bit of possession and get a better connection inside forward 50. But at the moment for Melbourne, their back 6 is holding up really strongly.
3 intercept marks for Stephen May, along with those 7 marks.
Yep.
And statistically looking, Melbourne have got 53 handballs to Adelaide's 25, so they're using the ball differently and it's working.
So a free kick to Peatling at the centre bounce. He kicks a very high one, but might work to the favour of Neil Bullen. But Rivers did well to get a fist in there. Got it down to Viney. The Pickett handball was errant and it was intercepted, but the kick inside the 50 was worse. Turner intercepted that easily. His kick out of defence, out towards right half back in Sparrow, was fisted out over the boundary line.
And Ebony, to your point as well, I reckon a lot of their hands are coming from the stoppage.
Yep.
They're sort of quick shifting the angles by hand rather than
quick kicking.
Yeah, traditionally they'll just dump kick it forward. The Olivers and Petrarcas, but they're definitely going into this game trying to use it by hands more from stoppage and exiting cleaner.
You can make that 8 intercept marks from those 3 Melbourne key defenders, and I think they've all come inside D50 as Pickett gets a lucky free kick as he shanked a kick back inside defensive 50.
They dodged a bullet then, I reckon, Melbourne.
Hayes was about to pick it up and look at a pretty vacant 50 instead. Pickett's free kick and he chips it short to Salem. So they go into that kick mark game again here, the D's.
They must have read that stat as well.
Clearly well drilled this week, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. They're going for 100 marks. Definitely they win the game.
Well, they're at 55 and we're, 6 minutes into the second quarter. So, Josh, you're enjoying this stick, aren't you?
Yeah. They're going for 200 at this rate. At least about 150 is Salem. Looks further afield, up towards Jefferson. Good mitts, takes the mark. 55 out, looks into the pocket. Van Rooyen got it.
Tell you what, that's textbook, Melbourne. Textbook bit of play.
You talk about using the hands around the contest and things like that. Because they're allowing that extra little bit of time for their forward to, I guess, do their craft against their defender, they're actually getting a metre off Adelaide's backline. And that's where they're so strong, where they come across. Like, they're playing to Adelaide's strengths. They're killing them.
Those 40 metres out, he's going to go the snap. It's a long way out to snap from. The mark set 3 metres in from the boundary line. Left forward pocket. Van Rooyen curls it through.
Wow.
They couldn't score, now they can't miss. He's got a couple. And the Demons lead by 16 points. 17 and a half minutes into the second. 4-7-31 plays 2-3-15. Josh Franco, Ebony Marinoff.
Well, if you're Adelaide Crows, you're only 8. The 8 clearances, Melbourne, 8 clearances, Crows. But the damage that Melbourne's doing around that stoppage to build the ball up and bring it to the advantage of Melbourne's forward line, that's how they're getting their goals, because they're getting clear marks. It's not fast play. They're actually giving their forwards opportunity to have a set shot, get into routine.
And I think the other thing as well to that, and as you said, their hands are so good around the scramble, then their vision to find a mark rather than blasting it forward has been outstanding. And I think from Adelaide's perspective, defending that would be really frustrating, and they can't get the game at all on their terms at the moment, Adelaide. They've got to find a way to get the ball back off Melbourne when they're going into that kick mark style of play.
3 goals to start the second quarter. A huge tackle from Viney. It's trademark stuff on coming.
Maybe it is giving them a bit of their own medicine and try to maintain possession of the footy rather than going quick and kicking long, because that's clearly not working.
So Gawn with the hit out.
Oh, wow.
Beautifully done. To Langford inside the forward 50, had too much on that, and Melksham is going to win the free kick.
That was high, that was there.
He had too much on it, and Worrell was following his opponent in Melksham and then just ran over and took him high. So he's going to have a shot 40 metres out, just slightly to the left.
Well, I'm looking at Worrell's body language and he looks frustrated by that, but again, that was there. It was high, and it was quick play from the kick forward, puts the defenders under the pump, which it did on that occasion, and
on the back
free
foot,
kick.
so they're running, behind. They're not where they want it. They're not, back shoulder, half a shoulder in front.
Big kick this one in terms of the margin, isn't it?
He is. Missed an easy one earlier. 40 metres out.
Now they're
He's
coming.
readjusted. He sights Jake Melksham. And the D's have got 4 on the bounce. They kick out to a 22-point margin, 5-7-37. Adelaide 2-3-15.
I'll give you some numbers. So it's 14 minutes and 15 seconds of actual game time left in this quarter. So we're nearly, 5 minutes and 45 seconds of actual game time. Disposals. Adelaide have had 5 disposals this quarter. Melbourne have had 33, and 18 of them have been marks. Inside 50s, 4-3. But Adelaide, one, can't get their hands on the footy. And in terms of uncontested possessions, it's 24 zip. And that's where they're hurting Adelaide at the moment. They're just really dissecting them, tearing them apart and ripping them apart in terms of the method, the way that they want to move the ball. It's a clinic at the moment for the D's, and Adelaide need to somehow get the ball back off Melbourne and not allow them to get the game on their terms, which they have at the moment.
Last 4 goals of the game. Gorn tapping it down towards Pickett. Oliver somehow gets a handball out. Petrarca goes and wins it. Loops a handball over the top. Cumming makes it his. Adelaide ball again. Off to Keys. Tumbles a kick towards Walker. Lever right there with him. The 2 old teammates. Rivers arrives in support. Off to Oliver to Lever. Back flank for the D's.
Well played. Again.
Langford just chips it. Or Langdon rather. Takes his time. Chips it to Oliver. He sweeps a handball back to Langdon, and then he waits a kick for Lindsay. And they are just picking the Crows apart at the moment.
Rivers marks on the logo. Thought about the switch. Instead, finds Petrarca, who is working hard at right half forward. Plays on quickly. This is a high ball deep into the forward line. Flying! Cosy Pickett! What a grab!
Goodness.
He was 4 deep. Got so high, he marked it on his chest, Josh Franco.
That was unbelievable.
And there's Max Gordon and Riley O'Brien down there, the 2 tallest players on the ground.
I got a bit carried away then
whistle.
too, just quietly.
Ashley Sampi with a pack.
Tell you what, he's got to finish it though. He missed an absolute harrow in the first.
Runs around on the left. Cosy Pickett completes the set. And he's got his second after one of the marks of the year. The D's have kicked 5 on the trot in his second term. They're running away with it.
That's as impressive as it gets. But just looking at the statistics, Cosy Pickett's had 11 touches, 2 goals. Isaac Rankin's had 3 touches and he's kicked a goal. And the top 10 disposal getters are all Melbourne, bar Jordan Dawson. So that's a clear message of Melbourne are getting their hands on the football. And that's why they're in front, because their stoppage game has been brilliant. Their ability to use the hands and their calmness around stoppage has been so impressive, and they have this game on absolutely all their terms.
And they do, and it was set up there from, I think you called it Langdon, just his ability not to just bang it forward to a contest. He just had real composure with ball in hand. He changed the angles, found a mark, and then they were able to set up their entry inside forward 50 off the back of that. It was, again, really good play from the Demons, really composed and thought their way through it.
Only lost 1 second term all year, the Adelaide Crows, and currently down 5 goals to zip.
Tell you what,
second quarter today.
Other sides will be watching this as well, no doubt, how you pick apart Adelaide and get the game on your terms and deny their game.
Both second rucks in the middle. Van Rooyen tapping it down for Viney. Squeezes a short kick. Pickett again. Flying through a pack. Nearly takes another high chest mark. Chandler gets it. Kicks inside 50. Punched away from Jefferson by Keane. Spills to Fritsch in the long sleeves. Ford holding the ball.
That could be 50 as well. No, it's not going to pay it.
So the Irishman, Keane.
Well, 48-7 possessions. 48-7.
Excuse me?
Adelaide have only touched the ball 7 times this quarter.
We have played 12 and a half minutes and their 8th disposal is about to come up. Melbourne have 48.
It's extraordinary.
That is unbelievable.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Clever from Curtin. Can he spark them? He takes a bounce, runs towards 50, kicks to the space, perfectly placed for Isaac Rankin, who marks in the right forward pocket, 25 metres out on a difficult angle.
And just like a true forward, he's looking to pass off, but he's got zero intentions of passing that ball off Isaac Rankin. And you know what? Don't. Go back and nail the goal yourself.
And this is a moment, right? You've seen Cosy Pickett have his moments and shine. We're talking about the superstars of the game. This has to go through the big sticks from Isaac Rankin.
Will he go drop punt or checky?
I think he's going to go drop punt. So Melbourne have kicked 5 goals this quarter. The Crows have had 9 touches. Possession number 10, Isaac Rankin. They needed that, didn't they? And Rankin steps up with his second, their first of this second quarter to stop the Rock. Adelaide 3-3-21, Melbourne 6-7-43. We're halfway through this second quarter on Sunday Footy for ABC Sport.
Well, that was a terrific bit of play there from that man we spoke about pre-game, Curtin. Just the penetrating kick and the connect inside forward 50, because it had to be perfect because Melbourne defenders were streaming back to support. But you talk about star players standing up in big moments, and Isaac Rankin, we were sitting directly behind that kick and it did not deviate, gun barrel straight. Superb finish, Isaac.
Averages more goals against Melbourne than any other opposition, 2.3 against the D's. Looking at that, so 48 to 7 disposals.
Baffling,
they've nearly kicked as many goals as disposals the Crows have had in the opening 12 minutes of the second quarter. What does that come back to? Is that leadership? Is that setup? What is it?
Honestly,
all of the above. Yeah.
Melbourne just absolutely have this game all on their terms.
Thilthorpe winning the tap over Van Rooyen, and
probably to that point, Ben, in terms of the possession disparity, the tackle count is 6-2 Melbourne's way. So they're out tackling them, out muscling them, out pressuring them.
Nearly had more tackles than the Crows have had disposals in this second term. I don't know how that works. I don't understand how that's possible.
I don't think I've heard a bigger statistical anomaly than what
bizarre.
we just experienced in
9 minutes
those
of
first
actual
four
game time.
I'm baffled.
Another ball up in the middle. Van Rooyen slapping it down to Berry. The Crows trying to get grimy and dirty now.
Yeah, and they're suffocating them at the moment here. Just the tackle after tackle. And this is where they're dangerous, Melbourne. If they get their hands on the footy here, and then their hands like this is outstanding.
Tapping it down, Thilthorpe. Slick hands from Keys, but he turns it over. Lever. And now the D's are away. Lindsay to Van Rooyen on the logo. His kick just impacted by pressure. Turns it over. Brodie Smith back flank for the Crows.
Tell you what I didn't like is that Rochelle there, he took his eyes off the footy. Just the pressure of the game and the expectation of contact, and fumbled the ball.
So Worrell kicked it down towards left half forward, and May was able to fist that over the shoulder of Taylor Walker. So we'll have a throw in outer side, about 80 metres around from Adelaide's goal.
He's got that in his game a bit though, Rochelle. He's got to get it out of his game.
Oh, I'm a big Rochelle fan.
Yeah,
that's happened
likewise.
a couple of times
Yep.
last year, and was criticised on innumerable TV shows, etc.
Back in from the boundary throw in. Lindsay's at the bottom of the pack. He's got one high, but the umpire hasn't seen it. And he's down there holding his head, but we'll have a ball up.
I think the big, obviously, trend of the game is that when Melbourne go into the kick mark, Adelaide can't get the ball back off them. And that would be frustrating Matthew Nix and his coaching staff.
Especially being a great turnover team. So McVee's quick kick forward. Gathered by Smith, who fell. And Fritsch was able to tackle. Ball in dispute. Viney picked it up, went to go back to Sparrow, but he dropped the ball out over the boundary line. We'll have another throw in. True centre wing now out of sight of the ground. Melbourne lead by 22 points, 17 minutes gone in this second quarter.
Tom Wilson, Ben Cameron, Josh Franco, Ebony Marinoff and Liz Walsh bringing you all of the action from a sunny Adelaide Oval. Thilthorpe palming it down, Viney going out after it, Neil Bullen too. Two former teammates, premiership teammates. Viney picks it up, gets out a handball. Berry does well to keep it in. Crows back with the ball, steps a man. Now he kicks inside 50, looking for a target. May again. Intercept mark. You can make that intercept mark number. 1 second here. Intercept mark number 4 for Stephen May. And number 9 for the 3 key defenders for the D's. Melbourne by 22 points.
That's huge from Berry.
Yeah, big contest. Caused the intercept from the kick from Bowie, who's back out on the ground, which is good to see.
What's Thilthorpe doing there? Just watch the ball.
Thilthorpe just watched it go past him, and Berry's kick is slightly just off, and Viney gets a hand in there. The handball back towards the centre of the ground is dangerous. Underground one from Peatling to Saligo, who goes for goal. It's Rankin, in fact. How did I make that mistake? That's his third. So Rankin ran in at centre-half forward, got the intercept from an underground handball from Peatling, and he's pointing to his teammate. That was great work. Rankin's got 3, and that's the last 2 for the Crows. They creep their way back into the contest. 4-3-27 Melbourne, 6-7-43. Halfway through this second quarter, Liz Walsh on the boundary.
All has been very quiet on the benches down here this term, and the other thing that's been really quiet has been the crowd. Everyone kind of sitting around me is sort of staring at what's happening on the field with a look of disbelief on their faces. So that Rankin goal just then has finally livened them up a bit.
Well, what I really liked about that play, and you talk about how can Adelaide get themselves back in the game, when the ball's in dispute and it's bobbling around in the scrambled scenario, they've got to keep pressuring the ball. And eventually, if they can apply enough pressure, Melbourne, which they did on that occasion, just turn it over by hand and they're able to capitalise on the turnover Adelaide. So that's the blueprint to get Adelaide back in this contest. Just like that now.
Certainly the last 10 minutes have been better. Saligo with the clearance and a good kick for a leading Walker. He marks in stride. 40 out, as good as directly in front. And they are turning the tide, the Crows.
Well, they are, and what they've been able to do is deny Melbourne's ability to take an uncontested mark and get their ball movement off the back of that. They've kept the ball in the scramble. They've been able to apply pressure to the ball carrier, which is then, as we saw on that occasion, an uncharacteristic handballing error there from Petrarca to set up that turnover and ultimate shot on goal for Walker.
Boot to ball from 49. A reliable drop punt, usually. Not on this occasion, out to the right. Melbourne lead by 15 points, 21 minutes into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Crows with the last two after Melbourne kicked the first 5 of this second term.
Stephen May been very good for Melbourne today. The kicking duties on this occasion. Up towards Gawn on the centre wing. Fisted away and Fritsch lays a big tackle there on Hinch, and we'll have a ball up defensive side of centre wing.
I reckon the other thing as well, Melbourne, they can't go gun shy here. They've got to keep playing with that method of the way that they want to move the ball, particularly from this scenario, stoppages by hands.
Dawson hasn't touched the ball this quarter, so you're certainly right, Josh. Oliver's gone to him at most stoppages. 0 touches in the second quarter, so stay tuned on that one, because if you're Adelaide Crows, you need Jordan Dawson in the game.
So Lindsay under pressure and kicked it out of bounds on the full. His opposing number 20 Hinge kicks it down the line, and Turner, in his attempt to spoil, has given Dan Curtin a little corky there, and we'll have a boundary throw in right half forward for the Crows, about 80 metres around from their goal. They're trailing by 15 points. 21 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter for ABC Sport.
If you look at the last 10 minutes in terms of the numbers, it's much more even as the Crows just begin to level up in this second quarter. They're only -8 in terms of disposals, the Crows. The tackles are fairly even. Contested possessions, they're only -2. So just working their way back into it. Viney always with a head of steam, but he cuffs it up with a handball. Hinge quickly back the other way for the Crows. Kick inside 50. Rivers sticks out one arm. It works out. He gathers at ground level. Handball away to Langdon. Back flank. Kicks up to the wing.
This is the mark they've been looking for.
Yep. Sparrow takes it. It's backward of halfway. Kicks back to Rivers on the back flank. He'll switch it. A high switch to the opposite back flank and turn up. Melbourne by 15 points.
Got numbers on this side of the ground. Lever could have gone quicker to Langford, but instead we'll go back to Turner, left half back on the paint of the 50. Still plenty of time. We only had a 27-minute quarter for the first quarter. Almost 23 minutes gone. We've still got 7 minutes left.
The crowd a bit frustrated, I think, too, with this kick mark from Melbourne.
Frustrating the Crows. So Lever now goes long. Well gathered by Fritsch. His handball was just intercepted by Saligo. Went to Dawson. And he's wrapped up immediately on the corner of the centre square, Adelaide side of the ground. They trail by 15 points, 23 minutes gone.
Up it goes. O'Brien slapping it down for Saligo on the burst. It bounces back to Big Mac Scorn. Wrapped up. Where do you sit on the All-Australian ruck? Is it Gawn again this year? Is it Tristan Sherry? Is it someone else?
Can't go past Gawn, can you?
Yeah.
Good.
Gawn slapping it away. Bouncing ball for Neil Bullen. He's onto it. Right over the top of it. Doesn't even have the footy in the end.
The way I'd answer that, Ben, if I was picking a side, Gawn would be my number one ruckman.
Yeah. Got to take the crown off him.
Yeah.
O'Brien and Gawn go for a little waltz again. Slap down to Michaelani, the famous surname. High kick into the middle of the ground. High ball. Rivers can't trap it. It favours Walker. Adelaide ball, gives it off to the runner Saligo. Handball behind Keys. Centre half forward here for the Crows. Snaps it inside 50. Bouncing ball. They're onto it quickly. Taylor sweeps a handball away towards Neil Bullen. Overshoots the target. Fogarty. They were queuing up. And it lands in the waiting lap of Lever. At fullback for the D's. They led it by 15.
Well, the chase of Langford there. Just enough pressure to force that kick to go over the head and land in the hands of the Melbourne defender.
So Lindsay down the line to Langford. Working by the L's. Short kick to Oliver, not the journey. So he has to kick a dump kick high down the line, but Gawn creates a big contest. That's hurt a few players. Jordan Dawson being one of them. Up onto his feet now. We'll have a ball up on the paint of the centre square, middle of the ground. Members' side of the ground. Had a score for a little while, so a bit of an arm wrestle after a hot start from Melbourne. Clever knockdown. Here's Dawson with a touch. Kicks it to space for Rochelle. Can't quite hit the target. He's got May as his opponent. Rolls around onto the 50.
Wow,
centering ball.
And he missed Walker, sorry, Tom. Tech's not happy either.
He had a few options, and he found Salem.
Just got to find the easy one. I think sometimes you think you want to be sexy and pull off this really nice kick. You just got to be able to hit and execute.
Salem just balking to kick, which fooled Taylor Walker. I think if you balk, you're allowed to move. So the umpire giving Pex a little leniency there. Earlier on today, it was Sydney winning by 11 points over Fremantle. First time this round that one of the bottom 9 teams have won against the top 9, so a slip up for Fremantle. But a tough month too. Worrell on the wing, tight roping the boundary line with the kick. Walker impeded by May the other way. Free kick May.
Oh, May and Walker would be absolutely chirping off this game. I could only imagine. 2 hot heads gone at it.
Melbourne by 15 points, 4.5 away from half time as May goes back to lever and he pokes it short. Oh, I don't blame the umpire. Sometimes you can't hear yourself think at the Adelaide Oval.
In that one, Walker's standing still and May runs into him. I mean, that's not a block. You can't control someone running into you.
You're also allowed to protect the drop of the ball, the
and
space.
He also got hands to the footy. Big fly on the outer side of the ground. Mark not paid. And handball straight towards the boundary line. The crowd not happy. One of those people in the crowd is Liz Walsh.
I'm always happy, guys. Look, there is a bit of a concern down here for Melbourne. Their captain, Max Gawn, has come from the ground looking very ginger. It looks like the doctor's looking at his right knee, so I'm keeping a close eye on that.
That would be a blow. That would have been in that contest with Jordan Dawson. Kick inside the forward 50. Rove by Walker. Snap around the body. He likes the snaps at Adelaide Oval. That's his second today. And the Crows, after being shell-shocked at the start of the second, have the last 3. They go to 5-4-34. Melbourne 6-3-43. 27 minutes gone second quarter.
Well, superb play there. I know we were critical of a contest or a lack of a contest from Rochelle about 5 or 6 minutes ago, but his ability to bring the ball to the ground in that marking contest was outstanding, and Walker cashed in the goal. And just looking at the screen now, Walker identified that, went over and congratulated his teammate in being able to bring that ball to the ground and finish off with a major. But the thing about Melbourne at the moment as well is that the game has definitely flipped in the second half of this second quarter. Melbourne are unable to get their ball movement going. They're having a lot of uncontested marks but not really gaining any field position off the back of it, and they're also losing contest at the moment, and Adelaide are starting to get the game on their terms.
Yeah, 5 goals in 12 minutes for the D's to start the second quarter, and then 3 goals in the 13 minutes thereafter going the way of Adelaide, and they get the clearance here through Keys to restart. Kicks inside 50, Rochelle pumped off it, drops the mark, Thilthorpe flying shot, floating, drifting, missing. Just the left-hand side of the goalpost. Liz Walsh on the boundary, Melbourne by 8 points.
Sorry, Ben, Max is up. He is walking around, doing a few little run-throughs on the boundary line. Looks like he is getting ready to come back on, which is great news after a bit of trouble with his right knee.
So Melbourne bring it back from defence. Down the line, Toltrip got the hand on it, but it was gathered by Laird. Gets it to Brodie Smith, who's under enormous pressure. Petrarca grabs it, gets it again. Tries to get the kick away, and he's pulled to the ground by Laird, holding the footy. Important tackle from Rory. Wins the free kick because Melbourne were out.
Well, the tackle count's evened up this quarter. Adelaide definitely have lifted their intensity.
Laird short to Peatling.
Tell you what, that's only their 4th mark as well for the quarter, Adelaide.
Peatling now. Kicking inside the forward 50, O'Brien. He hasn't got a ruck opponent out there at the moment. Quick, short, chip kick to Rochelle, who marks in the right forward pocket, 35 metres out in a tough angle.
Well, once again, we've seen a definite shift in momentum in this game over the last 10 minutes. It was all Melbourne to start this second quarter, but Adelaide have been able to fight their way back in to the contest through clearances and contest and pressure. And now they're starting to cash in on the scoreboard. And again, we're sitting right behind Josh Rochelle with this shot on goal. He's probably thinks he's made for this moment, doesn't he?
He wants to be
he
made,
probably
he's
is.
not.
Yeah.
He's kicked some goals there. I reckon he pointed to his teeth in this pocket once.
I think you're right.
Josh Rochelle, we're riding it behind him, and it started to move left and then bent right very quickly, so just snuck in for a minus score. Adelaide 5-6-36. Melbourne 6-7-43, but they have responded to
definitely.
big question marks, and it's not like they were able to get a lesson from the coach. They had to manage it out on field, so they trailed by 7 points late in this second quarter.
Kick in from Stephen May went about 7.5 metres to Christian Salem. Kicked it laterally to Jake Bowie in the pocket. The man they call Bowser kicks up to a contest. Punched away by Butts. It spills down. Viney just hacks it into the middle of the ground. And Saligo, the first responder, outside of the boot. His kick actually works. It bounces to Keys. Sends the Crows back inside 50. Rochelle and Bowie. Hands to a Rochelle. Bowie keeps his feet. Rochelle saw in back plate. Back to his feet as Salem receives it from Bowie. Clear and kick. Up they go. Cumming roves his own drop mark. Gives it to Dawson. To Keys. From the digits of 50. Right to the goal line. Punched through by May. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Looks a real concern with Josh Rochelle, who has fallen to the ground in the hands of trainers at the moment. It's the other side of the oval, so I can't quite see what is troubling him at the moment, but we're obviously keeping a close eye. You'll see now the Crows doctor and a trainer are also running out to just assess him on the ground.
Yeah, he's in a bad way.
Yeah, straight holding to his knee there, Josh.
Initially thought it was an ankle, but...
Sorry, I just hyperextended.
Oh, you've seen the replay.
Yeah, up on the replay just here. So
yeah,
it was interesting, though, because he tried to get to his feet, naturally, as you do when you get knocked back down, and he kind of actually fell back to the ground. So he looks in a lot of discomfort, like Liz just stated.
So he's got to his feet. They're going to try to walk him off the ground. You're spot on there, Eb, because he sort of wanted to get back into the action, but went back down on his haunches. We've seen some hyperextensions that are more of the bone bruising type, and we've seen some ugly ones over the time that only end up, sort of that 2 to 3 weeks, which is, it looks horrific.
Well, you saw Pal Pepper's last night was nothing, wasn't it? It looked nothing.
Yeah, the ACLs tend to be very innocuous and a change of direction.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's similar. I mean, Sam Darcy earlier on in the year had the bad hyperextension, and everyone that night thought it was the worst case scenario, and it ended up being just a bone fracture, I think, in the end for Darcy, and he came back quite quickly. Liz Walsh.
Yeah, he's coming off the ground now. It's good to see him. He's actually walking off the ground. He's flanked by trainers. He's sort of getting into a bit of a run. What I was going to say is he's not being helped at all. So you'll be able to hear me. All of the Crows fans right behind me are giving him a real cheer off the ground.
I was about to say something I'll probably regret, so I won't say it.
We like that here on ABC Sport. As May kicks along up towards the wing, looking for a contest. Van Rooyen slapped down towards Chandler. And he's tackled. He's doing the silly salmon at the bottom of the pack.
While the game's still going on, just some of the numbers for the last 10 minutes. Inside 50's 9 zip. Yeah, so they've definitely turned it around, Adelaide. Dominating field position and contested ball and clearances all in their favour.
O'Brien wins the tap. Bowie just whacks it out of bounds on the full. Free kick going the way of the Crows, and I think either Brodie Smith or Jordan Butts will take it. He's still ringing for poor old Jordan from the clip around the chops from Tom Lynch last week. Liz Walsh.
Yeah, Josh Rochelle now on the doctor's bench having a test done on his knee. He's pointing at his left knee.
So roved out the back of the pack by Keys. He kicks a dribbling ball. He had enough on it to get past Langdon, but it was away to the left. That was brilliantly roved. Minus score, though, 5-8-38. Melbourne 6-7-43.
You've got to be better there if you're Keys or you're Taylor. You've got to let him know that he actually had more time than he did. Like, that's an easy goal and missed opportunity for the Crows there. He had all the time in the world.
Melbourne's lead was 28. It's now just 5 points. Long kick in. A long quarter as well, up towards 35 minutes. They often run this long now as Rivers roves the pack, handball towards the logo. They play volleyball. It ricochets away to Max Gawn. He rushes a kick. It falls to Pickett. He goes with the spiral, just hoping for someone to run onto it. The Crows will through Worrell. Back pocket, tumbles to ground, gets it off to Hinge. Hinge stops props, waits a kick and finds a target. Peatling on the exit kick beyond defensive 50, has it on the back flank.
That's been the shift, Ben, as well. That kick from Pickett, I reckon first quarter and a half, they were composure with the ball, find the mark. He just hacked it forward again, just highlighting the pressure of the game and the turnaround in the pressure that Adelaide have been able to apply.
Oh, and Peatling, he was born at night, not last night. He kicks it to the umpire to make sure he gets the stat as well. He knows what he's
right?
Yeah. Did you not know that?
No.
You take a mark at the end of a quarter, Ebs, you got to kick it back to the umpire and get your stat.
You've been costing yourself 17 points.
Why is that a stat though?
Well, if you take a mark and then the siren goes, you still get to kick for goal. But if they decide it's unrealistic, I'm pretty sure if you still kick it away, the umpire will give you your extra kick.
I don't think I'm getting too many marks at the end of the quarter, guys. But
I might have to check this with champion data.
That's an interesting one, yeah.
You could have averaged 35.
What a bizarre quarter that was. So Melbourne kicked 5 goals unanswered to turn a 5-point quarter-time deficit into a 28-point lead. And then just like that, it completely flipped. And Adelaide, they kicked the last 3 goals of the quarter, including a period in which they had 9 inside 50s to none to get us to half-time. So the goal kickers for Adelaide, it is 3 to Rankin and 2 to Walker. That makes up their entire tally of 5. While for Melbourne, 2 to Van Rooyen, 2 to Pickett, and singles to Rivers and Melksham through to half-time. Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff, explain to me what happened, what changed, how did it flip?
What I'll try to do, I'll just paint the picture and give you some numbers. So first half of the second quarter v second half. So in the first 10 or 12, 13 minutes in that second quarter, the inside 50s were 6-4 Melbourne's way. The uncontested possessions were 33-2, contested balls 16-8, all in favour of Melbourne. But the disposal count was 48-10. So what would we say, about 9.5 minutes of actual game time, Adelaide had only touched the ball 10 times. But then if you look at the second half of the quarter, it was a complete turnaround. So Adelaide then started to dominate field position. They were starting to get their hands on the footy at the stoppage scenario. So they were 7-4 in favour of them in terms of clearances. The possession count was pretty even. So they fought their way back in terms of getting their hands on the footy. The inside 50s were 12-1. So it was a complete flip, complete reversal of momentum, complete reversal of how the game was played. Melbourne were unable to get the game on their terms. They were unable to find contested marks and then work their way up the field through kick mark chains, and their work around stoppage fell away due to the fact that Adelaide's pressure was absolutely outstanding. And to Adelaide's credit, they fought their way back into the contest when they looked like they were going to get blown off the park here at Adelaide Oval. So full credit to them. The game's now on their terms. The margin's only 5 points, so it's game on.
I spoke about Jordan Dawson only having the one touch in that term. Someone who was come up around the ball, Benny Keys, I reckon they've moved him up a little bit further up the ground. But Jake Saligo's had 8 touches that quarter, and he's had 4 centre clearances as well. So, just another one. He's probably dipped in a little bit of form over the past month, but when you've got someone like Jordan Dawson, probably not up to his standard that quarter, it's going to take one of the youngsters to kind of lift the team. And I thought Jake Saligo, he's a powerful beast, got a few good one-on-ones, great centre clearance out the back to Tex, which he missed, but that's just the player that you've got to be able to go, no, this is my moment. A captain's not getting the hands on the footy, I need to do something.
Let's go downstairs, Liz Walsh.
Yeah, both teams have completely left the field, gone into their change rooms for half-time, but Josh Richelli has still been on the doctor's bench having his knee assessed. They've been looking at both knees. It was interesting because as all the coaches came down, the Crows footy director, Adam Kelly, he stayed near the doctor's bench and watched as all of this was going on. In good news, he is now walking towards the change rooms. He's walking unaided. There's no ice that's come out or anything like that, so we'll wait to hear from the club what the wash-up from that is.
Yeah, I wonder if they were, I hope not, but wonder whether they were checking their stability in both knees.
I think so.
They would be doing that.
Comparing them?
Absolutely.
Is that what they'd be doing? Is it an ACL sufferer?
Yeah. Look, it's interesting. I remember when I did my first ACL, the doctor actually came out and did the test on the ground, and he knew then and there that it was gone, and I didn't believe him because the pain had gone. I was walking pretty similar to
Well, that's what they
Rochelle.
say, isn't it? They're instant pain for about a minute, and then it completely dissipates.
Yeah. So they would definitely be doing the ACL test, and just looking at his body language, and there's not a lot of support around him, I think that's a positive thing.
Yeah.
Because if everyone was around him and arm around him, it would be not great news.
It looked bad.
Yeah.
Like when you watch the replay and there's a sideways lateral movement there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, looked a little bit gross, but I think even when he came halfway off the ground, you kind of could see, whether the pain had worn off or he felt, but he ran off. Like he didn't look like he was proppy. So that's kind of positive, but like you just touched on, you're not really sure because you have that initial shock pain, and then you can run straight lines. So, but it'll be interesting to see what the prognosis is, or whether they just call, because he could have just hyperextended it, 5 minutes of pain, and then you're good. Like if you saw last week, like it'll be interesting to see how that call that if it's not an actual prognosis of an ACL or something.
It certainly will be fascinating to keep our eyes on all of that. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff. More coming up as we move through the afternoon. It is Melbourne leading by 5 points at the half. So that's where we land. Earlier on, Sydney, they won by 11 points over Fremantle. So a slip up there for the Dockers. But right now, it's time for us to pause and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. The rabbi who evacuated his Melbourne synagogue following an arson attack on Friday night says he hopes the incident inspires Australians to be more inclusive. On Friday night, 20 people were eating dinner inside the East Melbourne Hebrew congregation when a man allegedly poured flammable liquid on the building's front door. 34-year-old New South Welshman Angelo Loris, who did not appear in person or via video link at a court hearing in Melbourne today, is facing charges including recklessly endangering life. David Gotwick says he hopes the weekend's events create more community cohesion.
When they see a Jewish person, they could reach into their cultural kit bag and say a word like shalom, ask them how they're going. That's how you would treat anybody, especially people who might be under the pump a little bit from a cultural minority or an ethnic minority. You can even go a little bit further to say, am I making that person feel welcome?
Meanwhile, Victorian police say they're also investigating an anti-Semitic graffiti cluster in Melbourne's east. They say unknown offenders use stencils to spray paint offensive images on pillars and walls near the Melbourne Holocaust Museum in Elstonwick. Authorities in the US state of Texas say at least 850 people have now been rescued following Friday's flash flooding. At least 51 people, including 15 children, have been confirmed dead, while rescuers continue to search for dozens more campers, vacationers and residents who are still missing. Authorities say the toll will most likely rise. The flooding occurred when a sudden storm dumped nearly 40 centimetres of rain northwest of the city of San Antonio. Elon Musk has announced he's forming a new political party after a dramatic split with US President Donald Trump. Ali Crew has more on this story.
Mr Musk has taken to his social media site to announce that he's forming the America Party to free people from what he called the uni-party system that's driving the US into bankruptcy. It follows his public criticism of Donald Trump's new tax cut and spending bill, with the billionaire threatening to unseat lawmakers who supported the legislation. The so-called Big Beautiful Bill is expected to add trillions of dollars to US government debt. Earlier, the US president threatened to cut subsidies for Elon Musk's companies, and Republicans have expressed concern the feud could hurt their chances in the 2026 midterm elections.
Australian celebrity chef Peter Russell Clark has been remembered as a charismatic entertainer, as well as a passionate educator. He's died at the age of 89 following complications from a stroke. He was best known for his TV cooking show, Come and Get It, that first aired on the ABC during the 1980s. Peter Russell Clark Jr. says his father loved to share his knowledge with other people.
He was a very big character and had strong opinions and liked to share them. He loved to educate and inform and entertain people. Food was a natural outlet for him.
90 electric buses will be deployed across Perth over the next 8 months as part of the Western Australian Government's efforts to move away from diesel-powered buses. The 960 and 950 routes will soon be serviced by electric buses. alongside routes passing through the Galleria Shopping Centre and Ballajura and Morley train stations. Deputy Premier Rita Safiotti says the Green Fleet will save 22,000 litres of diesel per bus per year.
It's massive savings. One of the other factors when we looked into the full cost of these buses is also potential increases in diesel prices too. So we save tens of thousands of litres of diesel per bus and, of course, massive CO2 savings as well.
Police say investigations are underway after a man was hit by a police car in Sydney CBD overnight. Police were responding to a brawl in King's Cross at around 3 o'clock this morning when a pedestrian ran onto the street, colliding with the police car. The 35-year-old man was taken to hospital in a stable condition. Superintendent Gillian Walters says the driver of the police car, a constable, was treated for shock.
You know, the male person that I'm sure he didn't mean to run across the road, and I'm very grateful and relieved that he is in a stable position, but also obviously my welfare of my officer, anyone that was involved in a motor vehicle crash of anything will always be in shock.
Turning to sport, and the Sydney Roosters have kick-started their NRLW title defence with a convincing 30-6 win over the New Zealand Warriors. Sydney winger Taina Navida scored a first-half hat-trick as the hosts raced away to an 18-6 half-time lead. Now, in the NRL, there's been an upset. The West Tigers have downed the Sydney Roosters 30-8 at the Sydney Football Stadium.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Oh, dangerous kick in, broken up there by Langford. Spills to Pickett this time. He snaps it through the major opening. He puts the cream on the cake.
He did.
Finally for the D's. Salem looks further afield up towards Jefferson. Good mitts, takes the mark. 55 out. Looks into the pocket. Van Rooyen got it.
Tell you what, that's textbook, Melbourne. Textbook bit of play.
Van Rooyen curls it through.
Wow.
They couldn't score, now they can't miss.
This is a high ball deep into the forward line. Flying Cozzy Pickett! What a grab! He was 4 deep. Runs around on the left. Cozzy Pickett completes the set. And he's got his second after one of the marks of the year.
Adelaide have only touched the ball 7 times this quarter.
We have played 12 and a half minutes and their 8th disposal is about to come up. Melbourne have 48.
It's extraordinary.
That is unbelievable.
Clever from Curtin. Can he spark them? He takes a bounce, runs towards 50, kicks to the space, perfectly placed for Isaac Rankin, who marks in the right forward pocket, 25 metres out on a difficult angle. Possession number 10, Isaac Rankin. They needed that, didn't they? Kick inside the forward 50, roved by Walker, snap around the body, goal! He likes the snaps at Adelaide Oval, that's his second today. And the Crows, after being shell-shocked at the start of the second, have the last 3.
Looks a real concern with Josh Richelli, who has fallen to the ground in the hands of trainers at the moment.
Yeah, he's in a bad way.
Yeah, straight holding to his knee there, Josh.
Hyperextended.
Oh, you've seen the replay.
Yeah, up on the replay just here.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It is Melbourne leading Adelaide by 5 points at halftime. 6-7-43 plays 5-8-38. And the goal kickers for Adelaide, Isaac Rankin with 3, Walker with 2, while for Melbourne, 2 for Van Rooyen, 2 for Pickett, singles to Rivers and to Jake Melksham. Welcome to those of you in WA joining us from the Sydney and Fremantle match. Commiserations to the Fremantle fans who have seen their 6-game winning streak go up in smoke with that loss to Sydney. The first time this weekend that one of the top 9 teams have lost to the bottom 9 teams. It was 7-0, now 7-1. Will we see it go 7-2 or 8-1 to finish this round with Adelaide and Melbourne? Some news out of the tribunal, and then I'll recap this game for you. Nothing for Nate Caddy. So good news, as we all wanted pre-game. Nate Caddy running into the umpire as he bolted inside 50. Nothing to answer for there, which some of you might be confused about given the memo and the change of rules around umpire contact. We delineated really pre-game around contact with an umpire around stoppages and when players try to use them as a screen. So the AFL will, I'm sure, try and explain that throughout the week. A fine for Hugh Jackson for his knee on Dane Zorko. Now, I know you saw this, Tom Wilson. You thought that might have been more than a fine.
Totally. Watching the game last night, and, Zorko either wins a free kick or mark, and he's at the bottom of the pack, and Jackson came in with a pretty harsh knee, and we saw how much it affected Zorko. He was down for a long time. It's not a football act, but why are you kneeing someone in the ribs? It's just something that we want to eradicate. And I really do feel in the last 5 to 6 weeks, the MRO, that procedure has got a lot right. There was a Vicentini incident last week where he was standing still and Saad ran into him. He was concussed. Before that would have been a 3-week penalty just because someone got concussed. So I think they're making a lot of right moves, but the knee to the ribs, where does that happen in footy? It just doesn't happen unless it's a marking contest.
Yeah. So we saw it graded as intentional low impact and body contact. So because of the low impact and the body contact, he's got away with it. Maybe you could have bumped that up given how long Dane Zorko did stay down for, but they've elected not to. A fine for Noah Bolter for his bump on Tom Stewart as well. Careless, low impact and high contact. The other one we saw on Thursday night, Ed Richards from the Bulldogs, he had the ball, fended off Luke Davies-Uniacke, who was concussed, came out of the game, but they tend to give more leniency, particularly to a player who has the ball. They're not bumping without the ball, had the ball, tried to fend off, got it wrong, hooked him in the jaw. He was concussed, but Ed Richards free to play next week. What happened in this game? Very, very bizarre second quarter. So Adelaide led by 5 points at the first change. Melbourne kicked 5 goals in 12 minutes. In that period, 12 minutes of real-time game time, 48 disposals to 7, or 12 minutes of continuous count-up clock. And then in the remainder of the quarter, Adelaide nearly completely flipped it. They had a patch in which they had 9 inside 50s to 0 and booted 3 unanswered goals to get us back to a 5-point difference at the half. Bizarre.
It was. So Melbourne had 6 shots in 12 minutes. Then no more shots for the rest of the quarter. Adelaide had 8 in a row. So it's a remarkable statistical game that we've had, and the numbers do tell us that, as you mentioned.
Just looking out on the field, just trying to...
I'm trying to find him too.
See for everyone if Josh Rochelle... It looks to me that Lockie Murphy still has the warm-up top up. So you'd think that would have been taken off if they've made that change. But there's no sight of Josh Rochelle.
Yeah.
So... it's an interesting one, and we should know more in a few minutes.
So just recapping that, Josh Rochelle going down after landing awkwardly in a marking contest late in that first half. He isn't out there.
Okay.
I'm looking at the Crows staff, the coaches, etc., walking across the ground, and I can't see Josh Rochelle in amongst any of them either. So I don't know where Josh Rochelle is hiding at the moment. Is that him he's just emerged, I reckon?
He's just doing a little hoodie over it.
No, that's not him, that's someone else.
I think that's Corey from our strength and conditioning.
As I say, he's got a beard in that time.
You would think, though, if he was done and dusted, Murphy would be in his playing top.
That's true. Yep, he's in the T-shirt at the moment. He's warming up with the players.
Strapping it up, or, I don't know. Interesting one. We'll find out soon, as you said.
Is he definitely? I don't think he is in the warm-up top. My apologies. I thought he might have just had the long sleeve jumper on and had it rolled up, but no, it is the T-shirt. Stand down.
Well, he might just be warming up in it.
Yeah, and about to take it off.
Rip it off and get stuck into it.
So we will keep our eyes peeled on that. Fingers crossed for Josh Rochelle. Catching you up on the earlier score, Sydney 14-10-94 over Fremantle 12-11-83. Tom Papley subbed out in the first half for Sydney with a hamstring injury. Josh Rochelle has come up red on our screens, which suggests he's out of the game and Lockie Murphy is in. So it does appear that he has been subbed out.
Yep.
Not good. We will get an update from Liz Walsh as we move through the afternoon. What do you expect to be changed, Josh and Ebbs, in this second half for both sides?
Well, I think Melbourne will still go in with the plan of maintaining possession of the ball by foot, composure with the ball rather than just dump kicking it forward. I still think they'll stick with that. What they need to do, though, is lift their intensity, their work rate around the stoppages and the scramble, because that's where Adelaide turned the game halfway through that second quarter. So they'll be looking to get the game back on their terms in the stoppage scenario and the scrambled scenario, and then get their game going off the back of that. But I think Adelaide, the last 10 minutes of that second quarter, Matthew Nix would be saying more of the same, please.
And then that's exactly right. I think the momentum slightly shifted, and then it fully shifted probably in the last 5 to 7 minutes of that quarter. What was the most worrying sign when Adelaide didn't have any momentum was the tackle count. So they were actually losing the disposal, but they were putting no pressure on the ball. So Melbourne were able to just free ride, essentially. One thing you can never count out this season, I reckon, is Adelaide Crows' ability to score and get the game back on their terms. But it's a challenge for Melbourne, right? They had the game on their terms. We're playing a little bit more kick mark, a little bit more method. So it'll be interesting to see this second half.
Let's get down to Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Yeah, just quickly, no sign of Josh Rochelle, but Lockie Murphy is down on the physio mat in front of me. His playing top is on, so he will be subbed into the game.
Second half underway, Melbourne leading by 5 points. The umpire playing along. Nick Jankowski.
I was just looking at the boundary. Lockie Murphy's already getting a rub on his hamstrings. He hasn't even fired a shot yet. What's going on there?
Placebo.
Yeah, possibly.
Max Gawn knocks it down towards Pickett, who soccers it cleverly forward. Overrunning it was Bowie. Curtin clever. He sparked him in that second quarter. His kick, though, was knocked away there by Langford. By hands to Pickett. Dangerous ball. Intercepted by Adelaide. Handball over the top to Saligo. Inboard to Fogarty. He's got Walker in support. A handball to Keys. Can he be clever in the finish? The dribbler works this time. What a start for the Crows this third term. And when they were looking down the barrel, they're back in front. They're 6-8-44, Melbourne 6-7-43.
Well, what I will say, talk about more of the same. Melbourne, Simon Good would be really disappointed with that. They had possession of the footy, and I think it was a handball from Langford that missed the target, caused the turnover. Adelaide was sweating on the turnover. And Ben Keys, I'll tell you what, that's a really classy goal. Kept it low, got the roll of the ball and just dribbled it in for a major. So good start from Adelaide. Melbourne, again, would be ruining the missed opportunity there with a really poor turnover by hand.
Thoughts of Josh Franco? Third lead change of the game. Adelaide leading by a point. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Just had official confirmation from the Adelaide Crows that Rochelle is subbed out with a knee injury. They say he needs further assessment on that knee.
Oof. Fingers crossed for Josh Rochelle. Adelaide 6 goals coming courtesy of 2 goal kickers, Walker and Rankin, both with 3. They've got it out of the middle again. Saligo backfeeds a handball to Dawson, who goes to Kevin Bartlett, handball to himself. And he's under pressure, coughs it up towards Berry. He does well to win it. Back to Dawson. Now Michael Lanny, sweeping handball away to the run of Laird, through the middle of the ground. He's pressured as he kicks, dribbles it away to half forward. Langdon there for the D's. Flicks out a handball to Judd McVie. Handball to Sparrow on the wing. Back feeds it back to Langdon. Langdon kicks infield. Kick good for Max Gawn.
He's got it at centre half back for the D's. They'll trail by 1 point after the Keys goal to start this third term.
They've got to go forward now, as they did with that kick there. But they need to go forward, Melbourne, with their ball movement, because if they're just going to kick lateral, that's playing into Adelaide's hands.
So Langdon's got it, and that certainly plays into Adelaide's hands. He's kicked it straight to Riley O'Brien. Marks defensive side of the outer wing. Goes all the way back to Worrell. Inside the defensive 50. Got a target in Laird. Doing well with Sparrow, putting him under pressure. If he can get it out to Chandler, they can get forward. A tough contest out there on the wing. Both players are down and out for the moment. Mike Lanny back to his feet. Ball in dispute out wide. Cleverly done by the Crows. They kick a dangerous ball forward. It gets past Gawn. They've got the numbers, Adelaide, but Gawn did well. 2 against 1. Ball remains in dispute. Langdon for the D's. Handballs to McVie. He was tackled by 2 Crows, 3 Crows. Philthorpe over the top to Fogarty. Going inside that forward 50. Salem's there. Bowie's there. They settle themselves, the D's, if they work it by hand to Gawn. His kick was partially smothered. It's chaotic. The Crows gather this time. Walker throws it on the boot. Langford got time, got support with May, who goes to full back and kicks long out of defence.
Just wants to get it out of there, but going back, Hinge. She marks high half forward for Adelaide. Pokes it short away to Neil Bullen. Very wide out. Matthew Nix speaking on Channel 7 at half time. Rochelle is okay. Not sure exactly what it is yet, but hopefully not an ACL. Centering kick from Neil Bullen. Walker hands to it, doesn't mark. Oliver Rose. Demons back in possession. Chandler selling candy. Handball too hot for Bowie. Ball hits the deck. Someone loses a boot. Neil Bullen goes in. Chandler puts his head over it again. Wins the footy. Gets it off to Lindsay. Tackled. Umpire wants it. Centre half forward for the Crows. They lead it by a point.
Melbourne under siege at the moment, just in terms of the pressure that Adelaide are able to apply. Handball targets not hitting their mark.
O'Brien knocks it down. Laird gathers. Handballs back to Michaelani. Immediately tackled by Gawn. Sparrow's there as well. He's spit over Zealous in his tackle, though. In the back there of Rory Laird. Just near the centre circle. The Crows leading by a point. Another player's lost their boot. Handballs back to Worrell. Inside the forward 50 he goes. Flying is Fogarty. Got hands to it. Roving is Neil Bullen. Deep in the pocket of Eddie Betts. He snaps. Too far across the face of goal. And it was touched near the line, but it had already gone over the boundary line on the full. So a free kick to the D's. Langford will take it.
And the trend continuing. Early stages of this third quarter. Inside 50s. Adelaide 4-0. Melbourne's kicking efficiency just at 40%. So feeling the heat from Adelaide.
Kicked the last 4 goals of the game after Melbourne kicked 5 unanswered. Long kick to Gawn, who takes a strong pack mark. Max Gawn kicks around the western wing. Up to a contest again. Van Rooyen at the back takes the mark. Free kick. Marking got a shove from Melcham. Adelaide ball again. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Keane bites off the kick into the middle. Good kick right onto the chest of Butts. He can open it all right up, but he slightly overshoots Fogarty. Gathers on the bounce. Crosses the 50. Steadies. Eyes the sticks. Shanks it. Overshoots Thilthorpe. He thought it was his lucky day. He touches it out. Throwing deep in the left forward pocket for the Crows. And Matty Nix is smiling, which he wouldn't have been 12 minutes into the second. The D's, they led by 28 at that point. The Crows now leading by a point.
I think that's the worst kick of Darcy Fogarty's career. He had no pressure. He normally kicks a beautiful drop punt. Boundary throw in, still under pressure here. Melbourne, but ridden into the turf there.
But we saw
lucky not to get a free kick was Lindsay.
I think it was Keane in the first quarter, kick an absolute howler across goal. That occasion, finding Butts in the middle of the ground, the 45, outstanding play.
Rode by Rankin, sells some candy, goes for number 4, snaps it through. He's having a day out, is Isaac Rankin. The class is rising to the top. And Adelaide have their second of the third quarter, 7-8-50. Melbourne, 6-7-43, 7 minutes gone here for ABC Sport.
Much better from Adelaide here, just gaining all momentum and territory inside their forward 50. Well, they had 5 inside 50s, finally able to execute. I spoke about it earlier. I think Isaac Rankin only had the 3 touches to the 1 goal, but now he's kicked 4 goals. That's a momentum shift in terms of Isaac Rankin's game. That's what you need to do as a small forward. Looks like he's spent more time forward today as well. Not with Sam Berry kind of going into that midfield over the past month. We've kind of spoke about it. He spent a bit more time forward, but so hard to defend. McVie just lost him through that stoppage then. Settles a little bit of candy, and what a finish.
And when you're standing a guy like that at a stoppage, you need help and support from your teammates. It's hard to defend a bloke with that much class, that much speed and ability one-on-one. You need support. McVie didn't get it.
You'd imagine Matty Nix would be so pleased with how they've come back into this game and stood up under fire. Gawn taps it down, hacks it forward. It spills to Fritsch. Gives to Viney. Kick into the pocket for the Demons. Looking for a marker. Punched away by Keane. Down to Worrell, who handballs it back into the muck. Sliding in Oliver. Slaps it out. Back to Worrell. Sweeps a handball beyond offensive 50 for Adelaide. Big O'Brien comes in. Gathers the footy. Dispossessed. Now Brodie Smith gets it on the boot. All of this in close confines. Half forward for the D's. Petrarca rushes a kick towards full forward. Punched away by Keane. Spills to Chandler. Breaks a couple of tackles. Now he centres it. His kick goes out to the left half forward flank for Langdon.
He gathers. He's got coming for company. Trips over. Manages to get it away just in time. Keys was clean to Cumming. Now Rankin working his way back and half back over the top to Thilthorpe. This is the transition that we know from the Crows. Keys has worked hard. He just couldn't cake the mark under no pressure. Went through his hands, hit his knees and out over the boundary.
I think it hit his knees because he runs so much with his knees. He's almost doing high knees when he's running.
He looked like Frank the Tank running.
Oh, my. You can never...
He's a sprinter's coach dream.
Everyone's doing it. Max Gawn gathers it out of the ruck, goes to McVie. He's short ball to Vine. He's clever on the outside of his boot. Centre wing now for Melbourne to Langdon. He had a handball option, went with a short kick, a terrible option, coming intercepts it.
Just sensed that Adelaide going to break this game right open.
He's immediately going, gets rid of it to Dawson. Dawson runs himself into a cul-de-sac, back feeds a handball. Away towards Laird, who goes back to Cumming. Back to Laird. Room to kick is shallow inside 50. O'Brien, the big man, backpedals Marks, off to Keys. He eyes the sticks. Out to the left. Rose by 8 points, nearly 10 played third term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And again, looking at the numbers, the inside 56-2. At the moment, it's all Adelaide. And as we've said, Melbourne not dealing with the pressure that Adelaide are applying.
Rivers brings it out looking for Van Rooyen, roved by Langford. He's got time, so he spots up Pickett, centre wing. Out in front of Michaelani. Waiting for his teammates to get back inside that forward 50. A sweeping ball looking for Fritsch. He's roved it out the back. He can dribble that one through. He had a handball to Thulstrup, who was right at the top of the goal square. Would have been a certain goal, and he's missed, Josh Franco.
He did. That was, it's one of those, it's outcome based. He kicks the goal, nothing said, but he was there to give it to and didn't use the support he had.
He's had a few of those lately. And
yeah.
I was going to say he's had a few of them over his career. You'd say Bailey Fritsch.
I mean, the tail of his year as well just hasn't got it going. Brodie Smith with one of those trademark thumping kicks right up towards the logo. There's ball though. Bowie with the kick back inside 50 from the contest. Spills in front. Peatling gathers for the tricolours as he gets a handball out. Slapped on by Smith. Now Worrell bounds away with it. He'll kick around the wing for the Crows. And Big Turner puts his fist through it. Slapped on cleverly there by Murphy, the sub into the game for the Adelaide Crows. Popped up by McVie. Not the required distance. His kick to May. He handballs it away. Taken by Keys. Caught. Umpire crosses himself. Ball upcoming. Half-forward flank. Crows by 7 points. 11.5 into the fourth. First time this year Rankin has kicked more than 2 goals. His career high, 5 back in 2023. He's done that just once. So perhaps eyeing that today.
So Gawn grabs it with 2 hands out the ruck. Quick handball forward. Peatling was onto it though. And they just shuffle it forward. Just for some territory there, Adelaide. We'll get a boundary throw in front of Eddie's pocket. Their forward line. So that was the D's first score a minute ago. Since the first time since the 12-minute mark of the second quarter. We're at the 12-minute mark now of the third term. Big miss from Fritsch. Boundary throw in. Adelaide can make them pay. Out over the back. Rove was buried. Quick handball to Keys. Goes to Don't Argue. Still got the handball away in time. Zach Taylor went over the top. Saligo playing for the free kick. The umpire doesn't buy in. But we'll still have a ball up 35 metres out directly in front of the Crows' goal. They lead by 7 points.
And I reckon if you're on Isaac Rankin at the moment, you're looking for support and on high alert.
He peels around the back. Gawn takes it out of the ruck. Gives it off to Lindsay. He kicks laterally and Murphy tracks it back. Marks 51 metres out. Adelaide ball, left half forward. Murphy chisels a kick into the pocket for Thilthorpe. Turner gets in front of him. Good intercept mark. Right back pocket for the D's.
That's not the kick. You've got to hit it, closer to the box and near the goals. Like, it's just so easy to defend for Melbourne there.
Kicks it short, Turner to Viney. Back in his dad's city of origin. He kicks up towards the contest on the wing. Bouncing ball. Pickett picks it up, spins off a couple, somehow flicks a handball out to Lindsay. He'll kick to half forward. Jefferson Marks. They're breaking inside 50. Tolstrup is one of them. Into the pocket. The kick just gets there. Worrell might have chopped the arms. The umpire lets them play. Petrarca snaps on goal. Keen's back as a goalkeeper. Cleans it up for the Crows. Has a heap of time and sorts it all out. Crows by 7 points.
Michael Annie back into his usual role in defence. Goes wide, right out to the opposite side of the ground in Keys, who's been very busy in this quarter. Gets it to Walker at right half back. Long kick down the line. Taylor's found some space. Kicks it back inboard to Peatling, who moves it by hand. Kick across the ground towards Curtin. He marks just outside the forward 50, and working inside is Rory Laird. He marks 45 metres out in a 45-degree angle. So he's assessing his options, whether he's got the journey. Rory Laird goes short to the top of the goal square, had too much on it for Thilthorpe. And Viney, he might get pinged here. Well, that was exactly the same as we saw at the other end of the ground, Ebony.
Oh, yeah. I know that he probably, that's a
touchdown.
That's a try.
A try.
I wouldn't want to be walking off the umpires of this oval because, like we talk about it, Adelaide Crows fans potentially one-eyed, so that will be interesting.
There was no pressure there.
They gave him the benefit of the doubt that he legitimately fell over, fumbled first, and then tripped over his own feet.
One of the cleanest players.
And they can be professionally clumsy when they need to. A long exiting kick up to Van Rooyen. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Van Rooyen, handball away to Bowie. Tight ropes the boundary line with his kick up to half forward. Keane drifts in front of the pack, intercept mark for Adelaide. Josh Franco, Ebony Marinoff, Tom Wilson, Ben Cameron, Liz Walsh downstairs. Keane chips it short. What's been the turnaround from the 12-minute mark of the second term when the D's had kicked 5 on the bounce to Adelaide kicking the next 5? What's changed, Josh and Ebbs?
Well, they've taken away Melbourne's mode of wanting to move the ball by winning the contest and pressuring the opposition. That's what they've done. Now they've got the game on their terms.
Heatling kicks up to a contest. It comes down in front of the pack, roving it. Petrarca off to Viney to Lindsay. Kicks laterally to Jefferson on the wing.
One-on-one contest with Butts, who did very, very well. Was able to win the ball back, but his handball missed the target incoming, went straight to Langdon. He goes to Tolstrup. He's got runners in Lindsay. Oh, cleverly done there by Worrell. Caused the turnover at centre-half back. Bullocking through is the captain in Dawson. Kicks it out wide to Riley O'Brien on the wing. The big fella goes for a short stride. A short kick to Fogarty. He marks, looking for options at centre-half forward. Instead goes longer over the back to Keys, but Rankin marks!
Oh... Semi had Ben Keys going into an open goal, but you sense that Isaac Rankin wants another moment, and what we touched on, I think he's kicked 5 once before, Ben. Yep. So he's lining up for his 5th.
This is an absolute soda for Rankin.
Yep.
He's such a classy player. Spent time with him at the Gold Coast. He'd kick 100 of these after training.
So 35 metres out, 45-degree angle, ready to run around and snap it through. Plays on, snap, starts it on the right-hand goal post.
He makes it talk.
He makes it talk. A lovely little outswinger here at the Adelaide Oval. And that's his 5th. He's got a handful. And he's kicked 4 of the last 6 goals for Adelaide. He's really turned it on. They go to 8-10-58. Melbourne 6-8-44.
Well, again, just looking at some of the numbers, you asked the question, what's been the turnaround? Melbourne were kick marking their way through Adelaide's defence in that first quarter and a half. When the game then turned on its head, Adelaide lifted their pressure, lifted their intent around the ball, around the stoppage scenario and the scramble. They're able to get first look at it. So just to highlight that, Melbourne had 76 marks in the first half. So they're on track for, 150. And we've played 12 minutes of actual game time in this third quarter. They've only had 9 marks this quarter. So Adelaide have been able to take away how Melbourne want to play and get the game on their terms. Now they're starting to really cash in terms of their ball movement.
I reckon they'd had about 70-odd by midway through that second quarter. So they have really hit the skids, the D's, in terms of their kick mark game. We're back underway in the middle. Gordon scrapping after it. Able to get a kick away towards half forward. Jefferson out there. So too Keane. Chandler flashing through. Overruns it. Keane soccers it back to the wing. Viney gathers. Demon's ball. Looks into the pocket with a kick. Tolstrup goes up. Doesn't mark. Jefferson comes through. Ricochets out to Melksham. Takes his chance. Snaps the goal. His second. And that is totally against the run of play. It ends a run of 6 for the Crows and brings it back to just 8 points, Adelaide's lead. 8:10:58 plays 7:8:50, 18 minutes into this third term.
Well, it was actually Mark King soccering the ball, and Jack Viney was able to get that rebound. Sometimes you go, should I soccer it? Should I try and get the ground ball? I think when you're defensive 50, if you're Mark King, you're probably picking up that ball. You soccer it into Jack Viney's hands, and an excellent crumb there, really.
And as you said, it was definitely against the flow of momentum, wasn't it, for Melbourne? A much-needed goal. Keeps them within touch on the scoreboard. But, again, just another thing to highlight the shift in play. Adelaide have been able to apply pressure to Melbourne. Their handball game in the first quarter and a half, the Demons, was outstanding. Again, particularly from stoppages. They haven't been able to do that, replicate that in this third quarter.
Back in the middle of the ground. Game on here at Adelaide Oval. The Crows leading by 8 points. Melbourne trying for the clearance. They're going in the wrong direction. And that was clean from Peatling. Fleet-footed. Gets it back to Neil Bullen. Short pass to Rankin. He's already got 5. Eyes up Taylor and amongst 4 Ds and hits the target. He marks 35 metres out on a slight angle to the left.
Isn't it amazing too, when the ball's live, you want it in the hands of the guys that make good decisions. I reckon someone else, if you're in Rankin's situation, the risk or the potential is just to blast it long forward, which would play into the hands of the Melbourne defenders, but just able to lower his eyes and spot up a teammate. Really good play there again. Isaac Rankin, you reckon he's not having a game?
And that kick actually attracted 5 Melbourne players to collapse into the contest, and Nate Taylor essentially worked for an uncontested mark.
So he hasn't had to do too much today, Zach Taylor, but a big opportunity to get one straight back for Adelaide. Kicks from 35 metres out, and you get the immediate feedback from the crowd and the immediate response. Taylor gets his first. Adelaide 9-10-64, Melbourne 7-8-50. We're into rent time here in the third quarter for ABC Sport. Boundary to Liz Wald.
Yeah, I'm keeping a really close eye on Saligo at the moment. He's just been brought off the ground by the physio, now talking with the doctor who has been reviewing some vision. So I think they're currently giving him just a little bit of a concussion test down here, keeping a close eye on it.
I think he lives with Nathan Curvis and Rochelle, so house is in the wars.
Wow. Yeah. And their teammate in Nanki, he kicked 3 goals too. He's been slipped forward in the sample, so that's an interesting look. He's played half-back last season, and then everyone's kind of taken his spot, so they've slipped him forward.
He's an unlucky player, isn't he? Like, he really probably gets a game for most other teams. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the off-season.
He'd be pumped at home tonight, dealing with 2 flat housemates. Only the 3rd individual goal kicker for the Crows today, Taylor. So Rankin's got 5, Walker's got 3, and Taylor's got 1. And then 9 goals. Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff, your experts for Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Here's Rankin again, receiving the hand pass from Berry. Long kick from Peatling to full forward. Murphy flying at it, hits the deck hard. And Lever takes the mark. He saw 2. Copped a little knock there, Lever. He's telling the umpire, I need a moment. Got the sore knee there. Oh, there was a big knee knock between Murphy and Lever, and Lever can't even take the kick. He is limping away. So the doc will come out and deal with Jake Lever. That'll be one for Liz Walsh. Liz, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm just watching it now. So Lever is finding it really difficult to put his right foot down. He's just in the hands of a trainer. The doctor's just run out to him, and he's put his arms around both of those, so he's needing that help to come off the ground. A doctor did also run out to Lockie Murphy. He seems to be fine after that clash. The other one who's also fine down here, as Jake Lever is given a bit of a cheer to the bench. Some Crows fans not exactly cheering. Saligo's also fine after having a little bit of a head assessment by the doctor.
Stephen May kicks it out of defence, taking Lever's kick. As well marked there by Keane. He's certainly getting busy this quarter. Takes the intercept mark. His step mark at right half forward. Goes short to Peatling. So they're still 75 metres away from their goal. Adelaide. So he's going to set this one up. These players fly. It's Fogarty in front. Dawson and Fogarty were flying at the same ball. Fogarty got in front, and he'll have a set shot 30 metres out in a 45-degree angle.
Well, even just going back to that exit kick from Stephen May, once again in the first sort of quarter and a half of this game, that would have been a little lateral kick, looking to kick their way through Adelaide's defence, but he got forced long down the line. They're able to intercept, and then it come back with interest. And a terrific contested mark there from Fogarty. These, again, are his bread and butter, aren't they? He doesn't miss these.
There's the commentator's call. No curse from you, Josh Franco. He missed one earlier, Darcy Fogarty, but he slots that one straight through. That's his first. And Adelaide is extending their 10-10-70. Melbourne 7-8-50. 24 minutes gone in this third quarter. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Just keeping a really close eye on Jake Lever, who came from the ground, looked to be an issue with his left knee. He's just going for a few little runs now along the boundary under the watchful eye of the Melbourne doctor. So I'll keep a really close eye as he follows through with that. Meanwhile, their sub, the Melbourne sub, Harry Sharp, has actually just stood up and is doing a few little warm-ups on the bench.
Just looked like a good old-fashioned corky, doesn't it?
Definitely.
From Lever.
Yeah, a brutal.
You get one of the brutal ones. Gee whiz, that you don't keep them moving. They seize up pretty quickly. Well, they does seem to be moving okay on the boundary line. Whether we see him again, who knows? But yeah, it's a tough ask to come back with a big knock in the thigh like that.
Back in the middle. We're underway and Dawson runs away with the footy. Long left-footed kick towards full forward. Thilthorpe's down there. Rivers drops the mark. Ball on the ground. Picked up by Thilthorpe. Handball away to Neil Bullen. Hard up against the boundary line. Centering kick for big Riley O'Brien. 40 out. Slide angle left of centre.
An unselfish play there from Neil Bullen, wasn't it? Just a poor missed tackle there from the Melbourne defender, and
he gives it off to Michael Annie, who kicks into the pocket to his fellow redhead in Bowie, who kicks towards half back and it bounces out. Throw-in coming 45 around from the attacking goal for the Crows. They led it by 20.
And I said unselfish. O'Brien probably just go back and have a shot.
Does he have the distance
Probably
from?
not.
Yeah, that's kind of. He probably should. Hey.
Yeah.
So boundary throw in, right half forward for Adelaide. Gawn and O'Brien go at it. Ball hits the deck. Curtin got it to Dawson. We know he's got the distance. Kicks a high ball though. The trajectory on that, and Thilthorpe had the arm of May. The other arm was able to punch it out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in the left forward pocket.
I thought it was almost a free kick to May then.
I think so.
Yeah, I thought he had his arm. Probably the worst result here for Melbourne. It's a boundary throw in with Rankin.
Having a very good game, Stephen May.
On the bench actually, Rankin, but
Thilthorpe, no goals so far. So Bowie roves this. Keys was in his back. Langford gets the handball off to Salem. To Lindsay. Over the top to Oliver, who's under immediate pressure. Got a handball away. Bowie. Langford cops some pressure from Michael Annie, who won the footy. Handballs back to Dawson, who threads the boundary line. Kicks up towards Salem and Neil Bullen. Salem got it to Petrarca. He's got some run now. Kicking towards Sparrow at centre half forward. Almost takes the mark but loses his feet. The numbers are in favour of Adelaide. Curtin back to Cumming. And it was Keane. He was spun in the 360. Melchin wins the free kick and pushes Keane back down on the ground. That is risky, because we know he's had some bust-ups with his teammates at training.
Oh, and hasn't Melchin had a few bust-ups with his teammates in the past? So
outside a restaurant.
We've got two fiery heads, and you talk about, I wouldn't even want to know what they're chatting to each other.
Did you watch the game last night, the Port game?
I did, yeah.
There was an incident where there was a tackle with 360. I think it was Ollie Wines that questioned it.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. But that was paid on doing a 360, I would imagine, in the tackle.
The umpire just said, good question.
Yeah, he did.
Melchin goes from 50 metres out after holding the ball free kick, and he gets an important goal. That's his third. He's got two this quarter. The only two for the D's, but they just won't go away. They're 8-8-56. Adelaide 10-10-70. 28 minutes gone, third term. Liz Walsh.
Yeah, good news for Jake Lever down here for Melbourne. He is about to come back onto the ground after taking that knock. It looked like for one moment that Harry Sharp was about to be subbed into the game, but he's got his training top off, but he's now sitting back on that second bench. But it looks like he will be subbed into the game soon.
And just looking at the the Adelaide Crows interchange. They've got the boxing glove up again. I'd like to know what that means, whether that means we've got to fight our way. There's not long left in this third quarter, a bit of momentum against. Finished the quarter off strongly and no red time goals for the Crows, but great finish there for Melksham.
Maybe keep your guard up.
Yep.
In terms of defence, protect yourself. Who knows? Out of the middle, Saligo flicking out a handball, looping it over the top to the advantage of Berry, who gets it to Cumming, dabs it inside 50, squeezing at Fogarty. A vice-like grip. 47 metres out. We know he's a thumping and accurate kick.
And if you're a young person watching this and you play on the wing, Langford, I think number 19, Langford, made an absolute cardinal sin. He collapsed into the contest, didn't influence. It was just the handball over the top to Coming in, a good connect inside 50 to Fogarty. And again, we talk about how good a kick this bloke is. Definitely within range.
Been a little bit out of form. Only one goal in his last 3 games. Has a goal today. He'll put his tree trunk through it and thump it right through the major opening. 2 for Fogarty. And the Crows lead by a very handy 20 points. 11-10-76 plays 8-8-56. Right on the stroke of three-quarter time, Ebony Marinoff and Josh Franco.
Well, there's not been too many games where they haven't blown away in the fourth quarter if they've got the momentum, but we've touched on before, Melbourne's kicked 2 this quarter. Melbourne's still sniffing around, but you can sort of sense that in this last quarter coming that Adelaide might be able to break this game open to hit the ton.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ebony. It just sort of smells a bit like that, doesn't it? Almost looked like Melbourne have thrown everything at Adelaide in that first sort of half, or the first quarter and a half of the game, but now they just don't seem to have any answers. They don't look sure with ball in hand, particularly when they get the handball around the stoppage and around the scramble. They're turning the footy over, and then Adelaide are starting to get, and have started to get, the game on their terms in terms of getting their ball movement going and looking dangerous every time they go inside forward 50.
6 behinds in that first quarter from Melbourne.
Yeah, that hurts as well. And Adelaide, as you said, they've kicked 6 goals to this quarter. They're looking really ominous at the moment. I think they're just reviewing the score as well.
Oh, vibration. Snicko.
Wow.
Snicked the edge of the post.
Slow jog. Don't get a ball.
So we were getting excited about Fogarty's accurate kicking, but we can scrub that one out. A reminder that day 4 of the test match is coming up later tonight from 11:30 Eastern, so 11 p.m. South Australian time, or Australian Central time. Brett Sprigg and Robin Chipperfield bringing you all of the action. The Aussies in a good position. Just find it on the ABC Listen app. Also, Wimbledon action. It's all happening.
Bowie brings it from full-back. Long ball, 3 Crows fly. One of them, Dawson, fisted it away, and we'll get a boundary throw in just forward of the Crows bench. Well into red time in this third quarter, 32 minutes gone. Still a little bit of time, though, for both teams to jag one and take some momentum into that last quarter. O'Brien knocks it towards Rankin, but Bowie ran over the top. Gawn on his hands and knees to Oliver, to Bowie. He was tackled when he kicked it and fell over. So Rankin was on the bottom of the pack that whole time, and it fell in his lap. Handball back to Dawson. He goes inside the forward 50. Gawn has worked his way back there, and he was taken out by Fogarty, but May took the intercept mark anyway. And Gawn's taken a bit of time to get up. A bit of help from his teammate in Lever, who's back on the ground. And
Kind of looks like he's limping though, Lever.
Working himself into a bit of a pickle there, Turner, but able to get out of it as he kicks up to the wing, dropping the Mark O'Brien, and Pickett pinches it. Gives it off to the runner, Van Rooyen. He carries the ball for the D's towards the 50. Spots up Fritsch, punched away. Great defensive effort there from Hinge. And the Crows clean up on the last line. Smith goes short to Curtin in the back pocket. And that might have been a goal-saving spoil from Hinge. The kick out towards Berry. Very wide out.
That was an unbelievable tour, wasn't it? Defending to the death. Had no right to get his fist on that, but Hinge was superb.
Thought Fritsch could have got his hands out in front. Hassaman not happy with that. Sunday footy on ABC Sport, and the Adelaide Crows leading by 15 points, 10-11, 71 plays 8-8-56. So it was 5-2 in that third term. Melbourne did kick 5 goals unanswered in the second quarter. Adelaide responded with the last 3 of the first half, but then 5-2 in the third. The goal kickers, 5 for Rankin, an equal career high. He's done that once before. 2 to Taylor Walker, 1 to Fogarty, 1 to Taylor, and 1 to Keys. While for Melbourne, Melksham with 3, 2 to Cozzy Pickett, 1 to Rivers, and 2 to Van Rooyen as well. My apologies there. So three-quarter time, the thoughts of Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff coming up. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century.
And he commentates the cricket.
Stark tries again. He rocks in straight through it. Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Intercepted by Adelaide, handball over the top to Saligo, inboard to Fogarty. He's got Walker in support, a handball to Keys. Can he be clever in the finish? The dribbler works this time! What a start for the Crows this third term. Rode by Rankin, sells some candy, goes for number 4! Snaps it through! He's having a day out, is Isaac Rankin. The class is rising to the top. A short kick to Fogarty. He marks, looking for options at centre-half forward. Instead goes longer over the back to Keys, but Rankin marks!
This is an absolute soda for Rankin.
Yeah.
He's such a classy player.
Ready to run around and snap it through. Plays on, snap, starts it on the right-hand goal post.
He makes it talk.
He makes it talk. A lovely little outswinger here at the Adelaide Oval, and that's his 5th. He's got a handful.
Viney gathers, Demons ball, looks into the pocket with a kick. Tolstrup goes up, doesn't mark. Jefferson comes through. Ricochets out to Melksham. Takes his chance, snaps the goal. His second, and that is totally against the run of play. It ends a run of 6 for the Crows.
Goes short to Peatling. So he's going to set this one up. These players fly, and it's Fogarty in front. Dawson and Fogarty were flying at the same ball. Fogarty got in front, and he'll have a set shot.
These, again, are his bread and butter, aren't they? He doesn't miss these.
There's the commentator's call. No curse from you, Josh Franco. He missed one earlier, Darcy Fogarty, but he slots that one straight through. That's his first.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Adelaide leading by 15 points at the final change Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Earlier on today, Sydney defeating Fremantle by 11 points. Brodie Grundy with the 3 votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Tom Papley subbed out in the first half with a hamstring injury. And what about this as a story? They couldn't get into the rooms post-game, Sydney, because of a sewage leak in the change rooms.
They're a bit going on at that ground.
That is not ideal.
There's no... The AFL said this week that there was nothing wrong with the turf.
The turf might be fine, but
they're going to tell us that there's going to be nothing wrong with the sewage system this week.
The piping, there's real issues. Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff to break it down here at the Adelaide Oval.
Oh, a much better quarter from the Adelaide Crows. You'd have to say in the first half you'd be pretty disappointed. Even the first 10 minutes, the way the Adelaide Crows come out, usually fiery start at Adelaide Oval and try to get the momentum on their terms. But the way they've been able to will themselves back in the game, like Josh, we've touched on it before, but you can't really go past Isaac Rankin with the 5 goals. Just absolute star power. We talk about it all the time. How do you actually defend those types of players at stoppage? And you need help. So if you're Melbourne defenders, I mean, aerially they've been so impressive. Their intercept marks have been, as good as I've seen them over the past month, you'd have to say, with Melbourne. They probably knew coming into the game that Adelaide Crows play with the 3 tools. That's something that they might have been able to manipulate, and I think they did that in the first half. But in the third quarter, you'd have to say all Adelaide Crows momentum, and certainly the likes of Jordan Dawson got in top. He had the 10 touches in that quarter. He only had the 1 there, but it's going to be even. Like, I know I've said that the Adelaide Crows are itching to break this game open, but if Melbourne can stay with them, they can actually stay competitive and not have this blowout. Adelaide don't concede over 60 to 70 points much this season, and they're flirting with 56 points. So Yeah, I tend to think that Adelaide Crows will run away with this in the last quarter, though.
Yeah, look, I tend to agree with you, Ebony. And we talk about the total reversal in the way the game has been played. Again, just to give our listeners a bit of an idea, so Melbourne definitely went into the game trying to kick mark their way through Adelaide's defence. For a 10-minute patch in that second quarter, at the start of the second, they were irrepressible. Every time they went inside 50, they looked like they were going to score. They had 76 first half marks, which is a huge number. If you double that for a full game, you're looking at 150, which is well above the AFL average. But in that third quarter, they're only able to achieve 12 marks for the quarter, the Melbourne Demons. So one thing Adelaide has done, and we've sort of harped on it in that third quarter, is that they've lifted their pressure and their intensity around the footy. The contested ball numbers, the ground ball gets, the clearances are all in favour of Adelaide. Melbourne look a little bit jumpy with ball in hand. The handball that were hitting targets in the first half are now no longer doing that, and they're turning the footy over, and the Adelaide Crows midfielders are starting to really capitalise on that. And then the ball movements are able to flow off the back of that, and almost every time they enter inside 50, they do look threatening. So you'd expect Adelaide to run away with this contest. Melbourne, it's only 15 points. It's not insurmountable, but they've got definitely the task ahead of them, the Demons.
The other news, a knee concern for Josh Rochelle, subbed out of the game after landing awkwardly in a marking contest. A restart in the middle, slapping it down O'Brien, onto it quickly Berry to Dawson. They're going backwards with handballs here. Peatling, away to the runner, Michaelani, kicks up to half-forward. Big collision coming from all angles. Murphy goes down, might have clipped Tolstrup, and the D's emerge with the footy. Sharp, the sub into the game as well. Here for the D's, it was Sharp rather. Tolstrup might have been subbed out of the game. We'll get down to Liz Walsh in just a moment. A free kick for the D's, and Bailey Fritsch with it on the wing as he gives it off towards Rivers. Kicks inside 50. Bouncing ball, hits the ground. The Crows are there in numbers. They work it out through hands.
Handball was too hot there for Butts, but it landed in the lap of a teammate, which worked out well. That kick goes long down the line. Roving was Rankin, but good pressure. That was excellent from Bowie. Kept up with Rankin, who was away and off to the races, so they caused the turnover, the D's. Rivers, handballs to Viney. Goes the fend off on Worrell. Back to Rivers. Now kicks it at centre wing. Up towards a contest inside that forward 50. The ball was allowed to bounce, and it landed in the lap of Keane, who goes to Hinge, who did really well out there. Gets into the left.
Just a lack of forward pressure there from Melbourne. Cozzy Pickett was drifting. Not enough pressure on the ball carrier there. Adelaide able to find a mark and exit their D50 with this kick.
So left half back was Taylor, and he's kicked it straight to his opponent in Langdon.
Langdon runs away with it inside 50. The kick for Melksham right onto his chest. Deep in the right forward pocket, 30 metres out, 5 in from the boundary line.
Well, Ben, I was thinking, what would Simon Goodwin do coming into this last quarter? They've got to close the gap on the scoreboard. Do you just go or fight fire with fire and start to take the game on, which it looks like Melbourne have started to do, and forget about the kick mark and get speed on the ball and lock it in your forward half and create scoring opportunities off the back of that?
Deep in the right forward pocket with the drop punt in front of the scoreboard, slides it through for his fourth. And Melky shows him the way back. Back to 9 points. 10-11-71 plays 9-8-62. 2 minutes into the fourth. Liz Walsh before Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff.
The news down here is that Harry Sharp has been tactically subbed into the game for Melbourne, with Colton Tholstrup now sitting on the backbench. The other thing, Lockie Murphy, who looked to hurt himself in a marking contest before, he hasn't come from the ground, so he seems to be fine.
Was it Zach Taylor that exited that kick? He'd like his time again there. Kicked it straight down the throat of a opposition player, and then Melksham, gee whiz, that finish, we saw him miss an absolute sitter in the first quarter, but that kick there, tight on the boundary, a much needed goal for the Demons. And we talk about scoreboard pressure, the margin now 9 points, definitely game on.
Gawn knocks it down towards Petrarca through his legs. Dawson gathered Peatling. He's fleet-footed, isn't he? Handballs to Michaelani. He's got some support there in Brodie Smith. His kick's off the side of the boot, but it will stay in. Underneath it was Rankin. Got hands to it. Handball to Peatling, who looked to be taken high. Handballs to Keys. Back towards the logo at centre wing with Smith. Pops the ball inside the forward 50, flying in the back. Was Thilthorpe! got one hand up, and that's all he needed. And takes a mark inside forward 50 over the top of Stephen May at right half forward. He's quickly played on. I get caught out watching these players. Just thinking they're going to have a set shot on goal, and he's turned it over because Petrarca got a hand in and he gets it to Langdon.
Langdon with the kick up to the wing here for the Demons. Looking for Gawn, drifting in from the side, brings it down to the front. It's all Adelaide. Hinge will kick them back inside 50. Big pack will form. Fogarty in the front. Lots of it, doesn't complete it. Roves his own drop. Snaps on goal. Just brings it back. 2 for Fogarty, and Adelaide have the answers. Back to 15 points. 11-11, 77. Plays 9-8, 62. 4.5 into the fourth. Josh Franco and Ebony Marinoff.
Well, you almost sense that he ate that up before he had it, but just Darcy Fogarty's ability to stay on that ball after he dropped the mark. It was absolute dart coming inside 50. It's an excellent finish, and I've actually really enjoyed watching Darcy Fogarty's game today. I almost feel that he's come up the ground a little bit more. I mean, Riley Philthorpe's been well held by Stephen May, but Darcy Fogarty, his work rate today has been super impressive.
And I think that's the advantage of the forward line of Adelaide. They've got, I think they call it the three-headed monster. They use that analogy, but if Philthorpe's not getting a hold of it and Walker's not influencing, you've got a Darcy Fogarty, as you said, Evan. He's been super today and carried the workload of the three tools up forward for Adelaide.
Been very good in this second half. And a bounce from the umpire. Riley Philthorpe, 45 metres out. Have a shot, though.
Yeah, that's fair. And centre bounce clearances. At the moment, it's 2-zip this quarter Adelaide's way. Big one here for Melbourne.
So Gawn knocks it down. Coming off the wing was Sharp. He's immediately tackled there by Curtin. No prior opportunity. Ball it up.
And if you can win centre clearance or this clearance now, you get field position and then you can start to apply some pressure.
Umpire throws it up. It's going to be a free kick pulled out of the contest. A holding free kick going the way of Peatling, who's really worked his way into this game. It's going to be possession number 21. Free kick from the centre circle, kicking towards centre half forward. And Lever read that best, takes the intercept mark. They're not wasting any time. They don't have as much as they had earlier in the game, so they get it to right half back Sparrow. To McVee. Kick mark game. Adelaide set up well behind the ball. Asked to play on by the umpire, so McVee goes long down the line. Melksham's flying at that one through the hands of Butts, gathered by Dawson. Chip kick over the top to Neil Bullen, not 15, says the umpire. He was spun 360, turnover. Pickett's running towards a 50. What a chase from Hinge. Shrugged the tackle, handballs it off to Sparrow. Can he get the finish and the response? Yes! The local boy celebrates in front of the scoreboard. We've got a game here. We're getting response after response. It's a rally at Adelaide Oval from the D's. 10-8, 68. Adelaide 11-11, 77, 7 minutes gone. Final term for ABC Sport.
Well, it's interesting as well when just looking at the replay. Cozzy Pickett just put the afterburners on. Couldn't stick the tackle. I wasn't sure who the Adelaide player was there, but Sparrow, a great finish in front of goal on the run. Much needed goal. Keeps the margin within 9 points. And again, we sort of keep harping on this centre bounce clearance to get field position off it. So it's a big clearance here for both Adelaide and Melbourne. Melbourne looking to press even harder on the scoreboard and get a bit more forward pressure and scoreboard pressure on the Adelaide Footy Club.
Mike, just looking at the disposal efficiency, I mean, they're both up around the 70%, but Adelaide Crows have had 49 inside 50s to Melbourne Demons 33, so just really haven't been able to capitalise.
Here they go out of the middle, through Pickett, low ball inside 50 for the D's. Jefferson fumbles it a couple of times, goes again, nearly gets rid of it, dispossessed. Crows arrive through Hinge. Michaelani under pressure, coughs it up. Sharp gives it away. On their attacking arc here, the D's. Losing it, Fritsch a little too easily, and Rankin emerges, kicks short, and now the Crows are away down the wing.
Gets it off to Saligo. Centering ball towards Fogarty. Marks at centre half forward. There's three players on the mark, not Pink. Goes inside the forward 50. Kicks to the advantage of Taylor Walker, who marks 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle away to the right.
Well, that's Adelaide at its absolute best in terms of their ball movement. I think it was the fumble or the mistake from Fritsch. Just took his eyes off the ball at the last minute, caused the turnover, and then hold on to your hats, Melbourne, because their ability to create speed on the ball, hit targets, end in the hands of Taylor Walker. Superb bit of play.
Kick 2 snaps on the right, goes for a snap on the left. It's bending in the right manner, but Salem is on the last line of defence, and the umpire asked him to play on pretty quick there, so Lever was able to get off the mark and impede his kick, and May brings it out of defence now for the D's.
The long contest kick, massive mark. Curtin in from the side, lands right on his backside, but importantly comes down with the footy. What a grab that is. He goes back to Michaelani, who switches it to Keane. Out wide to Laird. A rising star, rising high again. Will he win the entire gong? Laird poking it out wide for Berry.
Just the 7 disposals for Curtin, but when it's your turn, you can still influence the game as he did then.
Berry towards full forward. Up he goes again, and he's got it. It doesn't have to be your day, but it can be your moment. 15 out directly in front.
Was that Curtin again? Wow. He's had a couple of... I was about to say, I hope they get to Curtin and pat him on the back, because his mark on the wing, and he's taken the mark inside 50. Outstanding. And we talked about him pre-game. He's 197 centimetres. Just such a difficult matchup. He can run. He can kick the ball. He can mark.
What's the most impressive thing is he's taken that mark up the field and then he's transitioned back. So that's a wingman's role, they'd say. So he's certainly playing his role.
In he trots. Rams it through. He's growing before our very eyes. Adelaide lead by 15. 12-11-83 to 10-8-68. 10.5 into the fourth. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Like what you say, Josh, in terms of the moment, and he's had a quiet game, but this is what you need when you've got players who are able to execute their roles and play their roles in terms of his aerial ability. That's exactly what you need. It's when those types of players like Dan Curtin around the age of 19, 20 coming onto the stage, when they have the moment, they don't take him. And you'd have to say when Dan Curtin's had his moments over the past 4 to 6 weeks, he's certainly taken them. You haven't seen him not be courageous or fly with the mark and take a great contested mark. It's been super impressive. You almost want him to have more of those moments.
What does he get there? A score involvement and the goal?
That's a good question.
Because he was involved in the chain there twice.
Did you get 2 scoring goals?
Do you?
Possibly. I don't know what happened.
Champ data.
Back in the middle of the ground, O'Brien knocks it forward. Saligo cops one high from Oliver.
They're all over him at the minute, Adelaide.
So Adelaide surge forward.
Another centre clearance.
Saligo now takes the kick. Inside the forward 50. Gawn was in the hole. Gawn takes the mark. So they trail by 15. Still plenty of time in this game. Not quite the curtain call yet for the D's. They trail by 15. Kicking out of defence is Gawn. Numbers are in favour of Adelaide. And it's his opposing ruckman O'Brien who takes the intercept mark left half forward.
Big Riley O'Brien gives off the handball to Worrell. Peeling around the back, kicks into the pocket. Nearly Walker right there with him though. Max Gawn sees it out. 43,306 in attendance.
Not a bad effort, considering it was only half full.
Yeah, they really piled in
Piled
that
in late.
first quarter.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. O'Brien tapping it down to Laird. Tackled off the footy by Chandler. It goes again on Michaelani. Ball jars free. Onto it quickly. Bowie turns it over with the handball. Crows at half forward. Laird tackled again. Holding the ball.
That was there. He took the tackle on, had Pryor and then got nailed.
So Langdon with a good tackle there. Almost played on, but the umpire said no. Why the boos are coming through. Right half back. Langdon, high ball towards centre wing. Oh, flying there. This time Worrell takes a nice little specky. So Worrell, defensive side of centre wing, outer side of the ground here. Short to Saligo. Just taking his time. Runs towards Logo and kicks. Up towards centre half forward. Lever the lone D up. knocks it down to Petrarca. He's swung in the tackle to Gawn. A lot of handballs to teammates under lots of pressure. Neil Bullen gets the intercept towards Thilthorpe. May got a hand in there. Philthorpe in the forward pocket. That was clever to Keys. Keys with the circus goal!
Wow.
Keys with the circus goal. He was tackled. He threw it on the boot and kicked it over his head. What's the umpire saying?
Oh, I don't think they're going to pay that, guys. Keesy's owning it, though, so...
I reckon it's a goal.
How's Riley Philthorpe's awareness there, though, to know Keysy was running back?
I think it's a goal as well.
Umpire's call is... soft call is behind.
Oh, they're checking if it's touched.
Christian Salem and the protected area.
So, to me, that's not touched. I can't see anyone touching that.
No, it's a goal, I think.
I think that's got through 3 Melbourne players trying to spoil that with their arms at full length.
Yep.
This would be really a ball through the hoop. The circus goal from Keys. He loves a goal review, or maybe he hates them here at Adelaide Oval, in fact. So the kick there.
Looking at these angles, there is a gap at all times between the ball and the Melbourne defenders. Decision on scoreboard.
And Keys goals.
Keysy making up for it.
Exactly. That was special teamwork, as you touched on there, Ebony Marinoff, and you can hear the crowd with a confirmation. Keys gets his second. Clever from Philthorpe with the handball over the back of his head, and under all sorts of pressure, Keys somehow got onto the boot. He's got 2 for the afternoon. Adelaide 13-11, 89. Melbourne 10-8, 68. Halfway through this final term for ABC Sport.
Oh, that's awesome from Riley Philthorpe. It must be challenging. He had a super game last week. He's been well held by Stephen May. And he just has that moment of just that backward handball to Ben Keys to be able... That's a super goal. That's a lot of fun.
Just having a look at the replay. If it comes off your shin, does that count?
Yeah.
Below the knee.
Yeah, okay. Well, I tell you what, you talk about goals of the year. They come in various forms. That's up there.
Yep.
The foresight to actually slap that on your boot. This guy's a bit of an enigma like that, though, isn't he? We saw his goal, I think, in the second quarter.
The dribbler.
Winning the tap, O'Brien, but stealing it is Viney. Gives it to Bowie, who spins out of trouble, delivers a dart onto the chest there of Chandler. Off to Oliver, kicks inside 50, no mark for the D's. Smith robes the pack, handball hot. Gets to Laird, though. Worrell back pocket, stepping, kicking on his left, out for Rankin. Right there with him, Salem, a hand on it. Out it goes. Rankin gave Salem a little shove and then a tokenistic apology. Crows by 21, 16 minutes and change into the fourth.
You talk about Rankin, who's just an outright star, class, everything, but Keys doesn't have that, but he has this X factor, doesn't he? Yeah. He just keeps getting the job done.
Boundary throw in, socket off the deck, Saligo. Salem was there, gets it to Langford, to Oliver, back to Salem on the logo. Short kick to Bowie, not the required journey. Sweeping handball to Oliver. And there was a free kick to Bowie, but play on, says the umpire. Advantage to Oliver. Kicks inside the forward 50, looking for Van Rooyen. The only one watching the ball was Mark Keane. Takes a nice intercept mark. Kicks it back to Worrell at full-back. Over the top to Michael Annie, left-back pocket. The Crows take their time coming out of defence.
Leading by 21 points. Kick well weighted. Finds that man in Keys, who is it's almost like the more blue-collar version, isn't he? He does more of the grunt work and the hard work, but still has his fair share of tricks. He kicks up towards the wing, and the mark taken by Dan Turner. Demons back with the ball.
21 touches and 5 shots from goal.
Yeah.
Good
awesome.
going.
Yeah.
They try and switch it here, the D's. They shape it back into their defensive 50, and May will kick it back out to the eastern side of the ground. Bowie marks, looks out wide for Viney. He never stops trying. Takes the mark and gets a little shove, 50. So they'll be marched up towards half forward. And they find a target inside 50. Viney strides away.
Yeah, the umps might need security getting off the ground today.
Pickett cruises by, receives the handball. Eyes the goals. Cuzzy! No. Misses right. Adelaide by 20. 18 played, fourth term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
So a quick kick from Smith. Gets it to Mike Lanny. Out over the back is Saligo. He's got some support here in Murphy. Trying to draw lever. Over the top to Murphy. Now he wants his left foot. Didn't have one. So handballed over the top under enormous pressure. His second effort was good. But I would have loved a right foot there to get a kick inside the forward 50 and perhaps at a scoring opportunity. Instead, we'll have a ball up.
Choco Williams would be happy with the cornscrew there, Josh. Do you remember the old cornscrew?
How do you know about that?
Oh, got my sources.
Well, what is
We'll
it?
explain that in a moment. Riley O'Brien slapping it down. Onto it quickly. There is Langford for the D's. Chandler back feeds a handball to Viney. Viney kicks up to the logo. The Crows are there. Butts hands to it, doesn't mark. Ball hits the deck. Out after it, Michael Lanny. Umpire has picked out a free kick. It'll go to Butts on the wing. So Mark Williams not happy with Chad Corn's second efforts at times. So he created a drill where you explain it, Josh. It was basically sort of one out, and he had to keep giving repeated efforts to work
ground
on
balls, everything. And getting bashed by a bag at the same time.
And getting bashed by a bag to work on his second efforts. Sounded exhausting and terrifying.
Probably was.
Particularly with Choco yelling at you.
Well, you all got exposed to the corns drill.
Did you?
It wasn't just for Chad.
I love that it was named in his honour, though. Crows by 20 points, 19 and a half minutes into the fourth.
So Butts had the free kick, kicked it down the line, and Pickett, Cozzy, and got a free kick at left half back for the D's. Van Rooyen gathered that long kick from Pickett, then tackles his former teammate Neil Bullen out over the boundary line, just in front of the Crows bench. We'll have a boundary throw in.
A random stat, but Disco Turner's had 14 marks today. That's, for a young, he's certainly rising the disco.
I love the nickname.
How can you not? You just want to say it more, don't you?
He gave it to himself as well.
Like T-Bone from Seinfeld.
Correct.
So from the boundary throw-in, Smith, the veteran, did extremely well. Got it to Neil Bullen, who goes to Peatling. The recruits in turn work well, and Lockie Murphy, he's throwing his body around, no doubt about that. Got in the back of Lever and gave away a free kick. So the switch is on. Disco Turner takes mark number 15. Goes out wide.
Almost green time now for Melbourne. They can't play this chip mark game. Margin's 20 points. They've got to get some speed on the ball and score quickly.
So McVie went all the way back to Turner for mark number 16, and then his kick puts Salem under pressure. Really good work there from Isaac Rankin. He's not just an attacking player. He's got some defensive stuff too. They're going for holding the ball, and he's going to get rewarded.
He knew exactly what he was doing then.
That's going to go in the clips bin. The pressure he put on Salem, and then Salem just dived on top, and Rankin was able to hold it in. He's going to have a shot 25 metres out along the boundary line of the right forward pocket.
I originally thought Rankin could have been at risk for holding the ball, but he did it, as you said, did it really well, didn't he? Yeah.
He wants his 6 for a career high. He's feeling it.
You called it, Eb. This will bring the house down. This is a tough shot on goal. What can he add to the Rankin file? He's already got the Rankin 5. Rankin comes in for number 6. Drop punt on target, but just drifted away. It looked good halfway through. He did that in the second quarter, exact same spot. This time a minus score. 13-12-90, Melbourne 10-9-69.
Hey, with the short kick into Salem, and still there, kick mark here, that is. I'm with you. You might as well lose by 40. Take some risks. Long kick from Salem to a contest by Van Rooyen. Petrarca roves the pack, chips it short. Hit good for Lindsay. Off to the dash of Sharp.
That's the play.
Loops the handball. Viney, half forward, steps his man, kicks to full forward. Fritsch is down there one-on-one. Can't take the mark, free kick.
Superb play. Melbourne, really good play. The work of Petrarca was outstanding, and then the speed on the ball with hands. One-on-one, Fritsch drew the free kick.
So they were slow to get going, but it was like a boulder rolling down the hill. It builds speed. And now Fritsch directly in front. To breathe some life into this game, he does it. 15 points, Adelaide's lead. 13-12-90, plays 11-9-75. 23 minutes into the fourth. There's plenty of time. 5 minutes remaining for the D's if they're good enough.
Well, much better play. I mean, Josh, you touched on before, Melbourne are going to have to play in kind of green, get the ball going with a little bit more speed, and that's what Jack Viney did. I mean, an excellent one-on-one there, but unfortunately Hinch gives away the free kick. But haven't really been able to stretch this game open, have Adelaide Crows? Melbourne have just hung around. It's been an impressive performance, you'd have to say, from Melbourne.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think
just to stay with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you look at this centre bounce, Petrarca. The heat comes on the senior players now. Petrarca, you've got Cozzy Pickett in there. You've got Viney in there as well. They need to do whatever they can to win this centre bounce clearance, get some field position, because what have we got? 5 minutes of actual game time left and the margin's 15 points.
Back in the middle of the ground. O'Brien gets his hand in. Cozzy Pickett pushed off it by Dawson. Still in dispute. Viney's been good. Handballs to Petrarca under immediate pressure there from Peatling, wearing him like a glove. Tackled in the contest and will have a ball up. No prior opportunity. The umpire just saying, I'm going back. Don't bump into me. Throws it up now. Petrarca lost it in the tackle. Chandler over the top of Laird. Both of them just hugging each other on their hands and knees. And we'll do it all again. Ball up in the centre square. The D's trail by 15 points.
They need 3 goals to win it. Can they find them? Tapping it down, Gawn. Clatters in this time clumsily. Gives away a high free kick. Laird to take the kick. Laterally out wide to a sliding Worrell. Has it in front of the Jack Odie stand. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The Crows happy to take some time out of it. Worrell kicks it straight to Gawn. He'll have it on the back flank.
He had to hit Jake Saligo, Josh Worrell inside. He just absolutely burned him to take the longer option.
Free kick to Jefferson. Sorry, Ebbs. And Rivers running off halfback. Long kick to Fritsch in a 3-on-1. Halves it, brings it to ground, but the Crows have the numbers. Neil Bullen. Handball back to Laird. It's a high ball up towards the logo. Up they go. Dawson in front. Follows up at ground level. So too does Langdon, who knocks it down to Salem. Now Jefferson, he might be out the front. Leaves it behind. Has to get some help from Lindsay. Salem's over it. Umpire wants it. Valuable time. Sand just slipping through the hourglass. Here for the Adelaide Crows. Under 4 minutes to play. They lead it by 15.
Adelaide just need one more. The D's, they get the next one. They're coming home very, very strong from that ball up. It's knocked out over the boundary line, so we'll do it all again. Good result for the Crows. So boundary throw in. Forward of centre wing, out of side of the ground. Boundary umpire taking his time. Finally throws it in the air. O'Brien knocks it straight to Peatling. Clearance goes the way of Adelaide. Kicks long down the line, looking for Philthorpe. May gets a hand in there. Roving is Bowie. Quick kick, dribbler, up towards Van Rooyen, who gathers clean, but his handball was good. Langdon just dropped it. Butts under pressure, though, as a result. Gets it back to Peatling, sold some candy. Underground handball to Keys. He went to Don't Argue and Van Rooyen got through him. His handball goes straight to Petrarca, though. He flicks it over the top. Chandler, look at Pickett go. Runs inside the forward 50. Open goal square. Doesn't get the journey because Worrell, last line, goal line, gets a hand and fists it through. We'll have a review.
Well, to the naked eye, it looked touched, didn't it?
So umpire's call is touched.
Yeah.
Well,
desperation.
He's had some desperation moments this season. We haven't probably spoken about him a heap today, but you'd have to say he'd be in All-Australian contention.
He has to be.
Has to be.
His intercept numbers, where Adelaide are on the ladder, unheralded outside of this state, I reckon, Ed. So minor score confirmed. Melbourne go to 11-10-76. A goal-saving effort from Worrell. They trail by 14 points. Adelaide 13-12-90. 27.5 minutes gone, final turn.
It might just about be enough. Long kick in from Smith up towards a contest on the wing. Berry coughs it up with a handball. Bowie with some go forward here for Melbourne. Chips it to the pocket. Can't find a marker. Sparrow darting in front there of Pickett. Darting into the pocket, out of play. Throw in coming. Crows by 14.
Yeah, Melbourne, they got to lock it in their forward half here. Only 2.5 minutes of actual game time left, and this is okay for Melbourne. You got Cozzy Pickett potentially buzzing around there. Petrarca, who's a game breaker as well. They need a score, you'd imagine, from this stoppage.
He'll get on the move. Will Cozzy. The tap doesn't go to him from Gawn. Out ground level, Viney out to Lindsay. Lindsay, high kick into the pocket. Wants a marker down there. Melksham out-bodied. And the mark taken by Butts in the back pocket. And the Adelaide Crows might have done enough.
That's the worst case scenario for the Demons. Just Melksham had to do everything he could to bring it to ground, but got outmarked.
Two strong big Butts. Kicks it long towards Fogarty. Out over the boundary line in front of Lindsay and also Neil Bullen. We'll have it thrown 70 metres around from Adelaide's goal, left half forward.
Got to roll the dice here, Melbourne.
So Oliver coming into this stoppage. Dawn knocks it down, goes straight to Oliver, but it was tackled straight away by Saligo. Handballs off to Petrarca. Viney's in there too. Chandler to Pickett. Inside ball to Rivers. He just taps it to himself, gets it forward. Oliver with a second effort back to Viney. Out wide to Chandler. Runs to 50. Handballs to Fritsch. This time gives it off to Van Rooyen. Steps inside, working by hand to Chandler. Fritsch sets sails for home. It's touched, I think, and was touched on the line anyway by Cumming. So some desperation stuff from Adelaide works again. Melbourne 11-11-77. Adelaide 13-12-90. We're touching the 30-minute mark in this final term.
Shouldn't let them get a clear shot on goal, Adelaide, and
did it well.
Might have just about prevented a goal there. Long clearing kick, contest kick onto the wing. At ground level, out after it, Viney. Over the boundary line it goes. Alex Neil-Bullen, their former teammate, seeing it out. Crows by 13 points. 100 seconds to go. Brendan from Hobart says he's only the second best disco behind the original disco, Michael Roach. Dawn palms it back boundary side and out over we go again. High free kick. So Peatling to get the footy and they are closing in on victory, the Adelaide Crows, and third spot on the AFL ladder.
Looks like they've got Isaac Cumming as their +1 behind the ball as well, Adelaide. Clearly in saving the game mode.
Peatling goes long ball up towards Thilthorpe. He knocks it down to ground. Keys is at the bottom, near the logo. Handballs to Neil Bullen, misses the target. Chandler gathers, gets it to Rivers, forced onto his left. And
good pressure.
Van Rooyen was running for the shorter kick, but because of the pressure...
Neil Bullen was outstanding, wasn't he?
Certainly was. And the kick went out over the back, and Worrell takes the mark right half back for Adelaide. He's going to send it straight back. Looking for Thilthorpe and O'Brien again, gathered by Saligo. He stepped through traffic, but was wrapped up from behind by Viney, who's had a game. What a player he is. And he gets the free kick. Defensive side of the logo and goes back to Bowie at centre-half back.
And Thilthorpe just coming off sore as well. So that's a little bit of a concern late as Bowie chips it to May. Melbourne possession. Kicks up towards Van Rooyen. Wide out, fumbles it out. And a boundary thrown. Free kick for Van Rooyen, though. He chips it into the pocket. Looking for a marker down there, and they see it out again. Throwing in the left back pocket. Crows by 13 points. (13-12-90) plays 11-11-77. Umpire hurls it back in. Gordon O'Brien slapping it to the front is O'Brien. Now Sharp wrenched off the footy. And they were tested. But the Adelaide Crows hold firm to win by 13 points and move to third on the AFL ladder. We're courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, we're the mighty Adelaide Crows. Isaac Rankin with a career best, equal career best, 5 goals. Then it was 2 the way of Fogarty, 2 the way of Walker, 2 to Keys, singles to Curtin and to Taylor. While for Melbourne, 4 for Melksham, 2 to Pickett, 2 to Van Rooyen, singles to Rivers, Fritsch and Sparrow. Our commitment never So the Crows avoid the slip-up with that win over Melbourne, as Fremantle did against Sydney, losing by 11 points to the Dockers. It does move them up into third, as I said. And that's what you've got to do if you want to finish in the top four. You've got to be beating the teams below you on the run home, particularly when you're on your dung heap. Josh Franco, Ebony Marinoff, how did you see it?
Oh, it was kind of a tale of two halves, you'd have to say. You almost sensed that Melbourne had the complete game on their terms and probably lapsed, and Adelaide got a little bit more momentum in the second half of the second quarter. But credit to Melbourne, just the way they came over here. I think their ability to shut down Riley Thilthorpe earlier in the game was probably one of the better ones. Ben Keys came into the game in the second quarter and he had kicked, 2 goals, 3, so that's 5 shots on goals, sorry. But it was a bit frightening there for a moment. I don't think Adelaide could get any of their hands on what was that statistic, because I'm still baffled from it. 9 touches and Melbourne's 40 odd. So.
Yeah, 8 or 9 minutes of actual game time early in that second. 12
minutes of real time in terms of the clock running. 48 disposals to 7.
7, yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. That's all Melbourne's momentum. But to Adelaide's credit, they're able to shift the momentum back in their hands. But it wasn't the most prettiest game. I think the disposal efficiency on both teams lapsed at times, just hitting missed kicks. But you'd have to, a little bit of a boring game, I'd say. But Isaac Rankin kicking 5 was fun.
Yeah, look, and I think when you're looking at Melbourne, and they definitely came over here with a plan, and I know I've mentioned a few times, particularly early in the call, where they came over, they played Port Adelaide. Port Adelaide were able to dismantle them. They played a brand of footy which wasn't conducive to kicking scores, even though they had a lot of inside 50s that game. They just hacked the ball forward, they kicked it forward and didn't have any real flow with their ball movement. So, look, to their credit, they adjusted to the way that they wanted to play. They came with more of a kick mark game. And we talk about those overinflated numbers for the first 10 minutes of that second quarter, where it was 48 to 7 disposals. And a lot of that was due to the fact that Melbourne were trying to kick mark, maintain possession. And the number that highlights that is they had 76 first half marks, which is a huge number, and they only had 35 in the second half. So in terms of the way that Adelaide approached, probably halfway through that second quarter, they lifted their intensity, they lifted their work rate around the footy. They started to get first look at it. They won the contested possession. They started to turn the tackle count in their favour. And they denied Melbourne the way that they actually wanted to play the game. So full credit to Adelaide. They were challenged early. They were able to combat, as I said, the way that Melbourne wanted to play the game on their terms, and then eventually get the result. But as Ebony said, it was full credit to Melbourne. They hung in there. At times it looked threatened to have the game broken open by Adelaide with their ball movement and their ability to hit the scoreboard. But they hung in there. They gave themselves an opportunity, but in the end just weren't good enough, Ben.
Yeah. How pleased would Matty Nicks be with the fact that they were able to bounce back the Adelaide Crows? I mean, when you concede 5 in 12 minutes, it feels like you need your leaders to stand up and say, we're going to take charge of this and turn it around. And it maybe wasn't even the leaders, because we spoke at halftime about the fact that Jake Saligo got busy while Dawson was well held, and they were able to turn it around.
Yeah. Well, I think the other thing, I think I mentioned it halfway through that second quarter, where I think I actually said on air that opposition coaches will be looking at the blueprint to maybe dismantle Adelaide. But I think conversely to that is Matthew Nicks would sit there and go, what turned it around? And we got, as you said, I think we got busy. Our midfielders started getting their hands on the footy. We started to pressure Melbourne, again, particularly around the stoppage scenario. And what I will say as well is that Melbourne's hands in tight, particularly early, were outstanding. They're able to hit targets, shift the ball by hand, and then be able to get their ball movement off the back of that, find marks, and then kick mark their way through Adelaide's defence. But Adelaide were able to deny them that through pressure, intent, mentality, whatever you want to call it. So Matthew Nicks and his coaching staff, I reckon they'll be using that as a pretty good coaching tool, that if sides come and play against us with this style of play, we know what we need to do to turn momentum, and they did that well.
The Adelaide Crows just milling about, making their way towards the top of the race as they dap it up with a few of their fans crowding the fence. The other thing early on, which we were really hot on, was how they were entering their attacking 50, so long and high, and we know that this Melbourne defence can be a no-fly zone. You've got to go lower, and you can't enter like that. And Lever, in particular, May and also Turner were just taking intercept marks at fun. Did that change over the course of the afternoon, or was that not a factor in the way they turned it around?
Look, I think it changed due to the nature of the game changed, and in terms of the momentum swings that Adelaide were able to get in their favour halfway through that second quarter. Early, they were really good in terms of, Melbourne were really good in terms of setting up strongly behind the ball, and every time Adelaide entered their forward 50, I think you mentioned those three, and Lever, Turner and obviously Stephen May were able to intercept the ball, and they didn't get any real flow or any real connection inside their forward 50. But I think the danger from Adelaide's perspective is you could probably, with the three tools they've got up there, and particularly Thilthorpe, who's just a beast of a man, you'd almost expect him every time it comes in there to create a contest and bring the ball to ground. They weren't able to do that, and Melbourne, as I said, they set up really well behind the footy and then able to counter-attack off their turnovers and their intercept marks inside their D50. But then I think as the game broke open and Adelaide started to get their hands on the footy and start to dominate field position, some of their ball movement was really slick, which enabled one-on-one contest ahead of the ball, and they were able to hit Fogarty, who I thought had a terrific second half, was able to hit the scoreboard and lead up strongly and aggressively, and they just looked more dangerous every time they entered their forward 50, the Adelaide Crows.
They've got the Western Bulldogs next weekend, which looks like a big match. It must be said it was slated for Ballarat, but it's been refixtured for the Docklands venue next week, so it won't be out there in the Ballarat.
Is that because of the
renovations? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not because of the expectation of a big game.
I think it's because of the renovations.
Yeah,
but
it's a good excuse.
Yeah, good excuse.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to play at Ballarat, do you?
The wind can be a massive factor down there. So up there from Melbourne, I guess, sort of
across there.
It's very difficult to work it out. People get upset when we say down there when it's actually up and across and all the other ways. The other concern for the Adelaide Crows is Josh Rochelle. So a knee injury, landed awkwardly, hyperextended, and was subbed out of the game. They don't know. He's okay, said Matty Nix, but needs further examination to work out what it is. Hopefully not an ACL. The Crows are heading down into the rooms. Liz Walsh, come in. If they're not with you, they won't be far away.
Yeah, absolutely great. They're not here just yet, but are waiting. But I did want to tell you that we've had the best person opening the door to media and family friends down here in the change rooms, Tony Modra, the one and only, opening up the door for everyone. And he must just be loving what Dan Curtin's doing in his famous number 6. And obviously, now you can probably hear as the Crows come in that their friends and family all start their cheering. And then they're giving high fives and shaking hands with all their family and friends. I have been trying to keep an eye out and see whether I can see Josh Rochelle. I haven't actually been able to put eyes on him yet, but maybe when the song comes together, he might emerge from deeper inside the change rooms here. So I'll keep an eye on that. Alex Neil-Bullen, obviously, he's got his daughter now, bringing her very young. She looks probably about 1, coming into the circle. Really exciting for him to get a win today against his former side. And here they all come together. The Walker kids are coming in. It's great to see all the kids being involved. And here we go with the song.
South Australia, we're the mighty Adelaide Crows. We're greater, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Adoration of the nation, and determination to with the pride of South Australia, we're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
And there you have it, Ben, a very happy Adelaide change rooms down here. We'll be back really soon with a player interview. But, yeah, I'm still trying to see if I can see Josh Rochelle, and I'm not able to, but we'll find out how he is soon.
Yeah, I don't think he was down there, so that is a little bit more concerning.
Yep. They might have sent him off for a scan straight away.
Yeah.
Because I know sometimes when they do the tests, it's not definitive whether you've done your ACL or not. So I would imagine if there's any risk, which clearly there is, they'd just be managing it now, go get the scan to make sure, and don't risk him.
But if they've sent him for scans now, how are the journos like Tom going to doorstop him tomorrow morning?
Well, it's normal. It is interesting that they don't always do it straight away. So is this perhaps a good sign that, perhaps they do that and they go, look, we're not sure yet. We need to send him off. We'll wait till tomorrow to get the confirmation worse. In this case, they're really not sure. No. So let's get him off to a scan. We saw him running. The incident looks terrible, I must admit. But then, almost getting carried off the ground by the doctors, but then jogging towards the bench. We know the famous one was John Worsfold when he ran off the ground and he was in half, basically. So that can happen. So I'm not exactly sure, the reasoning by not getting a scan always straight away, and compared to doing it sometimes on a Monday when you've played a Saturday game, they wait 2 days. So
I think we obviously automatically go to an ACL. They'd be looking for other damage there as well. It might be cartilage damage or medial ligament, lateral ligament, whatever. So, as I said, take no chances with it. Put him on ice, go get it scanned. Whether that's now or whether that's Monday morning, tomorrow morning, or whatever that looks like. But they definitely want to make sure they know what's going on inside his knee before they make any call on it.
The other one was Jake Lever, who seemingly had a little bit of an issue with his knee and wasn't nearly as involved after that knee knock. So we'll try and bring Melbourne fans the latest on all of that. Max Gawn had an issue too, but played out the game, so he was fine. Wes in Werribee, interesting game. Adelaide did not look like a top 4 side. What do you think, Josh? Do you agree with that?
No, look, I think that's it's a bit harsh. I think the way they played, they came out, they got the job done. They looked a little bit shaky, early in the contest. But I thought after that, I never really felt like they were going to be threatened in losing the game once they got it on their terms. But I think they came out and did what they had to do. As Ebony said, it was a bit of a scrappy affair, and there was a little bit going on in terms of, not the cleaner skills that you would like to see in a game of footy, but I actually thought it probably rubber stamped them, in my opinion anyway, that they are tracking in the right direction.
The way they were challenged, I guess.
Yeah,
Melbourne played
absolutely.
really well for that, first quarter and a half. They picked, I think we said 6 behinds in that first quarter. That easily could have been, 4 goals, 3.
That's true. Yeah.
And then the first 5 goals of the second quarter. So Melbourne came here with a plan. It certainly put Adelaide on the back foot, but they worked their way through it.
Plenty of time to take your texts as well as we work through this post-game for the next 20 minutes or so. So you can text in 0437 774 774 if you wish to get involved. That's 0437 774 774. We might address this a little bit later. We're somewhat treading water as we wait to hear from the Adelaide Crows. But on Twitter or X, Sir Swamp, first time in the 18-team era that there has been a 3-game gap separating the top and bottom halves of the ladder. So 9th, Fremantle on 40 points, 10th, Sydney on 28. Albeit Fremantle, the banana peel game, they were the only of the top 9 teams to lose to the bottom 9 teams this weekend. So might be a costly one come the end of the season. Fremantle do have a big month coming up. Sydney today, loss. Hawthorn next week, tough. Collingwood the week after that. They could be on a 3-game skid after their 6-game winning streak. Then they've got some winnable ones, but it starts to get a little tetchy down the stretch, doesn't it? Very nervy. So we'll see what happens there. The Adelaide Crows, you would think, should be there or thereabouts. They've got to 11 wins. You might need 13, maybe 14 to get into the finals this year. It's going to be interesting.
Adelaide are
virtually there.
I reckon that the conversation needs to shift. Can they win it?
Can they win it?
Look, I don't know.
Do you feel like they can?
Well, on their day, I reckon if they get things going. The thing I really like about Adelaide, I reckon they're one gun mid-short. Yep. That's my only concern. But ahead of the ball, I reckon they're as good as anyone. Like, you got Key, and he comes into that conversation. Rankin, Rochelle, and the 3 tools. Neil Bullen plays a role up there. I don't know. I know that hasn't been talked about, but I actually really like them on their day. If they get it right, who knows?
And the thing is, earlier in the season, they've played Rankin in the midfield.
Yep.
So 17 goals from 15 games going into this one. What do they do today? They have the ability to slide him forward. Kicks 5, a career best, an equaling Paul, and he really broke the game open. Got them back into the game, really. So they have those options to be able to do that. Matt Crouch is still 3 weeks away from coming back in. Does he get back in to that midfield? We know he's an elite ball winner, so there's that sort of midfield option that potentially that they might need for the depth. But I'm with you, Josh.
Yeah.
I mean, we're watching them every week.
Every week, yeah.
And the way they set up behind the ball, they've got Dan Curtin, this young wingman who didn't have a huge game but had a big moment, kicked the goal. Max Michael only played forward last week. He's in backline today, so they have the versatility.
And I reckon even further to that, you mentioned I think it was Nankervis, he'd walk into other sides, and I reckon that's the sign of a really good side, when you've got depth and you've got blokes that would walk into other teams that can't get a game. And I reckon that's where they're at the moment, Adelaide. So that's why I reckon the conversation almost shifts around top four. Can they actually win this thing? Because when you get there, and it's so hard to get there in terms of the finals, when you're there, you've got to have a decent crack at it. You've got to have the mentality that you can win it. But from what we've seen, as you said, Tom, and we've watched a lot of them this year, I just think they do have the capability.
If they can get to the top four, even the top two, I mean, you've only got to win that qualifying final and you've got a home prelim. So then you are really just about there. They are 2-4 against top 8 sides, so the 2 wins against Brisbane and GWS. So whether that impacts your thinking at all?
They've only lost by biggest margin is 18 points, which was to Fremantle. And
so that
they've been close. 1 point against Gold Coast.
That's
I think it was 10 points against Collingwood. The Geelong game in Gather-Round, they're up by 30-odd points during the second quarter, and you're like, this is something really special. They did get overrun, but I think something is special going on. That doesn't mean that they're going to win it, but I think the credential-wise, if they beat the Western Bulldogs next week in Melbourne, I think everyone will stand up and take notice.
That's fair. What about, I mean, Josh, you went through this with Port Adelaide. It sometimes takes you a couple of runs at it to go through the finals process to be able to win it. Do you think that's a concern? How much of the group haven't had an involvement in finals?
Oh, look, I must admit, I don't really buy into that, even though I experienced it. But I don't really buy into that. As I said, I think you've got to play the side on its merits and give yourself the opportunity, one, by making the finals. If you can make top 4, even better. And then throw everything at it come September.
Liz Walsh in the Adelaide rooms.
Thank you, Ben. Here I am with another Ben Keys. Ben, what a win tonight, or today I should say. Great come from behind victory.
Absolutely, huge win against a really good side. They're going well. They beat Brisbane up there a few weeks ago, and we knew it would be a tough game rolling in. So, it's a fall behind, but then fight back is a real positive, and there's just some awesome performances across the board that got us in that position. Obviously, Isaac is the main one, but when we were down there, sort of mid-game, we needed a spark. Isaac gave us that. And then some of the boys playing their role around that, like Alex Neil-Bullen, Isaac Cumming and Dan Curtin on the wings as well. They helped out so much. So really a full team performance to get back up and get in front.
Have you lost your voice a little bit? Maybe all your screaming from that incredible goal that you kicked?
Absolutely, I always struggle to talk after the crowd's so loud. The Adelaide Oval faithful, 43,000, they're so loud, so I've got to scream out there, so I'm struggling a bit.
Can you please talk us frame by frame through that goal, over the, circus kind of move over your head and then a score of you? What on earth happened there?
Well, firstly, I don't know how Riley Thilthorpe saw me and fired the handball over his head. That was incredible. He's got so many weapons, and I was actually shocked that he saw me and gave it to me, and then the rest is kind of just slow motion. Just threw the boot at it and lobbed up in the air and somehow got through. I was pretty adamant that it had gone through. Obviously, I had a good view of it as well, so I thought it was in. Just had to make sure the score review got it over the line, and luckily they did.
Where does it rank in your all-time favourite goals?
It's up there. I have to think. It's definitely up there. I guess time of game, and we were challenged, and it was a tight contest. So it's Again, I got to give credit to Riley. I don't know how he saw me with the handball.
Yeah, you might have to buy him a coffee during the week or something. Let's head up to our experts. We've got Ebony Marinoff and Josh Franco.
Ben, Josh Franco here. Congratulations on your game and the win this afternoon. Just a question around, we've talked about it a lot in the box. There was definitely, Melbourne came with a specific game plan to maintain possession of the ball, and they looked really quite threatening in the first quarter and a half. And I think halfway through the second quarter, it was all Melbourne. They were dominating field position, dominating inside 50s and dominating the scoreboard. What was the shift halfway through that second quarter?
Yeah, that was something we spoke about with their uncontested marks. So we've got a method to kind of mitigate that. We were probably, our hearts were in the right spot. We were trying to get up the ground and kind of help out the mids and backs a little bit. But probably in doing so, we left some gaps for them to be able to switch and then build uncontested marks. So it was just about adjusting to that, and I thought the boys did it really well. And we started pressing the game a lot. We started to try and sort of lock it in our forward half rather than let them kind of dictate it. So I thought we handled it really well.
You touched on it a bit there, Ben. You might not know this stat, and maybe Matty Nix said it at half-time, but in the first 7 minutes of that second quarter, it was 48-7, and they'd kicked 5 goals to none. How did the leaders get together, or did you get together, or how did you manage to rectify, I guess, it being a little bit shell-shocked to start that second quarter?
Yeah, there was some chat out there. We just wanted to stick to our system, and we knew the areas that we needed to fix up, and you've already highlighted the main one, which is the uncontested marks. So I thought if we could close them down, send it more to a contest game, we back our boys in, our backs and mids to win that contest, and I thought they were brilliant at that, especially second half. The midfielders, that Melbourne midfield star-studded with Gawn, Petraka, Oliver, Cozzy Pickett. So for our boys, led by Riley O'Brien on Gawn, to rectify that and fight it out in the contest, that was what swung the game. And then, as I touched on, there was some individual brilliance as well with Isaac and some other guys did some awesome things. But it really was a full team sort of effort in the end to rectify those uncontested marks and stop that momentum.
Ben, do you know how Josh Rochelle is?
No, I'm not sure. I did receive word before I jumped on that it's something to do with the knee, but we won't know till there's scans. So, obviously fingers crossed for him. We're praying for him. Such an important player for us on and off the field. Let's hope for the best.
Do you know if he's off getting scans right now, or...?
No idea, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, all good. Ben, have you got one more, Josh?
Ben, I've got one more, and I know what the answer's going to be, but do you dare to dream come September? Just look at Adelaide's side. You look really well balanced all across the field. Your back six look really solid. Your midfield's chugging along really nicely as well. And ahead of the ball, I think you're as good a forward line as there is in the competition. Do you dare to dream come that last day in September?
Mate, we have a great process, a great system. I feel like we've got such a strong culture as well. We're just going to take it 1 week at a time, mate. We know that this league gives you nothing and, don't always get what you deserve, and just going to take it 1 week at a time, mate. Stick to our guns. We've got a great, great core group of guys, and we're just going to keep working and keep plugging away.
Come on, Benny. Come on.
I've answered that, sorry.
He's shaking his head down here, just so you know. But the trainer's also just blown a whistle, so I think they've got to get together for their warm down at the moment.
Saved by the bell, Ben. We'll let you go. Saved by the bell.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to chat.
There he goes. Ben Keys. I think that's a yes.
Yeah, we'll take it as a yes.
Yeah.
You'd
have to, wouldn't you? You would have gone through it.
Because you need the positive reinforcement. I mean, you're getting the positive reinforcement from results, but every time that your game plan works in different ways, they're challenged in a different manner. And you said throughout the call, Josh, that other teams will be looking at what Melbourne were able to do, and some of those teams will be in a bit better form than Melbourne was coming into the game. But I think credit to Melbourne's effort today, if we're shifting sort of towards them, because I think we've given Adelaide their kudos for what they did, but they came with a plan. And if they had have been more efficient in that first quarter, we may be talking a different story.
You've been through it, Josh, as well. Is there a point in the season where you realise when you're in a good side, this team could win the flag this year? Like, we are legitimately a chance of winning this?
I think there is. Yeah. Look, I'm obviously and you quoted them earlier, Ben, in terms of their
top six for offence and defence,
but also the win-loss v the top 8 side. Yep. So maybe that's a little bit of a sticking point in terms of the mentality around it. But as I said, all I'm basing what I've seen and how balanced they are across the field, and they're hard to score against, ahead of the ball and up forward. As I said, I reckon they're electric in terms of at ground level and aerially as well. They're so hard to match up on. And we even mentioned it throughout the call that Phil Thorpe was goalless today. Walker had a bit of an influence, but then Fogarty steps up. So I just think they're a really nicely balanced team. Now, I know there's other sides out there, Collingwoods and the Hawthorns and all of that of the world, that are high-quality, top-end teams as well, but I almost put them in that category.
Now, Melbourne are a Rubik's Cube that I'm yet to work out. I mean, they make no sense to me. How they can boot 5 goals in 12 minutes, have 48 disposals to 7, and look as good as they did, can go inside 50 so often in the opening quarter, be so wasteful. I can't work them out. Can you help me?
No, I'm exactly the same. I think they're the biggest underachievers over the last 2 or 3 years. Now, Goodwin's got a premiership to his name, so you can't dispute that. But I reckon since then, and when did they win the flag? It was 21. So I reckon it was about round 7 or 8
2022.
In the next year, I think they won the opening 11.
They did.
And then they fell off the cliff.
And they have, literally fallen off the cliff. And they've never been able to regain that form. And I think, again, if you look at, through their list in terms of talent, down back they look solid, midfield looks solid, but they just can't get it done. And I think the other thing as well, as I said, they came into this game with a plan. It's not natural for them to, shift the ball by hand at stoppage. So when pressure's applied, that fell apart. And credit to Adelaide for being able to do that. But I just think they're an underachieving footy club, based on talent.
It's a big call. The other, maybe not. I don't mean that as if it's an incorrect one. I think there'd be a lot of people, particularly Melbourne fans, who would certainly agree with you, Josh, and they are very frustrated. The old quote, definition of insanity, same thing over and over, and expecting a different result. And it feels like a little bit of that with Melbourne at the moment. The other part that is really hard to prove, disprove. Wasteful with really good opportunities early on. So say they take a few more of them in the opening term. When they then pile on the 5 goals unanswered, that leads not 28 points. It might be 40 points. And whether Adelaide can run that back in, we'll never know.
Makes it difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah.
To come back from 40 points, even if it is the second quarter, even though we saw Adelaide get it back on their own terms. For Melbourne, it's a really hard one because you talk about the definition of insanity. You look at those, and it's not just about being names on a paper. I think they are genuinely good players, and they've got a lot of them still from that time. I don't know how you spark it up, because we saw the spark for at least a quarter and a half, and they even came again in that last quarter. One of their better efforts of the season without a win, I think.
Let's go down into the Melbourne rooms. Liz Walsh.
Thank you, Ben. I'm here with Jack Viney. Jack, a difficult loss today, particularly given you were 28 points up at one point. Can you put into words sort of what happened?
I thought it was a competitive game for 4 quarters. Obviously, we found a lot of momentum there early in the second quarter. Hit the scoreboard pretty quickly, and then Crows responded as good teams do in the back half of that quarter. So it was pretty much even coming into half time, and then they were just able to pull away slightly in the last half. So disappointing to not get the win, but I felt like we were in it for most of the game, and some positive signs to keep chipping away at and keep improving on for the rest of the season.
Well, Simon Goodwin did talk about grit and resilience before the game. I suppose that's what we saw out there today.
Yeah, we're trying to be a great football team, and grit, resilience, hard work, that all makes it's all in the makings of a great football team. So we want to do it consistently. We want to be in every game, whether it's going well for us or not, and continue to build on that. Add the finesse. Positive steps forward. Disappointing start to the Gold Coast came the last week, so there was an emphasis on our start. Felt like we executed on that, for most of the game we're right in the fight. I thought Crows just being a strong side at the moment. They were clean around the ball, strong contest, and they're quite dangerous when they get the ball forward. So terrific team, and they got the better of us today.
Let's just head up to our commentary box for a few more questions. We've got expert Josh Franco.
Jack, commiserations with the loss today. Just a quick question about the method of ball movement you came into the game trying to execute. It looked like it was a lot more kick mark in terms of maintaining possession of the ball, and particularly using a lot more hands out of stoppage. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, no, there were parts of the game that we owned the ball for the majority of the period or the quarter. It's just finding a balance with that stuff, owning the ball, making the opposition defend, but then also looking for those opportunities to go fast with it and move the ball forward. So, we felt like we did that well at times today, and there are times we missed to go forward. So it's just something we continue to chip away at, but I think it was a positive step forward. In the past we can kind of miss some of those opportunities to just own the ball a bit longer, and today was a step forward, I thought.
And Jack, what's your assessment of Adelaide? We had a bit of a discussion here. Do you think they're the real deal? I know it's a tough question to ask, but to answer. But what's your assessment of the Crows?
Yeah, well, I think we're at round 17 now, and they're up the ladder for a reason. They're performing consistently, performing a great brand of football consistently. So, they deserve to be where they are. Obviously got a good mate, Johnny Neil Bullen, in the playing for him and doing great things for him. So love to see him play well and the Crows do well. So they're a great outfit at the moment, and they got better of us today.
I know it can be a difficult question for a player to answer, but where do you see this D's group at now? It's a team that won a premiership in 21, moved to 5-11 on the season. Where are you guys at, you would say, Jack?
Oh, certainly not where we want to be. I think we've got all the right pieces at the club to be a great team, and we're striving to get back there. That's the goal. That's what we're striving for, and finals or not, the mindset stays the same about continual growth, finding ways to improve. Certainly not where we want to be, performing how we want to perform, and it's really kind of motivating to get to work each week and find those areas to get to the weekend and put some points on the board. So yeah, we keep chipping away, mate. I'm really confident in this group that we'll get it done. It's just keep getting to work and working hard, and we'll get there.
You always front up after a loss. I think it's the third time I've spoken to you after a tough loss this year alone, so we appreciate that. And more importantly, I'm sure the Melbourne fans do. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Here is Jack Viney. Now, we've run it fine here, Josh, so we need the votes very quickly.
I've given 3 to Rankin, outstanding. Ben Keys, the 2 votes, and I've actually given Stephen May the 1. I thought he was terrific on Phil Thorpe, held him goalless and took a lot of intercept marks.
Great work from you right across the course of the afternoon, Josh. Always a treat to see you. Twice a top 3 in the Brownlow medal. Gee, you got to be a good player to do that.
Twice. It's exceptional.
Twice.
As a young Port fan, when I was growing up, he was absolute superstar in that midfield alongside Roger James, who wasn't he unheralded?
He was.
Yeah, 2 first names, see? That's why. Refused to admit that he wrote a speech as well, Josh, to us throughout the afternoon for the Brownlow medal. Tom, always good to see you. Always good to catch up.
Always is.
Ebbs is long gone. Liz Walsh has done great work. And a big thank you to Paul. The cult figure didn't do anything today, but he's in the box, so we appreciate that. As well as Mitch Turner back in the studio. The Adelaide Crows, they win by 13 points. They're up into third. Fremantle a slip up. They're out of the 8. Whew. We'll unpack it all tomorrow on the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. This has been Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemash from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily Podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app. Up to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
In case you missed it.
The West Tigers CEO, Shane Richardson, joins us in the broadcast box here. Richo, how you going? Good to see you.
Yeah, good, thank you. A bit of a cold, but I'm all right.
Well, it's that sort of weather. They got a beautiful day here at the Sydney Football Stadium today. We're having a discussion on the show yesterday under the headline of what's wrong with the West Tigers. What's going wrong with the West Tigers? It wasn't meant to be a mean-spirited conversation. It was the fact that a couple of outstanding young players have now left the club mid-season for very different reasons that we can get into. The fact you're only 2 points away from the wooden spoon again, despite great recruitment in the off-season.
And 2 wins away from the 8.
Yeah, that's fine. I expect you to have the glass half full, Richard. That's fine. And great off-season recruiting in Jerome Luai, Sunia Taruva and Terrell May, who's been one of the best players all competition. Talk of financial difficulties at the club, loggerheads with Campbelltown Council in terms of the funding required to upgrade Campbelltown Stadium. So, a state of the union for you, Shane. You've been there for a few years now, and you're hell-bent on improving the situation. We all get that. What's your state of the union?
Let's go back a step, though. We have improved the situation. The bottom line is, when I took over, we had $5 million worth of losses over the 2 years. This year, we'll make a profit. We're 30% up on our gates, 30% up on a jersey, and we've got sponsorship of the jersey for the next 3 years. Not unheard of. When everybody said we won't get them when we lost the sponsors previously, we're 30% up on a membership, and we'll make a profit. Now, that's not a bad turnaround in 12 months. So let's be honest about people want to go out there and make all these bland statements of where we were. Secondly, we now have an independent board, which they never had before, with 4 independent people headed by Barry O'Farrell. That took a lot to get through. It's a huge change for the club. We have no interference from the Holman Barnes board, despite what the world of the people who want to get the clickbait and everything else does. We have no interference. And in fact, there's never been a decision that hasn't been accepted unanimously by the board. So let's just have a look at that. We have the lowest staff turnover of any club in the competition. We had 41% when I took over. We've got 13% at the moment. So we've got a wonderful management team, with Sean Millenkamp and a whole range of different people there. So I don't know how people can sit there and say that about where we were. We're miles ahead of where we were 12 months ago off the field, and we're on the way forward. We need a stadium policy. We've got the money for Leichhardt. Leichhardt will be a magnificent stadium, a boutique stadium, which we'll be able to play at least 3 to 4 games out of. We'll play all of our women's fixtures out there, which will be wonderful for the growth of our women's team. Campbelltown is not fit for purpose. We've done the same with them, asked them to improve it. We've been asking for 18 months, not 3 months, by the way. It's not the stage now. They've come up with certain ideas and thoughts, but if they don't have thoughts and ideas by the 31st of 30, we will move on, because we need to improve our corporate and our growing of our membership, etc., to a stadium that will do that. So that's off the field. Let's get back to the on the field, because you raised the on the field with me. And I really...
Can we get there in 1 second? Yeah. I just want to follow up on the Campbelltown Council. Is the reports right that you believe, or that the assessment you've got is $50 million required to upgrade Campbelltown
$50 million in 5 years, or $100 million over 10 years.
And they've been saying that we don't have that money, we're going to state and federal.
No, they're not going. We've gone to state and federal. We've had meetings with the sports minister, treasurers, everybody else trying to push it to get it. It's not that we don't want to be there. We've supported them 100%, trying to get it for them, as we did with Leichhardt. But the bottom line is they haven't got the money yet, mate. So we can't sit around waiting to see whether they get the money or not, and whether we're going to have DAs approved, etc., because we need to grow as a club now off the field, and we will. We're going to be ruthless about what we need to become successful.
Is it right? There's a deadline set again now for the end of this month.
Yeah, I've got 30 days to the end of this month.
What are you expecting that result to be?
Oh, well, that's up to the council. It's their ground. As I said, in between time, we're trying to meet with the treasurer again. We're trying to push to we want to stay there. We've set $1 million out there on our Empowered program, a community program. We've set offices out there.